Yeah, where were you on the day that shot the president? What you gonna do when you hear them say his head was hit? Tell me now, y'all, does it really feel free to be American? Nah, I ain't one for political rhetoric, whispers in the crowd. We all see what the agenda is. Only one man in the way of something malevolent, yeah. Let me tell you about the greatest place. I need to say something now before I fade away. I'm proud to be a citizen of the USA, but how we living right now ain't all that great. We need for something to change. People are running away. They like to create division because they love to hate. I don't care if you think differently, if your opinion that you're giving isn't sit with me. So long as we agree on the freedom of speech and the pursuit of happiness, life, and liberty. I need to fight for my rights. Lies coming in from both sides. There's something inside the water that's making everyone blind. What do you say when everything crumbles? We really need someone. The country's in flames, I'm seeing troubles. Fight for your freedom, son. Hey, yo, check it out now. I never felt more disgraced than how I feel now with this poor display of misinformed debates. I'm hoping for the day when the dust settled down from the storm we braved. Let me tell you about the coup d'etat of who they got. They trying to shoot, they shot. Wait, they missed? Ooh, thank God. Let me say it again. I said, ooh, thank God. Ooh, thank God. Listen, if you're wishing for the death of a presidential elect, I think it's evident your head has been possessed by something that the devil sent and it was meant to infect. Instead of ridding yourself, you're just letting it spread. Do we agree that murder is pure evil? It's illegal, it's egregious, it's the farthest thing from Jesus or whoever you believe in. It's obscene we seeing people in the streets say with Trump they think is needed. What does it take to get out the jungle? We really need someone. We're losing faith, the country's in rubble. I think we need DJ Trump. Tell me who to blame, who is my scapegoat? I know the news will say something like they ain't no. Orchestrated like JFK by the CIA. I see I'm hoping for the same show. Point the finger at me, I'ma point the finger at you, we all point the finger at who, saying who pulled the trigger that day. DJ, turn my music up, I think I'm about to lose my mind. They think we're stupid, but the truth is we see through the lies. It's time we stand up for our rights, I'm the man and that we fight. Put your hand up if America's alive. Yeah, come on, everybody, don't you back down. Better not back down, cause what do you say when everything crumbles? I think we need someone. The state of decay got us all paying double. Fight for your freedom, son. Grocery prices keep on climbing. I think we need someone. The border's in crisis, we're truly divided. Our one hope is DJ Trump.
What up, everybody? What up, HBR?
Oh, it's good.
I'm here. I feel like crap, but I'm here. Whew.
Feeling any better, though?
Hell no. Feel worse. But we're here for the election.
Like, yeah, it's definitely some wild stuff going on. Seeing a lot of key voting machines going down and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's some fuckery going on already. Here's some early predictions of polls. So right now, Trump's got 3.8 million votes. Harris has got 3.1. How the fuck does she got 3.1 million votes so far?
I don't know. I really don't.
Are you telling me that we got that many dumbass Americans in this country?
Yeah. There's so many people are just ill-informed. They're just voting because that's what they were told to vote for.
So right now,
I sent you something. You might want to play it.
so Trump has got 4 million of the popular vote. Looks like he's got 19 electoral college votes so far. Harris has got 3. We don't care about the popular vote. We care about the numbers up top, folks.
Yep.
At 19, he's turning to 270.
Yep.
Unfortunately,
Uncalled races, Washington, one of them.
your vote really doesn't count. It's based off your electoral college votes. It's who you vote into office. Well, your vote does count for your state voting. If you want your state to go for the next president, you got to, if you're a Republican, you want an all Republican state, House, and Senate, because that gives you all the electoral college votes for your state will go most likely to a Republican president. If you want your state to go blue, then you vote in Democrats.
Yep.
So that's the only way your vote really counts is for the state elections, which will then in turn affect the federal elections. If that makes sense. But when it comes down to the presidential vote, what helps to get the president elect into office, if your state senate, and house senate, state house, if they're ran by Republicans, then the electoral college votes will go towards the Republican. For an example, Louisiana has a Democratic governor, but the state senate and house is ran by Republicans. So even though we have a Democratic governor, our electoral college vote goes towards the Republicans. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah. I'm hoping to see Washington start turning red. I think people are finally tired of the Democrats here.
All right, so this just came in. I'm going to show you this. Maybe this will help shed some light on what I'm talking about.
This is your 2-week election update. According to the 538 poll aggregator, Harris has a 1.8% lead in the popular vote. But the 7 swing states are what really matters, and they are all incredibly close, probably beyond the resolution of polling. But still, the averages have Trump leading in Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and now Pennsylvania, while Harris has the edge in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada. According to the early voting data, 16 million votes have already been cast, and here Democrats are on top, but by a smaller margin than in 2020. And finally, the betting markets think Trump has a clear advantage with roughly a 60% chance of winning each individual swing state. But it's not just Polymarket. PredictIt has a similar view, with the GOP winning the Electoral College by 65 to 104 points as the most likely outcome. This is your 2-week election update.
So if that holds true, Trump will win. Let's hope that it holds true.
When did that one drop?
I don't know. This was just sent to me. Let me go to the actual channel and see if there's any more updates. All right, this was
Yeah,
done.
from what I was watching on the polling bias and stuff, Trump should be leading in just about every state. All the swing states for sure. Because the polling bias is so great.
All right. Here we go.
You getting up here, Fuggin?
Maybe over. I think we all feel that way. It is now just 2 weeks away. So let's go ahead and use this opportunity to do one last major look into where the race currently stands. So nationally, Harris is up by 1.8% according to the 538 poll aggregator. For the swing states, the same tool puts Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania as ever so slightly leaning towards Trump. And Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada have the same thing, but for Harris. So, by all accounts, the race here is extremely close. An important caveat here is that polling data, it's not very high resolution. So even though it says here that Georgia is plus 1.4% for Trump and Michigan is 0.2% for Harris, it's really just telling us that these states are neck and neck. But for more detail, we can turn to other tools like prediction markets. This tries to use market dynamics to add resolution to our insights. And according to Polymarket, Trump does have a more substantial edge. According to this data, in each individual swing state, Trump has a roughly 60% chance of winning those states. So, in combination with polling data, I do find this rather useful. But some people do claim that Polymarket is compromised because of a few large bets for Trump that are swaying things in his favor. But I'm not sure I fully believe that, because if that was true, Harris shares would be undervalued and people would rush in and buy up those shares in order to make a quick, easy profit. But that largely hasn't happened. So I think this is reflective of what people believe. Again, otherwise the market would correct for it. And we also have other betting markets like PredictIt pointing to a similar outcome. And finally,
It's
pivoting
StreamYard, Fuggin.
voting data. Here, historically, Democrats have a huge advantage. And as of right now in Pennsylvania, according to ABC, 63% of the vote so far is for Democrats. But that is slightly down from the 74% in 2020. But what do you guys think on this election? Let us know in the comments below. If I had to interpret all this data, I think it's very neck and neck, but it does seem that the slight momentum edge is with Trump at the moment. But we still have 2 weeks to go, and that momentum can shift very fast. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, like, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Tear up your car insurance bill and try this instead. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found this huge loophole that insurance companies don't want you to know about. I was paying over $150 for car.
Yeah, Dan, this is StreamYard. Get your ass up here.
See, people think ahead.
Come on, Dan. Click that fucking link and get your ass up here. If I gotta come up here with COVID, you can get up here.
Damn dogs.
What's it looking like out where you're at? You're gonna go red or blue?
More than likely it's going to be blue, but I think we're going to be changing governors to a red one, and same with Senate and House.
Really?
Yeah. People here are sick of the sick of it.
That would be awesome.
And the Democrat that ran for governor is the attorney general, and he's cost the state upwards of $30 million just from his incompetence. So
Pull this back up. I hope everybody went out and voted today.
yeah, saying on the stream earlier, go vote. Don't matter who you vote for, just go vote. And if you vote for Kamala, I have the right to still roast your ass for it. But no hate.
Dan, you gonna click that link or not?
I think Dan turned into a turtle.
Oh, it doesn't surprise me.
Moving as slow as molasses. I want to check.
He's now leading by almost 1 million. He's got 23 electoral votes. He's still only got 3. That's a good sign.
That is. So this is the one thing I don't like is the fact that they what's it called? Enacted the National Guard.
Looks like Trump has got West Virginia, and I think there's Arkansas. Now he has West Virginia, Tennessee. What's above Tennessee? Is that Ohio or is that Illinois? It's either Illinois or Iowa.
I want to say Ohio. Yeah, we'll see.
Probably
Cruise along.
like 4 million. He's got 4.9, leading by 952,000 votes. The Senate, that's looking good for the Republicans. They gained 1.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long night, folks. I'm hoping as soon as I get everything set up to bring some light to everything. I was running a little late, so I do apologize. See if I can.
You've been busy as hell, plus you've been sick, and yeah.
Apparently, I'm not real anymore.
You're not real no more?
Nah.
Well, dang.
According to some people, I'm not real.
Are you a figment of our imagination then?
Pretty much.
Oh,
according to some people. What up, fucking?
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
All right. What's going on, fellas?
What
How you
up,
doing?
fucking?
It's a big night. Like I said to others, I'm hyped and nervous at the same time, man.
Yeah.
I'm kind of praying that we get liberal tears like we did in 2016 is what I'm hoping for.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to show y'all show you all this. Now, some people say this is the actual map of 2020, what the real map should have shown. But because of what went on, it wasn't. According to some analysts, they're saying that this is the real map of the 2020 elections. You can see Trump had
Oh, wow.
410,
I believe
410
that.
electoral votes, Biden only 128. Now, you can see that.
That's crazy.
So I want to see what that state was. That is actually not Ohio. That was
It's Indiana and then Illinois.
Iowa
Oh, Iowa. Okay.
that Trump just won.
Oh, he just won Iowa?
He just won West Virginia, Tennessee, and Iowa. Now, the 2020 election, if this was the real map, like they predicted it was, a lot of people believe it was,
Yep.
this should be
California
the
would've
same
been red.
results for this election.
If not bigger. There's more
Yeah.
momentum now than there was in 2020.
And you can see he won California, he won Nevada, Utah, Arizona, Kansas, Nebraska, Wyoming, North Dakota, Montana, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee. Oh, I'm sorry, he didn't win Tennessee. He won West Virginia, Kentucky, and Iowa. That's what he just won.
See, if I remember right, in the map 2020, Washington was red except for Spokane County and King County, where Seattle is.
Well, it was red till you started voting there.
Well, the reason why it turned blue because the big cities are Democrat.
Yep. Yeah, Spokane and Seattle screw us every time.
Yeah, it just gets me, they can't really make an argument to what were cases in 2020 with the 5 swing states shutting down at the same time at the middle of the night, stop counting, we wake up, and Trump lost all that momentum. You tell me that 100% votes came in and all swing states was for Biden? That's mathematically impossible. I remember watching mathematicians come out and say that's impossible. There's no way. The math there's no way that could be possible. But we're all crazy and all.
Well, he's leading by 1.1 million votes in the popularity vote right now.
Yeah. Trump supporters ain't playing around this time. We getting out early voting. That's like set them back quite a bit. They're not used to that.
Yeah, I did. I think some records could be broke on this one.
Well, he already broke a record, technically. 2020.
Did
Yeah, he technically, before they're trying to spew to us that Biden got the most votes that any president, actually Trump did.
Yeah.
So technically, he would have broke the record back in 2020. But they're trying to tell us Biden got more votes than Obama. And does anybody remember the Obama election? I wasn't for the guy, but there was momentum behind the guy. There's energy for the guy.
Now, this is the map they try to sell us right here. I'm about to pull up. Okay. So right now, Trump has got West Virginia. So we're going to do it like this. In 2020, they're saying Biden had 290 electoral votes. Trump's 232. So we know that he has got do it like this.
I don't care what anybody says. Trump took Georgia in 2020.
Yeah.
So right now, Trump has got Kentucky, West Virginia, and he has got Indiana, not Illinois. I'm sorry.
Look at all that red. Sure is a lot of Nazis.
All right, so that's the 3 states he's got so far. All right.
Another one.
Got 40 in the Senate to their 29. We need to get to 100. So we need at least to have 60.
Yeah,
If we get
them
60
races,
red, then we're golden.
yeah, them races is just as important as Trump, because if
Yeah.
we don't take those seats, then you know what it's going to be. If Trump does win, it's going to be immediate. They're going to go for impeaching him right off the bat. They're going to be trying to impeach him the entire time.
Oh, most definitely. He's still leading by 1 million on the popular vote. She hasn't gained any on the electoral votes except for 3.
She didn't seem too happy the other day when she was doing her last campaign run.
Well, the 2 things I think that's going to hurt her on this campaign was first when she went after the Christians when said the Lord Jesus is our King, and she said, "No, you're at the wrong rally." That's going to hurt her, and I think when Biden calling everybody garbage, that's going to hurt him as well.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
going to hurt.
Well, it all started with the shot, though. That really put things in this perspective, I think, for a lot of people. And then the rest of it definitely did not help them.
I don't think it helps going around calling everybody a bunch of Nazis either.
No,
Well,
no.
I like what one person said that God voted 3 months ago.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So Trump has won West Virginia, Kentucky, and Indiana for right now. So that's the 3 states that he's got. Now, do I think he'll win California? Probably not.
No shenanigans going on in California right now. No requirement for photo ID.
But I do believe he can win Nevada and Arizona. And I believe he can win New Mexico. All because Arizona and New Mexico are border states. And I think they're getting sick and tired of the illegal immigrants coming in. So he could definitely win those 2 border states along with Texas. If he gets Arizona and New Mexico, it's a wrap, in my opinion.
He doesn't have to accomplish what she has to accomplish.
She's got a bigger uphill battle than he does.
Yeah. Especially with the swing states.
I think Georgia's going to go back red. I think Virginia is going to go red too because they just got it overturned by the Supreme Court that to remove 1,800 illegal voters. So I think Virginia's going to go red. I think Wisconsin's going to go red. And I think Michigan's going to go red. I think Pennsylvania's going to go red. I think Georgia's going to go red. And I think New Mexico and Arizona, that's a 50-50.
Some
If
of
he
them
gets,
were red anyways. But
huh?
some of them were red anyways, but we know about the shenanigans.
Right. So what I'm getting at is if Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, if those 3 states go red, and what else is red right now, that's a wrap. He wins.
God, I hope so. I've never been nervous that Trump would actually win the election fair and square.
Oh, if it was fair and square, there would no questions asked.
Yeah. And they've already been pulling their shenanigans today. I've been on X all day watching some of the stuff they've been trying to pull, trying to run people off.
Like they had one guy get arrested for having doused himself in gasoline, walking around with a flare and a torch to set himself on fire.
Yeah, and you had the
in
case in
Washington.
Georgia dude that works with a poll watcher or something like that, trying to bomb threat.
Yeah.
He's a lefty.
There's been quite a few bomb threats on the polling system.
And we got a gas leak. It's like the old water leak.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all because I truly believe that Trump has been anointed by God, and I think God is going to make sure that this election goes the right way. No matter what they try, I think by midnight tonight, they're going to announce that Trump will be the 47th president. That's my prediction. What's your prediction, HBR? HBR?
HBR fell asleep.
All right. What's your prediction, Dan?
I'm here.
I think he's gonna win it myself, and I do believe, he's kind of protected by God myself. But they're gonna pull every last trick in the book.
You think we'll know it's by tonight?
No, I think they've been already putting in the air that apparently they don't know how to count. They forgot how to do math. So you're gonna see
I heard.
states like Arizona, Pennsylvania, all them pull some shenanigans shit and drag out.
I was hearing could take up till Saturday.
Oh no, we'll know way before then. I think it's gonna be like. I think it's gonna be like 2016. We're gonna know by midnight.
It's a blowout in Florida. I'm hearing right now, 10-point swing. Democrats are getting stomped in Florida right now. That's what I heard before I came on here.
He's leading by popular vote by 1.2 million views.
Yeah, he's actually blue counties are being flipped as we speak. Something like even Miami was turning red.
Well, for the Senate, Indiana and West Virginia went red. So if you live in Indiana and West Virginia, your state went red for the Senate. It also went red for the presidential, along with Kentucky. Harris did win one blue state, which is Vermont. She's done one Vermont. So we can give her the X. Give her, X.
You gotta say, Florida better be pissed off. They tried taking you guys out.
All right, so Harris is the X, Trump is the O's, like tic-tac-toe, 3 in a row. So he's got West Virginia, Kentucky, and Indiana. She's got Vermont.
One thing I've been getting a kick out of Tim is like 2020. When we used to fight with the Democrats, they was like, the voter machines ain't connected to the internet. Kept hearing that all the time. But voting machines ain't connected to the internet. You're supposed to be connected to the internet. And then they're over there telling us that the systems are down because of an internet issue. Like, wait, hold on. 2020, you said it wasn't connected to the internet. Now it's connected to the internet?
Yeah, make that make sense.
Yeah, right. So now they're just pretty much admitting they're connected to the internet.
Yeah, and the places that have had issues, why don't they have the backup as far as paper ballots and stuff like that.
Yeah, they should have backups. Should have backups on backups.
Duval, Hillsborough, and Dade counties are all red. Holy shit!
Then you seeing Democrats come out here and threaten people. Don't you question this election, or we'll drop the hammer on you with the law. I think I've seen that in Pennsylvania. I think Michigan did that too, threatening people.
The House and Senate races are going to take some time. I don't think we'll have a full on them tonight. I think I still say by midnight, no later than 2 a.m. Eastern time, you'll know who the president is.
I think expectations for the House and Senate is +2, +10. I think is what the expectation is. 2 in the Senate, 10 in the House.
He's still growing in the popular vote.
Yeah, they I
He's
think
up by 1.3 million now.
CNN was even trying to put out there that he could win the popular vote as well.
If he wins the popular vote and the electoral vote, it'll be the first time since Reagan went against Mondale.
And it pretty much shut them down of any argument. And, like to fall back, well, he didn't win the popular vote.
What are your thoughts in the chats? Do you think your state's going to go red? And if so, put red and your state in the comments.
He was thinking that HBR, forget about it. It ain't happening.
What's that?
I was telling HBR if he had hopes for it, I told him to forget about it.
Oh, they haven't even started counting ballots here.
Wait, your state actually counts ballots? I thought they just installed the fraud. That's it. They didn't do a count.
Well, I think they just throw them a big dumpster and light it on fire.
Yeah, that sounds like Washington State's way to count ballots. They have Antifa counted, which would take them a week because they don't know how to count. They're uneducated.
Well, they said they should have results. Wait, hold up.
Well, in case anybody didn't know, Joe Rogan endorsed Trump last night.
Yeah, that was big win right there.
Wish he'd have done it sooner, but he didn't. But better late than never.
They call Elon Musk to convince him to do it.
Huh?
Elon Musk convinced him to do it.
Yeah.
Made a compelling case to him with the big threat by Democrats, Who would have thought in this election we'd have Elon Musk at that, being Team Trump? This election's been pretty wild, I ain't gonna lie. And better than a movie or a soap opera. It's been fantastic.
What's crazy is if you look at Bobby Kennedy, who should have way more votes than he does right now. If you didn't join Trump, but he's only at like 13,000 votes.
What? Did you see how many people were on the presidential ballot?
Yeah, a lot.
I was like, who the fuck are all these people?
That's what I said.
That's where I was voted. HBR wasn't even on the ballot.
Well, that's what's crazy is there's a lot of candidates, but you don't hear about them because they don't allow them to be able to get on to the debates and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, DNC cut out all that.
I think if they're not allowed to get on the stage for debating, they shouldn't be allowed on the ballot because you know how many people are going to vote for other people to fuck up the vote?
I kind of disagree because if that's the case, then you kind of let the mainstream media dictate who could be a candidate.
Yeah, but
Me
okay, but
personally.
so there was 12 people on the presidential ballot, right?
Yeah.
So let's say if you had 10,000 people per state who voted for the other 10 people other than Trump or Harris, you don't think that could sway the vote? The
Yeah,
final outcome?
yeah, it could sway it, but they have the right to run. But I get what you're saying, Tim.
I think that they have to meet a certain threshold before their name can be put on the ballot. That's what I'm saying.
But that's the thing, Tim. Is a lot of them did reach that threshold. It's just the DNC refused to allow them up on stage. They actually did all the things that was required, and they were denied.
Yeah,
by
but
mainstream media.
RFK's name was still on there, and he said to take his name off.
Yeah, they fought to keep it on there.
A lot of these people should not. A lot of these senators and congressmen, they've been there more than 10 years. They should not be on the ballot. They should be fired. Because if they haven't got anything accomplished in 10 years, they ain't going to get anything accomplished. Like Bernie Sanders. What the fuck has Bernie Sanders done? Not a damn thing. But get rich.
Give me a second. I'll be right back.
I don't know who half these fucking people are. Governor of Vermont. Well, Vermont just went red. But she won Vermont.
Vermont did?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
that's what it said. Governor Indiana, red. Governor of Utah, looks like it's leading by a Republican. There we go. So Governor of Indiana, Republican. Governor of Utah, leading by a Republican.
Yeah, it's definitely a red wave this time.
Governor of Indiana. Oh, U.S. presidential. Wait a minute. I just seen the daggone Vermont go red. There it is. Governor of Vermont, red by Phil Scott. But Harris won Vermont. That don't make any sense. How does the governor win by a Republican, but the presidential was won by a Democrat? Make that make sense.
Well, I'm getting like ballot dumps where it was like only one slot was filled in. It wasn't a vote down ballot or anybody else.
Hold on, Dan. What's wrong with your audio?
I don't know. I'll jump out and fix it.
You coming in loud and cracking. So Trump, he took Kentucky. He took Indiana, Kentucky, and it should be West Virginia. He's leading by 11 points in Florida, with 80% of the votes in. She's leading by 8 points, 8% in Virginia, with 21% of the votes in. He's leading by 11% on a popular vote. He's got 60% in Georgia. He's winning Georgia, folks. Georgia is going to go red. Watch what I tell you. Like I said, North Carolina. How the fuck is she winning in North Carolina?
There's no way.
That's some bullshit. If she wins North Carolina, then you know this shit is fucking rigged. Because after what happened with the Hurricanes, there's no fucking way North Carolina's going to go blue. There's
Yeah.
no way. That's bullshit. I'm calling bullshit, and I'm calling it now. That's bullshit. There's no way. There ain't no way in hell she's taking North Carolina. After everything they did, get the fuck out of here. Now, 2020, Georgia went blue. Trump's leading by 60%. I don't believe that. Yeah, I see he's about to take Florida. He's leading by a pretty big percentage in Florida. All right, he's got Kentucky. We already knew that. He's got 11% in Florida. He's leading by 11% with 80% in. Harris is leading in Virginia, which is surprising because of what the Supreme Court said. And he's leading by 11% in the popular vote. Georgia, he's at 62%. She's got 38 with 24% in. Oh, that's only 4% estimated votes. Okay, that's why. 4%. Yeah, that ain't shit. Let's head back over to the other map. Yeah, he has Indiana. He has Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia. These are the three states he's won so far. Harris has got Vermont. We broke it down. So if you look up here, Harris has the X, Trump has the O's. So he's got anywhere where you see an O.
Who knows?
Huh? What?
He just won something. And my fucking goddamn computer doing. Oh, ready to break this thing. It's Oklahoma,
Yeah.
Missouri.
He just got up to 90 votes. Electoral
Oklahoma,
vote.
Missouri, Tennessee, South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama.
All right, here we go. All right. So he's got Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Florida.
Alabama. Oh, you got Alabama too.
Oh, no, that's Alabama. I'm sorry. Alabama, Florida, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and what's above Arkansas?
You got South
Missouri.
Carolina too.
He's got Missouri.
Yep, Mississippi.
He's got Missouri. He's got Alabama. He's got
Tennessee.
Florida. He's got Tennessee. Why are they?
And South Carolina.
Does that sound okay now?
Yeah, much better.
All right. Took me a minute. Granny wanted to listen to Dan Bongino, so I had to put the headset on for her.
Why is it doing that?
Missouri, Oklahoma.
So we got Oklahoma, Missouri, Tennessee, Alabama, and Florida, right?
And South Carolina. Yep. There we go. Trump hit 69.9 on the poly market. Oh, Mississippi too.
You said Mississippi?
Yeah.
And I believe she's got Maryland, correct?
She's got a couple of small states. One right underneath PA.
Yeah, that's
And
Maryland.
yeah. Also MA.
Maine?
Yeah, the little tiny yeah. That seems to be it so far.
What do you got to say, Dan?
Oh, no, I'm sure just taking a look here to see where all the states are.
Huh?
I was just sitting there taking a look, seeing where all the states are at. Where they're at voting right now. Like North Carolina might be moving more towards the blue.
I
North,
find that hard to
he's
believe,
only
though.
he's only
There's only
10,000 votes off there.
Yeah,
There's only 4% of the vote in.
yeah, I hear you. I was just looking. I can't sit and it wasn't confirmed blue. It was just they had it like
Yeah.
All right, so she's got
checkered line.
Maryland, Maine, and Vermont. He's got Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, Missouri, and Oklahoma.
Yep. Benny's map is showing South Carolina. Then Texas is undecided but red. Georgia's undecided but red.
She's at 27. He's at 90. He's killing her on the popular vote, though.
I say if Trump did lose North Carolina, isn't it? Or Carolina, whatever, went over for him.
Say that again, Dan.
Hey, even if he did lose Carolina, it's, you know what I mean? But you still got roads to go.
Trump up by 12 points in Georgia.
Let's see what this other one says.
But here's a question. How many of y'all flying out of the country if Trump loses? Just had to ask.
I'm not. I wouldn't move out of the country. I would, if I was anybody with any common sense, I would move to a southern state.
I think Elon Musk is right. If we don't win this, then it's over. Like for real for elections, because they've been strategically plotting illegals in swing states. If they get power, then they will give them the path to be able to vote. It's pretty much game over at that point.
This would be
they've been up like 700%.
Well, like Elon Musk said last night, this will be the last election.
Yeah, I agree with you.
If Trump doesn't win, this will be the last election because it's going to go to the New World Order.
We won't have any more elections. They'll pretty much seize power at that point. We'll be a one-power state, country. We'll never be able to get power back.
I think every conservative needs to move to the southern states, and that way we can separate from the country.
That's what blows my mind when I heard 33 million Christians were going to sit it out.
Why? That's so stupid.
Because Trump ain't pro-life enough for them.
Okay, so when they die and go stand before God, then they have to answer why they didn't vote.
Yeah, they'll have to answer for it, but that's what was being put out. That's what Mises has been on a kick about. The report that 33 million Christians are going to sit it out because Trump ain't pro-life, even though he got it. He made more moves and to deal with abortion than any other Republican. They're going to sit it out.
Fucking idiot.
He got it pushed back to the states. But that's what they're claiming. I've even seen these type and they're arguing on X, with some sort of morality high ground they're on. I'm like, I'm a pretty extreme into pro-life, but I'm realistic. Sometimes you gotta walk, you can't run.
Sorry, Vinny, but no legal pot for you.
What, Florida didn't go legal on marijuana?
Nope.
A lot of the southern states are going to be the last ones to hold out.
Yeah.
I was surprised, though. Florida?
Yeah, because we really don't consider Florida a southern state, even though it's in the south. We consider that like a southern New York.
Florida's our big dick energy of the U.S.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about when it comes to like political views, Florida has more of the same value as New York does.
True.
Conservatives ain't real big about legalizing drugs. It's just, they're not.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you just call marijuana a drug? Because, most people say
it is a drug. It is a drug.
Thank you.
Come on now.
It's anything that alters your mind is a drug.
Yeah, it's a drug. I mean, now we can argue, we can have the discussions about
Now, is it
level of the
Schedule
drug
1?
it is.
No, definitely not a Schedule 1 narcotic.
You're getting high from it. It's a drug.
Thank you.
Conservatives ain't big fans of that, especially after watching what's happened in blue states who've legalized it.
That was
So
Oregon,
they're
and
gonna
yeah, that
hold
failed
out.
miserably.
Now, me personally, I don't have no issue with it myself. I'm just saying conservatives, where they stand on it, they're not a big fan of wanting to legalize it, so they're definitely going to be the ones to hold out the longest. Now, you might convince conservatives, you're strong conservatives about medical use, you could make that case, but they're not going to be really on board.
Is getting past the 100 years of, oh crap, what's the word? Condemning it and all the craziness that have been put out.
It's just a reality, Conservatives ain't going to really be for that.
Connecticut going red?
Yeah, I think there was some fucked up shit with Article 3 too, if I remember. That some people had some issues with.
Yeah.
I was hearing some noise being made about it.
Yeah, I want to say DeSantis was not for Article 3, but I don't know what it was about it.
There's something about Article 3 that pushed them away from it. I don't know if it had something to do with the distribution of, who distributed or something like that. Big companies or something like that.
What?
I might be talking out my ass, but I remember there was some fuss about it. So again, you might be able to come back around the next time and kind of make some changes.
What up, Layman?
You might have a better shot the next go around.
What up, Layman? I'll have your Layman. I'll send you your video by Friday. Try to finish downloading it. I got to meet Layman and Athena. Layman, by far, was probably one of the best acts at the Kentucky show.
Yeah, I saw Minister's post about it. And Layman killed his shit.
Oh, man, he was awesome. And it was his first time ever performing, and he acted like a pro.
No shit. Man, it sucks to miss it.
You would never knew that was his first time on stage.
Damn, I wish I could have made it, man.
Yeah.
I'd like to send it. No Layman on here for years. It would have been dope to be there. But my bad for not being able to make it. I'm really disappointed in myself. Didn't make it. I'll just blame it on Kamala. It's all her damn fault. You know what's blown my mind? In the last few days, it has been crazy on X with the election coming up. The resurfacing of what you say, Pizzagate stuff. Like Elon Musk the other day posted. It has been wild how that has resurfaced right before this election.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah, Elon Musk posted something about John Podesta's a buddy of his that sat there and said Pizzagate was a conspiracy theory. Well, apparently that guy just got arrested for child rape.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Don't even get me started with the whole deal with the Halloween party with all the subliminals in that with
dude.
Joe Biden.
Dude, him biting the kid, maybe it's like, what in the world?
I mean, the wife's coming out in the panda suit. You got a dude with a pizza box around his. I mean, it was like in your face, subliminal messaging. I just think it's been pretty wild in the last couple of days. It's got real interesting with that.
Yeah.
Elon's sitting there posting, the swift of justice is coming. Basically stating, they're coming after him for that shit.
Oh yeah, dude, they're really fucking with Elon hard.
Elon's put his business and his freedom on the line.
He really has.
That's why I say, Trump go out there and take a bullet for us, and Elon can put his very freedom and business on the line to do this. The least we could do is vote. That's the least thing we could do. Get our asses off the couch and go vote.
I completely agree. Kennedy, pretty much he gave up a lot of his family.
Wrecked his name, in those circles, he wrecked his name.
So
they all put some on the line. So just saying, we can get out and vote for him.
It's what I'm loving is the fact that Trump was able to pull all these people from all different walks of life, right?
Yeah.
And pulled all these people from across all different political parties and was able to get egos aside and all come together for one common goal. And that's make America better. Make America great.
Well, the real message is that the Democrat Party is out of pocket. You know what I mean? They've went too far.
Yeah.
So this is
Gabbard.
Go ahead.
Oh, Tulsi Gabbard, she actually went full Republican, signed on with him and everything.
He's officially a Republican.
This is what the state of Louisiana I voted sticker looks like. A crawfish in a magician outfit. Gay as fuck.
That is pretty gay. Kind of looks like Spencer.
Yay!
Trump's leading Georgia still by 11% with 4% in. That's what always got me. Like, it'll be 4% of the vote in, and they'll give that state to somebody. It's like, how can you give it to them with only 4% in?
Yeah, that always confused me too.
I mean, I can see if it's like an 80% or 90%, but 4%, like, come on.
Yeah, I didn't understand it.
Yeah, I mean,
2% in, they called it like what?
And say, at 50%, they're, 75% of the votes are for one person already. Okay, I can see calling it then, but any earlier than 80, yeah, that just doesn't seem right. Especially if it's close.
Oh, hell, I'm calling the race right now. Trump wins. Pack it up, y'all. It was a long night, but I already called it.
You already called
Trump
what?
wins tonight.
Yeah,
Dan's
Trump
sticking
wins.
his D in the mashed potatoes.
Well, if that'll get Trump to win, I guess I can do that.
Make sure they cool down.
Yeah, we've learned a lesson from American Pie, yeah.
Well, in the Senate, we're gaining some more seats.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. They're all like intermingling and shit. Like Steven Crowder's live, but he's got Dan Bongino on. And then they had like Steven Crowder on Tim's.
All right. So, looks like we picked up South Carolina. Yeah, we already got that.
Did they call it?
Yeah. So we got South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, Missouri, Oklahoma. Did they win Texas?
It's gonna be one of those nights.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 states. Make sure it matches my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Why do I got 10? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Doesn't make any sense.
Oh, there's a marker on Texas, I think.
Yeah, and Alabama. He didn't win Alabama. Or Mississippi. Gotta take Mississippi off.
Benny's map is showing Alabama and Mississippi.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 states. To her 3. $99 to $27. If Louisiana turns blue, I know this bitch is rigged. I don't know about your all states, but they won't even let you go into the voting polls to vote if you are wearing any type of political t-shirt.
Really?
Here in Louisiana, if I were to wear this shirt right here, the Dan's logo, they won't let you. You have to take it off, turn it inside out, or put a jacket on. And I seen somebody walk in, said, I'm voting for the felon. They were like, you got to change your shirt, or turn it inside out, or put a jacket on.
That's crazy.
Yep. No political affiliations when you go into the voting booth. And of course, my wife broke the law today because she went in there and took a picture with her phone, and it clearly says no phones are allowed.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are breaking that one, though.
Andy Tripp said they won't let you do it in Missouri either. I'm feeling like shit, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I'm asking how you feeling when I came in the kid.
I feel like I'm going to pass out.
If it gets too rough on you, man, let us know. Shut it down.
No, I'll just let you all run it.
Okay. That'll work. It basically me talking and HVR sleeping.
He's up by 2.6 million votes. There's no way. There's no way she's going to win.
Dogs keep barking.
Yeah.
That's why I haven't
They
muted.
still got more fuck shit they can pull as the night goes. And of course, some of them are saying they ain't going to be able to claim them for days. So God knows the fuck shit they'll pull. Now, I will give a shout out to Laura Trump. She's been on it compared to what we went through with 2020. That woman that was running the RC didn't do shit.
Yeah, she's
Like,
been
she
doing a
was
good job.
sabotaging it. And but Laura Trump and them, but the attorneys are jumping on this shit. They've been getting fraud ballots removed. People ain't registered, you know what I mean? Getting them removed off the rolls. So they've been really stepping it up. They've been getting victories in the courts. So it's been great with that. So she's killing it. She's doing a good job. Is there more you could do? Yeah, but their cheating they've been getting away with is overwhelming, you know what I mean? So you take the victories when you get them to get that shit removed off the rolls. Or if they pull foul shit on voters, get the courts to order them to stay open, because they were doing that shit too. They were shutting places down on the early vote, super early, like at 1 o'clock. They were doing kind of fuck shit like that. They're supposed to stay open till like between 5 and 7 that night.
Why does your son have to come over here?
I don't know. He's mad because I called him out that he fucks gators.
Can he what?
He's mad because I called him out about him having sex with alligators.
Well, damn. Thank you, Victoria. I appreciate it. Thank you, Muddy.
I gotta run, pick up dinner real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, there you go. Ghost X said, vote Trump or your nuts will shrink. Yeah, I appreciate that, Victoria. We need to get a 2 in front of that 9.
2. Oh, okay. I don't know what you were talking about.
$2.99. That would be awesome. The daggone the East Coast. A lot of the East Coast voting should be coming in because all the polls close at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, we should be closing up soon here. It's what, 7:30? So. But you know those people don't know how to count up there.
Yeah, look at all that red, that little bitty blue.
That's why they say that, you know, if we had the popular vote, only a couple cities would roll over the rest of the country. And that's why popular vote would never work.
Let's go, Trump. Let's go. How's the COVID? It sucks, Ghost. It sucks. I feel like crap. I'm only doing this because my brother said he wanted to come up and do political with me. That's why my camera's off.
Well, we can go beat the shit out of Fauci for it, Tim, for doing it to you.
Trump wins Arkansas? Where are you getting this information at?
Probably mainstream media, actually. They're probably calling races and shit.
There's no way Harris is leading by 71% in Pennsylvania. Get the fuck out of here. There's no way.
Yeah, there's no way. Because of the counties that were blue, nobody was showing up, so you can't get me to buy that.
I do not buy that.
Literally, they were like showing counties that was in that area. Pennsylvania and shit. and there wasn't that much correction, any traffic from Democrats.
All right, well, we're going to take an intermission real quick.
All right, go
And,
ahead.
we're going to play a song by our great friend Napson. He's got a song out called Fight. And I think it's very appropriate to play it.
Yeah, where were you on the day that shot the president? What you gonna do when you hear them say it's never said? Tell me now, y'all, does it really feel free to be American? Now, I ain't one for political rhetoric, whispers in the crowd. We all see what the agenda is. Only one man in the way of something malevolent, yeah. Let me tell you about the greatest place. I need to say something now before I fade away. I'm proud to be a citizen of the USA, but how we living right now ain't all that great. We need for something to change. People are running away. They like to create division because they love to hate. I don't care if you think differently, if your opinion that you're giving isn't sit with me. So long as we agree on the freedom of speech and the pursuit of happiness, life, and liberty. I need to fight for my rights. Lies coming in from both sides. There's something inside the water that's making everyone blind. What do you say when everything crumbles? We really need someone. The country's in flames, I'm seeing in troubles. Fight for your freedom, son. Check it out now. I never felt more disgraced than how I feel now with this poor display of misinformed debates. I'm hoping for the day when the dust settled down from the storm we braved. Let me tell you about the coup d'etat of who they got. They trying to shoot they shot. Wait, they missed? Ooh, thank God. Let me say it again. I said, ooh, thank God. Ooh, thank God. Listen, if you're wishing for the death of a presidential elect, I think it's evident your head has been possessed by something that the devil sent and it was meant to infect. Instead of ridding yourself, you're just letting it spread. Do we agree that murder is pure evil? It's illegal, it's egregious, it's the farthest thing from Jesus or whoever you believe in. It's obscene we seeing people in the streets say with Trump they think is needed. What does it take to get out the jungle? We really need someone. We're losing faith, the country's in rubble. I think we need DJ Trump. Well, tell me who to blame, who is my scapegoat. I know the news will say something like they ain't no. Orchestrated like JFK by the CIA. I see I'm hoping for the same show. Point the finger at me, I'ma point the finger at you, we all point the finger at who, saying who pulled the trigger that day. Turn my music up, I think I'm about to lose my mind. They think we're stupid, but the truth is we see through the lies. It's time we stand up for our rights. I'm the man and that we fight. Put your hand up if America's alive. Yeah, come on, everybody. Don't you back down. Better not back down, cause what do you say when everything crumbles? I think we need someone. The state of decay got us all paying double. Fight for your freedom, son. Grocery prices keep on climbing. I think we need someone. The border's in crisis, we're truly divided. Our one hope is DJ Trump.
I think we know that guy. Are you back, Tim?
Yeah, I said I think we might know him.
Yeah. Another good song to play tonight is F, Kamala by Bird.
Play what?
F, Kamala by Burden.
Oh, snap. Looks like Trump just went up to 105.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a site that's got like showing the states because I don't watch the mainstream media. I like absolutely refuse to watch them. And can't sit and say watch Fox because we remember what they did with Arizona.
All right. So it looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. So 105 to 30. As you can see, Kamala's only got 3 states: Vermont, Maine, and Maryland. Trump has got Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Missouri, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. He's got 105. She's got 30.
Hell, I think every person on the planet is live right now, Tim.
Yep. Like I said, it's going to be the most watched presidential race probably in history.
Yeah.
And he's winning the popular vote by 2.8 million.
I'm just trying to find one that shows the map that I could trust. You ain't seen me flip over to NBC, ABC, CNN, any of them. Ain't happening.
What I don't understand is why the mainstream media has not covered Candace Owens reporting on Kamala where she faked being black. Because she's not black, she's white.
Why isn't every race they basically in Ohio deal? Democrats are all winning, but it's a pretty strong red state. Yeah, that's hard to believe.
Say that again, Dan. You broke up.
In Ohio and a lot of the the House races and stuff like that. Right now, Democrats are leading just about in every case, and I'm like, Ohio's a pretty red state. That's hard to believe. Every Republican. I mean, it's 40% of the votes counted, but still, it just don't make sense to me.
Lone Wolf said North Carolina just flipped red.
Got every case they show. So somebody Democrats are winning everything by the counts. Everything as they're going through now. Pennsylvania, Democrats are winning. Ohio, Democrats are winning.
Where are you watching this at, Dan?
Someone's showing the map from Fox. They're watching the Fox deal, so they're showing the map. Oh, not the map, but down at the bottom, they're showing the tallies being counted of House races.
That's the House, though. We ain't worried about the House.
Yeah, the House and Senate races, but as they're scrolling through, though, every case, Democrats are winning.
Well, he just jumped up to 3.1 million on votes. He's winning the popular vote by almost 10%.
Now we're in the Rhode Island. Democrats are winning. It's like every one they show is Republicans are losing.
Now I gotta go see what you're talking about because I have. Can you hear that?
Yeah, they call it. What's that?
Can you hear this?
No,
You can't hear that?
no. I'm just trying to find someone that's showing the tallies. You know what I mean at the bottom, so I can see what's going on in the counts. Cruz has got the lead in Texas right now. Okay, so far, but they're not leading by a whole lot, but they're winning in Texas right now. Hasn't been called or anything.
All right, hold on, Dan. I gotta show you this. All right, check this out, folks.
And some trend. But what we've done ahead of time for you is we've filled in those states we think will go Republican here in red, and those we think will go Democrat in blue, which leaves us with the 7 grey states. These are the battleground states. So ahead of time, let's just have a look at what Kamala Harris's best path to the White House might be. We're going to award her Wisconsin, where she was just ahead in the polls, within the margin of error. Similarly, Michigan there with 15 electoral college votes. And we're going to plot in North Carolina and Georgia, where it was equally tight and within the margin for Donald Trump. And we'll also give him Arizona, because he had a lead of around 1 or 2 points in Arizona as well. And in this scenario, so long as Democrats win the one district in Nebraska, Nebraska 2, which is Omaha, you can see that even without Nevada, the whole race becomes about Pennsylvania. As we said some weeks out, it may well be. So let's go back to our scenario. The one thing I would just say about these 3 Midwestern states is that they tend to vote together. They're slightly older, they're slightly whiter than the national average. They voted together in 2016 when they flipped for Donald Trump, and they voted together when they went back for Joe Biden in 2020. The big question, of course, tonight is, do they hang together this time around?
I don't believe that. They didn't fucking flip in 2020. Motherfuckers robbed us.
I just
robbed us.
over the Ohio deal.
Huh?
In the House races so far. So right now, the Democrats are winning right now. No, it doesn't say Ohio's going blue. Sorry, Granny's over here having a delusional moment. No, I was talking. Well, you got a headset on. But anyway. No, what I'm checking, Tim, is the Fox News, where they scroll at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up.
They called in Connecticut for Harris. Okay. But that's to be expected there.
All right, so it looks like they got Illinois. They're giving her Illinois and Connecticut.
Okay. Yeah, Fox News, as they have it right now, they got Trump on at 111 and Harris at 72. Electoral. Yeah, right there as you got up there pulled up. Trump, if you don't win this tonight, I'm kicking your ass. Just letting you know that, Trump.
All right, so they got her winning New Jersey and Illinois.
Yeah, them are pretty blue states. I mean,
and then they got her
it was a
winning.
good shot for what Trump did for New York and New Jersey, and but they're pretty radical blue. I feel bad for the ones that vote against it, even though they're being financially destroyed by what Democrats are doing. But yet they'll have these, their ideologues keep voting, and so they got to suffer the punishment for it. I do feel bad for them on that case. Yeah, Kamala winning Kansas. What happened to Kansas?
Where do you see Kansas at?
I'm looking at my screen over here. It's the Fox News.
I'm on Fox News.
Huh? That's weird. Because me, it shows people talking. They're talking, and they got the things feeding at the bottom. They're not showing what you're showing. They actually had people talking back and forth on a panel. Wait, how did that happen? Maryland, they had Trump with the higher total, but they had her marked for calling it.
Oh, Maryland will always go.
Yeah, but he was at 63%, and she was at 30-some%, but yet they called it for her. I'm a bit confused with that. Well, it looks like Warren won her bid.
Who?
Elizabeth Warren. Dumbass Elizabeth Warren. The Indian chief. Elizabeth Warren.
Pocahontas.
Yeah, Pocahontas. Michigan's what blows my mind, right? They got that governor there, Whitmore or whatever, and she went full-blown authoritarian against the citizens of Michigan. I mean, to the extreme. Even killed old people in the homes, and yet they'll still vote for that shit. It just blows my mind. If they pull that shit here, your ass is gone. To be that authoritarian. But there is a lot of BS coming out with voting issues out of Michigan, so they've known to pull some BS. Like, they got more people registered to vote than there are people that live in the state. Right? I think
Let's see.
500,000.
This one's got Trump at 105. The last Fox poll had him at 111.
No, they're all over the place.
What the fuck? Which Fox one are you watching?
Man, it just shows Fox News Live. I was watching this other channel, these people on a panel, and they have Fox News. So it's probably the big Fox News network.
This is the Fox News right here. See, I'm on their channel, Fox News.
Yeah, it'd be their live.
Yeah, that's the one I hit.
Huh. That's weird.
Where it says live right here. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Click on it. And this is what I get.
That's crazy.
So which one are you on?
Well, it's not even Fox News. It's a channel called Callie Fontanelli. It's people on a panel covering it. But I was trying to avoid going on the main news channel. Let's see, I'll check.
So you're not on Fox News?
Yeah, I'm not on Fox News. I'm just seeing the panel of Fox News on their channel. But yeah, let's see. They got one on YouTube, live 2024 election night, mega stream on a no. Live now from Fox is the one I think that. Yeah, on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm on.
But it's not showing that, though. That's the weird part.
I don't think you're on Fox.
Yeah, it says live now from Fox. 257K watching.
Look, Dan, right here, Fox News channel, live. Click on the live. This is what it brings me to.
I can go grab it and send it to you, Tim.
Could you please? Because
yes,
I have no idea what you're watching. This is like it's just a house. Senate race. I don't want that. I want the presidential. All right, here we go. Get rid of that chat shit.
I sent it to your IG.
I got you.
Down at the bottom is where they got the scrolling of where the voting tallies are coming in. Well, this changed. Trump went to 175, Harris 94.
All right.
This is weird about the Fox deal, though.
Specifically in the battlegrounds of Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Let's very briefly just look at what little information we have out of Michigan. So with 7% of the vote in so far, we do see Harris with a 14% advantage in Michigan. Pennsylvania, only 12% of the votes have been tallied so far. And right now, Harris has a sizable lead. Looks like she's got a 40-point lead right now. That very well could be one of those blue mirage situations that we were just discussing very early on in the tabulation cycle. North Carolina, let's go to the Tar Heel state here. Let's see what they're working with. They have a fifth of the votes in, 20% of the votes in North Carolina. And Trump right now has about an 8-point lead over Harris with a fifth of the votes tallied. Finally, let's hit Georgia. And it looks like we have Trump up with an 11-point advantage. That's with over half of the votes tallied. So Trump with an 11
Pretty good, actually.
State. We don't know exactly which ballots were being tabulated in that. We, again, don't know if this is a red mirage, if you will. We will be waiting to see more results as they come in. There you see on your screen right there, Georgia, 52% of this state has been called. Georgia was so important. It actually had a record number of early voters. It was so robust that a top official told the Associated Press that the big day could look like a ghost town at the polls. Biden became the first Democrat to take that state since Bill Clinton in 1992. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, guys.
And Anna, of course, you've spent so much time in Georgia this cycle. Let's talk about it. You saw the vote spread there between Trump and Harris. Harris night watch party right now. It looks to be quite raucous there. A lot of performances at the moment on the campus of Howard University here. So if you could, Georgia first, and then what are we seeing right now?
In Georgia, I was at a polling site today, and Georgia has 159 counties. 2 of them could be flipped. And I was in one that's leaning blue. And I spoke, actually, I kept finding voters who were saying, we're going to vote for Trump, even though, we may be Democrats, we may be Black. That's the way that we're going to vote this cycle. And people were concerned about the economy. I mean, we've seen it over and over again in the polls being conducted since the caucuses and primaries. It's the number one issue, followed by, threat to democracy. Tonight, it seems, and that's what we're seeing on Howard campus. People are excited, but the election is just getting started, as you and I know.
So, Anna, I wanted to also add from it seemed like the Harris campaign went all in on the response to that joke that was made at a Trump rally at Madison Square Garden in New York about a week and a half ago here.
All right, Tim.
Was that kind of strategic on the Harris's part, or a waste of time, money, and effort here? How do you see that? How is the Harris campaign kind of spinning that to their advantage here? It seems like they think there could be some benefit to it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Pennsylvania, out of the 7 battleground states, has the most electoral votes up for grabs. And so what we've seen is the candidates jumping around between these 7 states, sometimes multiple per day. But Harris is really focused on Pennsylvania in the end. And so, with the Puerto Rican thing, Puerto Rico, I should say, Pennsylvania's makeup of a Puerto Rican isn't high compared to other states like New York and Florida. But it's something that they've realized we can really get a lot of life out of this incendiary remark that was made at the Trump rally at Madison Square Garden a couple weeks ago. And you're right, Andrew. They've continued to hit on it again and again and again, and play the racism card. And will it work or not? It's going to be interesting to see the exit polls among Hispanic and Latino voters, even if you get really into the weeds and look at Puerto Ricans. And see, did that move the needle at all? I think people's minds were already made up before that comment was made.
Anna, we were speaking earlier about the Senate and the balance of power in the Senate. We saw the race being called for Rick Scott in Florida. He's somebody that's thrown his name into consideration to become the leader of the Senate. Can you walk us through how that process works?
Yeah, so once Congress does get back this month, there's going to be a vote and move forward similarly with the House Speaker, move forward on who's going to be the best candidate for Republicans, and then as well as Democrats. But depending on who takes control tonight, if we know tonight, will determine, if it's going to be a House and Senate controlled by one party, by both, if the White House is going to be controlled by a separate party. But I think Rick Scott is throwing his hat in, and very interestingly, Florida is a state of immigrants. Even with the situation at the southern border, we've seen millions of people released into the country and choosing to go to Florida, specifically South Florida, Miami-Dade area. And so Rick Scott has a firsthand understanding of, not only how to help immigrants in his state, but this population that's technically illegal in the country, and what that looks like. So I think he's got an interesting perspective.
Interesting in his very same election night victory speech, he mentioned the Republican Senate leader race as well, that he has thrown his hat into the ring here. Anna, thank you so much for being with us. Also, we do have some of these candidates stepping up to the podium at their election night watch parties as well, including Mike Braun, who's leaving the Senate. He's going to the governor's mansion there in Indianapolis. Let's listen.
I'll try to find Tim a better one.
Up at the
to get back.
Brewery that we celebrated, and the journey that I've been on over the last 7 years, most people would think you've been crazy to do it in the first place. Dear, what do you think about that?
No, it's good.
Okay. All I can tell you is 7 years ago in August, when I declared to run for the U.S. Senate, there weren't many believers. And even folks close to you wondered, did you really have a game plan? Well, my game plan started very simply when I got to be the luckiest man alive to marry this lady here.
All right, I'm back. Did I miss anything?
All these fancy
yeah, we got to find a different one because this one's starting to suck.
Do what?
Yeah, so we got to find a different one because this one's kind of sucking. So I got to try to find a different one.
All right. Let me see. Let's see what this one says.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the Fox one that actually shows the tallies and stuff. it's funny to me. It seems like YouTube just wants to keep bringing up the ones from ABC and CNN, and then they kiss my ass. I wouldn't put it. I depended on it.
All right, let's try this one.
And today, we also know Trump looking very, very solid for Republicans, as it had in the last cycle in 2020 as well. In the meantime, here, we do have more Austin Westfall here.
Not make problems and defeat him. And they think that's going to happen tonight.
Yeah, and I wanted to just bring up a race call that we're getting. Speaking of Harris here, let's go to the Garden State at the moment. We bring you all these in real time, as you know. The Associated Press calling the race for Harris. She beats Donald Trump there in New Jersey. Also, Westfall, Harris winning New Jersey.
Harris winning New Jersey.
Voting push, and you see those votes from and Bobby Haley, whether or not that's going to work or not, is banking on those votes. I'm in regular contact with the Harris campaign. This is part of their strategy, seeing if they can close the gap with those Haley voters in getting them to vote for Kamala Harris.
All right, Cameron Arcan there with the New York Post. Cameron, thanks so much. Have a good election night. Great reporting this cycle, as always. We have at the moment here, Austin, Arizona voter, getting some of the challenger of the Florida. This is going to happen here on Live Now all throughout the course of the evening. We're as well for where that came from on this election night. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Discussed some of his alleged online postings from over a decade ago on an adult web forum. He already had an uphill battle before that scandal came out. Once the scandal came out, he stopped being invited to Trump events.
How you feeling, Tim?
Mark Robinson's campaign basically floundered at that point. North Carolina. Let's pull up some of these results and let's zoom in so that we can see how this thing played out. Josh Stein, he's the AG in the state. He will be the next governor. He's going to be succeeding Governor Roy Cooper, who was term limited. So Josh Stein going to be moving into the governor's mansion there. He won by a margin of about 8 points. North Carolina, that's a fascinating one. I want to keep it moving here because on this map too, Andrew, again, North Carolina, we kind of expected that to fall the way that it fell. New Hampshire, that's something I want to focus in on. That's the only real toss-up gubernatorial race that we were following. 32% of the votes counted so far, and Kelly Ayotte, the Republican, so far has exactly a 2-point lead over Joyce Craig. Looks like there's still a lot of ballots to be counted in that competitive gubernatorial race. We'll keep you posted. I think we have some props to get to.
Yeah, that's right. So we have now a resolution to the North Carolina gubernatorial contest that got so much attention with those bombshell reports about some of Mark Robinson's alleged online behavior. This is the election night watch party for Robinson's supporters here, Austin. So if we see any campaign staffers or Robinson himself take to the podium there, we'll bring this live as well. So that's a live vantage point we have coming to us from North Carolina. We also have a live vantage point coming to us from New Jersey.
Hey, Tim, I sent you another. They're bouncing off of YouTube Fox. You can use it if you want.
His crowd of
It
supporters
actually
here.
is playing the Fox.
To your point, Austin.
Yeah, this is the
If
one.
I have to watch a mainstream deal, I'd rather watch that one than any of them. But they are giving the tallies.
Here we go.
But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53, this is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. You know, 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through.
Hold up.
What's up?
Turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind.
So they're saying Trump done won all these states already?
Yeah, I think that's one that's been claimed.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm way behind.
That's why I'm pulling it up so I can see a little better on my TV.
Kansas.
Then they got the races called right down there at the bottom. Like I said, they're showing Trump and her, but they're also showing the house races and stuff. Like, yeah, see, Oklahoma was called. They're trying to tell me she's 61%, and it has 38 in Pennsylvania. I just don't see that, but okay. People in Michigan still voting for Robert Kennedy.
Fucking idiots.
It's like it was like a 0.4% or some shit. Like, you do know he's not.
That's what I'm saying. I think those people should be taken off the fucking ballot. They're going to fuck the vote up.
Well, he tried to get himself off the ballot. The Democrats sued to keep him on the ballot. They felt it's beneficial to them to keep him on the ballot to sue. So Trump's, they got marked down here 178 to 113. I'm not happy about some of these other races, though.
Mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris winning
Okay,
Iowa
he did gain traction because he was kind of falling behind in Ohio, and I was like, what the fuck?
With Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
Bill, I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times this evening. I don't think they maybe like
that was
something,
the idea.
a little something for the mention.
Yeah, just because I popped it up, guys. I looked at it the first time here. Yeah, you're right about that, right? A little something on the side, a little backsheesh, right, Brett? Okay, so this is Michigan. It's the first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10% in, all right? Look at this.
Well, Blackburn won hers, so I voted for her for Senate.
Michigan. He is on the ballot. They tried to get him off the ballot. The court said, no, you got to be on the ballot. He's drawing 2,455 raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether or not it helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far. So that's for you, by the way.
Yeah, they do, man. They always go.
Trey Gowdy's here. You know, what about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries. First of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. Now, he's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really
There's too much, Tim. Just let me know, man. People understand. Everybody understands.
Someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone
in the first
who has
place, to
begged
be
you
honest.
not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election. I was in the green room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is finding the two smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and looking on their papers. That's McCarthy and Rove. There may be a 269 tie. I know nobody wants to hear that, but there is a scenario under which there will
Any
be
other
a
topic
tie.
for discussion tonight?
Sean, you want to move on?
Yeah, I think we can move on from that. I don't think anyone really wants that. But actually, I would accept that because that would end up in the House of Representatives, and I'd say our Republican odds at that point would be pretty good.
It is a very dysfunctional House, but I think they could coalesce around that. Yes,
I think they would.
What are you looking at, Brett?
Well, 8 years ago, you may remember, it was a while before we sensed that the Trump upset was happening. And one of the earliest indicators we got was from the betting odds, which I was at a farther point on the panel that night. By the time you got to me, about everything smart had been said. So I started talking about the betting odds. Well, I've followed them ever since. Tonight, as we started this broadcast, Trump stood a 58% chance, according to the betting odds, of winning the election. As I read this off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing the betting out there and affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how much does it impact it that, it's the first year that you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States? Because there's a lot of people who are playing them probably in a fundamental way.
These odds, composed by Maxim Lott and John Stossel, are from Betfair, Markets, Predicted, Polymarket, Kalshi, and
it's a basket.
It's a basket. It's an average.
Dana, what are you looking at?
I am looking at some of just on X, watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College. And, about a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom that she could act
here this evening. And if we're to believe Trey, this thing could be listening to the two smart guys in the green room. It could be 269. She must have done something.
Seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay, suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now has the lead. Okay, but this is about a 6-point difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right, if I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story. Okay, suburban women. Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical. The margin that she's leading by, Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
Wow. Big numbers.
Yeah.
You got a call to make.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of
Thank
Ohio,
you.
54.2% to
You got Ohio.
54%. So obviously that was what was anticipated in the early polling. He was ahead by about 8 points. This is a 9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the most recent polling was showing in the state of Ohio, but a solid win for him in what used to be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And obviously, there's 54% of the vote in. But as you look at the
You got your state, Menace.
Electoral College, 195 to 113.
Figured he would take Ohio, but
swingiest of swing states,
you never know
no
these
longer
days.
very Republican, much like Florida. And now it ticks on. Obviously, we're looking at these battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannon.
Back in the day, whoever won Ohio won the presidency.
Yeah, I remember that. Back in the day, it was Ohio and Florida decide the election.
Yeah, if you won those two states, you pretty much won the election.
Yep.
Now,
Ohio was one of the key states.
Now, I want to go back and reiterate what Brett Hume said. So in 2016, the betting polls, when the night started, they had Hillary Clinton winning at 96% chance she was going to be the president.
Yeah.
2 hours into counting the polls, she went from 98% to 56%. Then 2 hours later, they had Donald Trump at 64% of winning the presidency. And by midnight, they had him locked in at 88% of being the president. And by 1 a.m., they had him at 98%. And at 2 a.m., they called it. So
that was an awesome night.
In 2020, the betting polls was against Trump and was going for Biden. So just food for thought that these betting polls the last two elections have actually predicted who was going to win.
Yeah, they've called it.
So
what is the poly market or whatever? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, keep your eye on the betting polls.
Kennedy, it seems, is Virginia. You just got a message from the governor?
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the last text, at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on, really tight.
Yeah.
Exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question about turnout in Philly and the suburbs of Philly. We talked earlier about the university population. That's one part of the population. But the vote lead was 700,000 below what they were in 2020. So that a lot of ground to make up. From the Trump campaign, now take it, this is what they're saying. They believe this is going to be a tortoise hare kind of night for them in Pennsylvania, in as much as they don't even.
Look at that. Louisiana, 73%.
Yep, I just saw that a moment ago. They claimed Louisiana for Trump.
Something ain't right, baby. Even though we got a Democratic governor, we'll always go red. But we always have, I think, in the last 16 years I've lived in Louisiana, we've only had one Republican governor.
That's crazy.
That was that Bobby, I forget his last name, but he almost looked like an Indian dude. He was real dark complected, but he was Cajun. But he was a Republican. But other than that, we've always had Democratic governors. Always.
That's crazy thinking about it. Yeah, they always vote red, but then it comes down to the government at the state level, they go Democrat.
Well, because in the major cities, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and Shreveport are all Democratic cities, and they determine who the governor's race belongs to. But when it comes to the presidential race, they for some reason they can't pull it out. Just wanted to throw that out there, food for thought.
I even think Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true, that would mean African-American turnout did not appear to the number and degree that they wanted. And secondarily, any other vote they thought.
Did you see that? The Maine is 51% for Trump. Maine?
Yeah, it'd be cool if he pulls off Maine.
No, it's only 4 votes, but still, every vote counts. But Maine?
Right.
That would mean African-American turnout did not appear to the number and degree that they wanted. And secondarily, any other vote they thought, the union vote, workers are not going her way either in Pennsylvania. Anecdotal, that's their side, but I'm telling you what they're thinking.
That raises obvious questions. You know, if you're Joe Biden at the White House right now, sitting at home, you're thinking, I'm Scranton Joe, and I have this great relationship with the unions all these years. And if she does end up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here, he's shaking his head and saying, I could have won.
It's just interesting that they're analyzing this data like we all are.
Yes.
And that is their take on it. I'm sure the Harris campaign, for the better part of the night, I was hearing from either reporters or Democrats. Believe it or not, I have a few of those friends. And I was hearing from them, oh, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where's the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Right.
And so finally, now the answer is beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump War Room. That would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd. Their degree of confidence is going up minute by minute. Take that for what it's worth.
Okay, Harold, let me just ask you this. I was in communication with Harris folks, with Democrats. They haven't had anything in a while. I mean, are you hearing anything from?
My communication resembles yours. I'm not have a lot of that either. I think these numbers are concerning. The numbers that Sandra's raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean, is room for concern in both Virginia and Pennsylvania. So I've not heard anything either.
Okay. The polls are closed in Battleground, Wisconsin. We're going to check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with more than a dozen tabulation machines.
Well, this guy he looks like he's constipated.
He might be.
Look at that face.
Yeah, he don't seem like he's too happy to be doing his job right now.
Ladies, can you imagine coming home and that's waiting for you in bed? Come here, woman. I'm constipated. Give me some.
I think they were sitting there saying something about the machines. Yeah. Like, have we not figured this out yet that we need to just go back to paper?
I know, right? Menace, check your IG.
Machines, what's that about, Mike?
More than a dozen tabulation machines and 31,000 ballots. And as a result, the city put out an all call for volunteers. So they've got firefighters.
Trump's leading Minnesota at 67%. Minnesota. You see that, Dan?
Well, that's still early in. It's only 1%.
Yeah, but
I don't know if they're willing to give up their blue supreme in Minnesota. Like training the kids,
IT workers, all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of the machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place, according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines, 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. So 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Watley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Brett and Martha.
It's a long night in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President
We're
Harris
doing more
will
fuck
be
shit,
in
y'all.
Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the
Been
race
like it
to
all day.
270. Makes it Trump 195, Harris 113 at this hour. And we have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Gregg. And that was a close race for a while. Kelly Ayotte will win.
New Hampshire.
There are a couple of other results we're getting as our Democracy 24 coverage continues. It'll be on the screen all night long.
New Hampshire is pretty blue, so that's surprising.
Yeah, I know. Trump's leading in Nebraska. Wait a minute. They gave him Nebraska, but she's winning. How's what?
I get thrown off by the shit too, man.
Look. They got Trump. There's a check mark for Nebraska. She's got 148,000. He's got 123,000. She's at 51.1%. He's at 44.9%. But they gave him the win.
The only thing I can think of is they're getting the numbers called in, and they just don't have it changed on up here. But the reports they're getting as they're coming in. That's the only way I can think that's happening.
I mean, that don't make no damn sense.
Because they're getting different counties calling in, and so at the time they had her at 54%, him 44%, but then they got the calls in, so they're calling that because he's claiming more districts, counties. They just don't got it changed up here. That's the only thing that explains that. Yeah, I get your point. You look at it and go, wait, she's in the lead, but yet you're calling it for Trump, or vice versa.
Well, Cruz got reelected.
Oh, they called it for Cruz. Thank God. We still got Texas.
MMC saying that the New York Times and Fox News is calling North Carolina for Trump.
Of course he is. Where else would we find you,
Stand by in a
Pete?
second. Hold on. Once I go like this, we got to wrap real quick. They're coming to us.
You're on.
Should we get Pete a drink?
Just
Hello.
stand by, everybody. We're
Go ahead.
coordinating with the
Pete?
mothership.
Pete, we are the mothership calling Pete
Can
Hegseth
you hear
at the
us?
Honky Tonk in
Mothership
Nashville.
calling.
Can you hear us?
Hey, guys. Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, Brett and Martha. We're at Kid Rock's Honky Tonk in Nashville. I can't hear a thing. I can't hear myself think. And the crowd here is psyched because you're now on the TVs here in the bar as well. I'm here with Clay Travis, Morgan Ortegas, Tommy Laird. We just had Kid Rock himself. So while you're at home watching the returns on Fox, and everybody's watching you guys, and you're doing a phenomenal job, pull up Fox Nation on your second screen and have a party with us. Because I'll tell you, the vibes here on the ground, we're talking to voters today too, this feels a lot like the 2016 vibes as you see the results coming in. You can tell the crowd here, pretty psyched. They love watching you guys and what you're doing. If this sentiment isn't reflective of what's happening in this election, could be a very good night for Donald Trump. I can't hear you, but I love you.
All right, Pete, thank you so much.
Pete,
Sounds like
thanks
they're
a
having
lot.
a pretty good time there.
They are. We're back with our panel. Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Kayleigh McEnany, Sean Hannity, and Trey Gowdy. And Bill Hemmer just went behind the billboard, and I kind of was going to call him out there.
It's like the Wizard of Oz.
So they're saying that Harris people are looking at Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. One thing to keep in mind here as we look at this data here is you got to remember how they count the votes, right? They start processing at 7 a.m. this morning. All that's mail-in stuff too. And that's the vote that's put out first. And so I want to do something funky and fancy here, guys. So just bear with me because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020, okay? This is important. It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote that count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across the line. And that's where the Republican votes started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden, okay? So with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's two counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get the 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state, and they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, right? Trump has just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden at 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're going to get a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, by 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis.
What up, Menace?
What up, big dog? Oh shit! Why do I have that?
What's up, Menace?
What's up, Dan? How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man.
I got this fucking basic ass picture up here. What the fuck?
Well, congratulations on Ohio winning the taking it for Trump.
Hey, I'm glad we did our part, man.
Louisiana did their part.
Well, last I seen Louisiana, they were, when you had it shared up last time, I think they're only at 1% of the vote so far. But obviously,
they already gave it to them.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obviously a state he's going to win. I really think we need Nevada, and we definitely need Arizona. I think we're going to pull Wisconsin, man. I don't know. Something tells me we're going to pull Wisconsin. Obviously, I think Michigan's going to go to her.
Pull this up.
Well, with all the foul shit they do in Michigan, I'd be surprised if it went to Trump. They do a lot of foul shit with their elections.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So,
states of whatever too.
If he can pull Georgia, right? He's already got Florida. If he pulls Georgia and Pennsylvania and Michigan, that's a wrap. He only needs those 3 states.
Yeah, we just need 270.
Right. He's at 195.
I don't know. I find it weird. Ever since I've been watching this coverage since this morning, since I went over to my mom's, and they keep bringing up this point that it's going to be tied 269. And I really find that very, like, why do they keep bringing this up? Like, I've never really in any election have heard that be a talking point, that this could be a possibility. And in the case that it does, I mean, it just goes to the House and we win anyway. So,
providing that the Republicans in the House be a bunch of dicks.
I get it with the red flags going up when they keep pushing the narrative.
Now, he's leading in Minnesota right now.
Yeah.
Which is surprising. So if he holds Minnesota, because Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, they usually vote together. If he pulls off Minnesota, then most likely Wisconsin and Michigan are going to follow suit. Historically speaking.
Yeah, but I mean, these elections here the last couple of years, they've been doing some weird stuff. I think Minnesota might swing. I don't know. He might pull Minnesota, honestly. Wisconsin is the important one. We need Wisconsin because I don't think. For one, I think Iowa's definitely going to go to Kamala.
Well, if he pulls Arizona and New Mexico, she can have Wisconsin because them two will balance it out. But then if you go Arizona and New Mexico, he's going to need Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Virginia.
Yeah.
But Wisconsin is a key state.
See, what really has me impressed is they were talking about PA and that the black vote was higher for Trump this year than it's been in the past.
Right.
That's a good sign because PA is basically a symbolism of all America. You got Jewish people, you got, Muslims, you got black people, you got white people. So you have like a demographic of everything, right? And for that to happen has never happened before. So that's a good thing for him. And they're saying PA, if you win PA, you're going to win this. That's what they're saying to keep an eye out for.
Yep. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I still say we're going to know by no later than 2 a.m.
I hope so, man. I really do.
That's my prediction.
Now, I know PA, they had, I'm pretty sure, a court case where they extended their polls till 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Let me know if you can hear this.
Negative.
You can't hear that?
No.
All right.
In a state where years ago, excuse me, I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I can do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes separating Biden from Trump in the Peach State. So
but the difference would be that was the COVID election, and that was a lot of mail-in vote, and that was not the same early vote for Republicans, right?
Yeah, I would argue you're right about that in Georgia. I think the important thing to keep in mind is how states report it.
Yeah.
And Pennsylvania is a really good example here where you're going to get a heavy blue, some would argue mirage in the beginning, and we'll see whether or not that mirage is real throughout the night, and maybe even into tomorrow.
Bill?
Yes.
Broadly speaking, there'll be some exceptions to this. Does it appear to you that she is underperforming Biden nearly everywhere?
It's a great question, Britt. This is just anecdotal. I answered the best way I can. I've been poking around all over this map. I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot of good news for him, a point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%. Now, the problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia. And, it's just, it's dominating. 81.
How does it compare to 2020?
I'll show you that next here. Just look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. still 25% of the vote still out. So he's got a chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call, and we'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the Vice President did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing. Actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's a former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland.
That's actually pretty good for New Hampshire.
For you next, the Democrat Angela Also Brooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as far as the U.S. Senate goes. We're still on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans.
All right, so this is what I was talking about. Now the Poly market has Trump winning at 78.6% chance of winning. When I mentioned it, when they mentioned it earlier, he was at what, 64%. So he's done gained 14% more chance of winning. That Poly market, I guarantee you, is going to predict who the president is.
Dude, I wonder, do you think they're taking like bets in Vegas on this?
They are. That's what the Poly market's from.
Yeah, that's what it is. Gambling.
Oh, dude, I'm about to go. Hold on, I'll be back.
He's like, I'm about to go lay me a bet.
Republicans, and again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia, maybe a couple of other races.
Montana.
Still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania about where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet.
Okay.
Obviously, a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel, Kaylee. What are you looking at? What do you feel?
So I'm looking at the suburbs, and first I would say the map, and again, it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020, but we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris.
All right, so I want to show you what MMC was talking about. Here's the Poly market map. So right now they got him at 76.4%. They got her at 23.2%. And here are all the states they predict Trump is going to win.
Yeah, now see those blue states, guys? That's where your riots are going to happen in about 6 months.
Well, that's where they put the fences. Which I thought was hilarious because they were pushing if, like it'd be Trump supporters. And like, then why is it being put in dark blue areas?
See, I'm surprised that he would lose New Mexico because that being a border state. I thought for sure he would win that. But she's leading at 89%.
Apparently they like illegal immigration, I guess.
But they got him winning Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, PA's it's gonna be close, dude. I don't see PA calling their race until at least tomorrow, if not later. They're already having issues there. I mean, not looking good.
So Maine is a split vote. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. So Maine uniquely allocates 2 votes to the state winner and 1 vote to each congressional district winner. So District 1, Harris is at 99%, and District 2, Trump's at 92%. So he could end up getting 2 of those votes. Same thing with Nebraska. He's leading in District 1 and 3, where Harris is leading in District 2. That's crazy. I didn't know that. So back in August, we had Trump winning at 70%. Then he went down. Then they had it at tied. Then they had her winning. It pretty much stayed the same. And then as of October 8th, they've had Trump winning ever since.
I mean, right now it's looking good, man. I mean, last time I checked, Trump had 33 million popular, and she had like 29. No. She had like 20. No, she had 30. Now he's at 35, and she has 31. I mean, his margin's increasing.
Yeah, he just went up to 77%.
I don't know, dude. I think everybody knew this was going to happen, but nobody wanted to say it just because they didn't want to get their hopes up. Nobody. It's like I put on the internet today, dude. Replacing Harris or Biden with Harris is like shitting your pants and changing your shirt. It makes no fucking sense.
I also believe it's too big. It's too big to rig.
That's what I'm saying. I think the turnout like just blew that chance up, because I mean they can pull that off in the cities, right? They're not going to pull that off everywhere.
No,
it'd be more like changing from an STD to a full-blown AIDS.
And I personally believe that's why it took so long last election, is because they needed to figure out what cities they needed those votes in.
Yep. And this cycle, this election is too many people came out and vote. They can't really pull it off.
I hope that's what happened.
Well, I got 3 hours and 10 minutes for my prediction to come true.
Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida. That is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why?
Hey, Tim, I hate to do this, bro, but I might have to jump off. I got to fix
the lesson that's
the old lady something to eat.
To the party. You've got to speak on this issue, because hiding from it.
You got to fix Amy something to eat?
No, Granny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she getting hungry. If you're still live here in a little bit, I'll be back up if you have to shut down. I appreciate you having me up.
So Granny, I said, hey.
No,
You feeling better?
I appreciate it, but I'll still be live until this damn thing ends.
All right, bro. Then I'll probably be back here in a little bit. Minutes. Right. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
All right, Bo.
Miss, did you get my email?
Yeah. I emailed you back.
The video?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it turn out okay?
Dude, it's fire. It's clean. Okay. Audio's clean. Visual's clean.
The camera turned out pretty good, didn't it?
It did.
Thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this, Trey, that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him, because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate, because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Yep.
I'm going to make a prediction, go out on a little bit of a limb here. I am growing more and more confident as I sit here and listen to everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest numbers people, finest sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play in the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to get a couple House seats and definitely a couple Senate seats out of this too.
So he done went up to 79.1%.
Yeah, dude, his margin's just going higher and higher.
On the poly market.
He said it earlier today when he was at one of his stops that he was at, that we see all red. He's like, but, we'll just wait until it's over.
80.6. And I just hit the refresh and it done went up another percentage.
Dude, do you think it really is too late to bet?
No.
What the fuck site would I even go to? Dude, I'll put $50 on it or something.
Scan the download app right here.
Oh, okay.
Go to Google Play Store or your Apple Store.
Scan the QR code. Polymarket.com. Oh, that's just election forecast. That's not for.
Or just Google.
I'm gonna Google places to bet on Donald Trump.
Vegas betting on presidential race. Hey, I appreciate that, Lacey. Man, I slept for 16 hours. I've never slept that long. I went to the emergency room yesterday after I left my job because I work in the hospital. I went straight to the emergency room. They said, "You're positive." I came home. I went straight to bed. I didn't get nothing to eat. And I went to bed probably at 3:30. And I woke up at 6:30 this morning.
Damn.
And I felt pretty good. I'm like, okay, shit. Everything's good. And that only lasted about 3 hours. And I just start feeling it coming back down again.
Yeah.
Oh, it's at 81.5 now. MMC.
They're saying Pennsylvania, right, is predicted to be like 50-50 entering the election day. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens.
They're saying, according to this, they're saying he's leading Pennsylvania by 73% to her 27%. He's leading Nevada 73 to 27.
Does anyone know what the was this around the last election?
Yeah.
What was the
they had it
accuracy?
They had it going for Joe Biden.
Did they?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That poly market is the last 3 presidential elections been dead on. Oh shit. Election day mishap. Harris photo op. Phone call sparks online buzz.
Oh shit. Yeah, so I'm watching Liberal Hive Mind, and they still have it 178.99 Trump. This dude's pretty good with his stuff too. He's got like 1.51 million subs.
So she was on a phone call with a voter, supposedly, and she had her phone turned around backwards.
Get the fuck out of here.
And she wasn't even on a call at all.
Get the fuck out. That's crazy.
I bullshit you not. Look, I'm gonna show it. How fucking dumb she is. So election day mishap, Harris photo op, phone call sparks online buzz. Kamala Harris was caught red-handed in an embarrassing election day gaffe after flipping her cell phone around to the cameras while on the phone with the voter to reveal she was seemingly not on a call at all.
I'm not. How you doing? Have you voted already? Give me a second. You did? Thank you. Thank you so very much. You know, it's so
See the
important
camera?
that everybody participates.
Yeah.
And I thank you. 'Cause
That's
I
crazy.
think a lot of other things you could be doing. Taking the time to vote. Really does. Thank you.
Did her phone start ringing?
Dumbass.
Ain't no way.
Look. Oh shit. Come on, damn it.
I'm not. How you doing? Have you voted already?
Watch your camera.
Give me a second. You
Watch
did?
the camera.
Thank
Watch your
you.
phone.
That's wild, bro. That literally is her camera.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Already? Give me a second. You did? Thank you.
What a fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, we all knew she wasn't the smartest.
Oh shit, that hurt.
You need to get you some vitamin C and some vitamin D, bro.
Man, I've been taking Zycam all fucking day.
You need to get you some zinc.
Oh, that was worth it. You stupid ass. That was funny. Thank you, Savannah, for sending that to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure her skull is full of air.
What an idiot. What a fucking idiot. And she wants people to have faith in her.
Yeah.
Come on.
We've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. When you think about what...
All right, hold on.
So what do you think will
including the
happen
West
if he
Virginia
wins?
seat, which is a flip.
If
Majority
Trump wins,
obviously would be
Yeah,
51.
do you think if he wins they're gonna deem Joe Biden unfit and throw Kamala in there for 2 months just to try to fuck it up as much as possible?
whoa, I never thought about that.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like
That's
he's been out of the picture from
because of the huge splash in Florida.
that's a scary thought. I never thought about that. Way to fuck up somebody's head, man. I appreciate that. But they could do that. They could,
yeah, for sure.
They could implement the 25th Amendment, put her in there for the last 3 months, and
And I find it weird how he's been out of the spotlight, man. He's just been, it'd be real easy to swing a story of he's been sick or this, that, and the third.
yeah, that's kind of scary because she can, with presidential powers, she can go in and
all she'd have to do is start a war and they can't transfer power. Pretty sure that's how that works, right?
no, they can transfer power, but she can declare martial law.
Which then they can't transfer power.
But then the military, they have the right to not follow the order if they deem it to be an unsafe order. They can do that. I don't know, man. That's kind of scary. I never thought about that.
Yeah, somebody brought that point up to me, and I've been thinking on that for a couple of days now. Like, dude, what if that does happen?
Damn.
I don't know, man. I just feel like ever since they announced that she was going to run, I feel like the news media has made a huge shift in favor for Trump, which has kind of been alarming.
Well, I'll tell you why. I have a reason for that. Ever since Trump has left office, all the mainstream media, to include Fox, their ratings have gone down drastically. Right?
No.
So I feel since she has been the nominee, they want Trump to win for their ratings to go back up.
Yeah.
And that's why they've been turning on her. Because the ratings go up, they get more money.
True.
So I believe they want him to be in power, to be in office, because that way the ratings go up, more money they get. Because the 4 years that he was president, they had the highest ratings ever.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Daddy Trump gives everybody money, bro. Everybody will have more money if he's president.
Exactly. So I think that's why you see CNN turning on. Matter of fact, last week CNN fact-checked her and called her a liar 2 times.
Yeah,
off one speech.
Yeah. And then they were calling her out for and basically allowing a campaign ad to go out to basically tell women, hey, it's okay. You can lie to your husband. You can vote different from him. That was crazy.
They got Trump leading by 0.2% in Pennsylvania.
I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now he's at almost 14 over Harris. That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far tonight. The other big splash, Virginia. Now, we don't know how Virginia will shake out, but Biden won Virginia by 10, and now it's tied. Obviously, it's too close to call, but right now she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and North Carolina are going to go their way, and Harris is going to have to play defense in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump doubling his black support in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania winning independents. And they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but you definitely think the Trump team has momentum here.
Laura, Virginia, you were talking about earlier. We'll put up the big board about Virginia and show that race. There you see the 50% to 48.3, 61% in. Too soon to call for.
Wow, that's impressive.
All right, it's a wrap. Probably market got him at 84.7.
Yeah, that's the fact that he's leading Virginia right now, 50% to 48.3.
I'm telling you, folks, midnight. I'm calling it midnight.
I don't know, man. This happened the last time I went to bed, and I was like, "Yep, Trump's gonna win." I woke
Yeah,
up.
but that was at 8 p.m. We're already at 9 p.m. Central Time. It was 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time when they called it that they had to stop the vote. They're gonna let this thing go all. We're gonna know by tonight. I guarantee it.
I fucking hope so.
Oh, this is wild. Remember, Trump didn't come anywhere near these numbers in 2016 or 2020. The Loudoun County numbers that we were talking about earlier are really something to watch. Trump is outperforming by 8 points in Loudoun County. It was a blowout in 2020. Big issue with education there. The other thing to look at, and Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch with him. He said, buckle up. Virginia is going to be very tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since 1988. Donald Trump is doing something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected. Obviously, anything can happen, with a 72% chance of winning. Watch out for slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight, it looks like Trump has a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question actually for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun
Yes,
County,
always, yes.
in Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues?
Yeah.
We've been having a little debate.
I think that the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living.
And
I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
And Loudoun County is the kind of place where you'd think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the Dulles technology corridor. And that looks like the kind of place, young, tech-savvy people who would be prone generally to vote Democrat. And the fact that it seems to be going the way it is tonight is I think,
a lot of
quite
credit
telling.
to Glenn Youngkin and obviously Donald Trump for the way that state was handled. They were smart to go there late in the game.
It's interesting to look at Virginia, and sometimes these things sort of take hold over a period of time, right? So Glenn Youngkin won his very close race, all about education, really, against Terry McAuliffe and parents' rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted to get. And Youngkin was sort of trying to get them over that edge. So if this does, and then we're, can't call it obviously yet, if it turns into a win for Trump tonight, it will be a very big
or even
sign.
close, Martha.
And we have not called North Carolina.
We have not called it yet, nor Georgia.
I'm sure there are good reasons for that, but others have.
I understand. Harold?
Do we know what's outstanding in Virginia?
All right, so let me just say this. The poly market right now is at 87.4 with 12% for her. If it breaks to 90%, it's a wrap.
You said it's at what percent for Trump? 87?
87.4.
That's insane, dude.
So if it gets to 90, it's a wrap. You can guarantee he pretty much won. And some broadcasts, like they said, have called North Carolina for Trump.
Talk to Bill Hemmer because he's at the wall.
Yeah, I can do that for you.
I feel like they're trying to call people out. Like, hey, you
this
didn't
is
do this last
Roanoke
time.
County.
Like, what's going on?
Why do I have
there?
that on the screen? That's Salem, Virginia. That's where Trump went for the rally the other day with Glenn Youngkin. Okay, so as you guys were talking here, all right, so this is part of our Fox Insights. Anytime we see an outline here, we go in Loudoun County. We've mentioned this, right? Now, this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now, and Trump's doing 3.4 points better now with 98% of the vote reporting than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? Number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Did you have something else there?
Do you
Go.
have a question?
Gotcha.
No.
Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
So the Virginia, is that the biggest county? The Fairfax County, is
Oh,
there
yeah.
another big county out? Because the campaigns are saying they've got big votes still out in Virginia. They still believe that they.
I tell you what I'll do, Harold. I'll cheat for a second here and go back to Virginia. It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the southeastern part than was expected. Okay, so there's still some vote out there, some still vote coming in, and we'll see whether or not that holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And Britt, I think you said some folks had called Carolina already. We've got about 70% of the vote in, and we've got Trump up,
4 points. 4 points.
Yeah,
right?
almost 185,000 raw votes. And I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we just poke around some of the bigger counties, okay? This is Wake, this is Raleigh. You got to look there, 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead down here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. A firm lead yet again, but there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied. So maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover. You find Wilmington along the Atlantic Shore. You've only got 5% of the vote in down there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather. They love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida. And they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
You're exactly right about that. Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago, they count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw votes just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number one. Come on, let's go here. All right, here we go. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia.
Yeah, he wants to give that power back to the states.
Are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes, right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? We're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the Bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Back on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71,
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watched it, right? How many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where were you on July 13th? Here we go. You got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county?
Not just that, Dan, but
4 years ago, before
how people live in California
assassination
shouldn't
attempts,
affect how
right?
people live
This
in PA.
past year
You know what I mean?
was
It should be up to the state.
Facts. Very well said.
Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might maybe outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding. but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those 3 states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. I mean, they just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've gone from 96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way, all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
absolutely
nobody missed that.
So how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote of 83 million.
It's so interesting you asked that question, because everything's kind of flipped. Republicans went in today with a lead that had never happened before. And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish something they'd never accomplished before, and that is to get same-day voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where we now find it. If I am correct in my belief, and my sources are right, and North Carolina, I'm almost 100% certain will be Donald Trump's. And Georgia, I believe, Harold and I have been going back and forth on this, will go to Donald Trump. Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating, to Laura's point.
Well, to that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Pages of referendums.
Okay. There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half. So was it even an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
So, all right, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear Sean Hannity's wrong T-shirt, if I'm right and North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information, Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Against Bob Casey, the
incumbent. Bob Casey, the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million, we went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into
these Senate races are looking real good too. That's a good, really good sign for Trump.
In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board, and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where, for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep
Justice
those
Bernie
blue wall
Moreno at
states.
51-45 right now.
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Geno's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before.
Dude, he's smoking her in North Carolina.
They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and
How
Pittsburgh
are they not calling
to just overcome Trump's red county substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016, and there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had
CNN called
a 90% chance
Did
that
they
she
really?
was going to
Did
win.
they?
Began.
Yeah.
And then it started going down, and we started doing the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point.
Trump at 205. Holy shit.
Gave Republicans an early boost, and the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
is her path narrowing as we get more into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win.
That's why the AP is at 198 still, because they haven't called North Carolina.
And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump.
No, they're at 87.
It's climbed all through the evening. to 69.
I think you should have a green eyeshot.
His popular vote, it just
Anyway,
keeps going
and
up.
there are other models are now.
Dolly
predicting
market's at
well in excess of
87.8%.
Futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that
Are
we
you
were talking
serious?
about during the break.
Yeah.
I mean, they are
Holy
rerunning
crap.
30,000 absentee votes.
That's what I'm saying. If it breaks 90%, it's a wrap. Let me show you.
What scares me is they just said, "Oh, we're going to slow the voting down now," which I know that happens after you count most of the vote, but this is still concerning.
Now I'm gonna hit refresh and see what it does. 89.5. 5%, half a percent away. If it breaks 90, that's a wrap, folks.
Now look, all those states right there that are blue should all form together and make their own country. I'm just kidding.
No, I want to turn red, please.
I'm just
They
kidding.
got him leading in Wisconsin, and they got him leading in Michigan. They got him leading in Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. They already gave it to him in North Carolina at 97%. So why Fox is not calling it, I don't know. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 states that are not completely red.
Does it show you what the percentage of the vote is for each state, or is it just
like in Nevada? They got him leading 87 to 13%. Arizona, they got him leading at 89 to 11%. Wisconsin, they got him at 84 to 16%. Michigan, they got him at 78 to 22%. Pennsylvania, they got him 90 to 10%. New Mexico, they got her leading at 86 to 14%. In Minnesota, they got her leading 89 to 11%.
okay? Is that so? That percentage, that's the odds. That's not like the actual vote, right? Because when they say PA, they're saying like his margins, like, so click back on PA. They're saying it's 90-10, right? But PA is going to be like 50-50. So they're just saying the percentage of the chance that he's going to win that state.
Right.
Okay.
So Virginia, they got her at 83 to 17%. So right now there's 3 states that she's leading: New Mexico, Minnesota, and Virginia. They predict that she's going to win those 3 states. They're predicting that he's going to win Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
If he gets Nevada, Arizona, and Wisconsin, that's already a wrap. But to have PA, that's a done deal. Dude, he's going to break 300. He's going to break 300 this election.
What's crazy to me, though, is the fact that, like, there's nobody I know here that vote in Kamala.
All right, now he went down.
And that's what I'm afraid that we're going to see as the night gets later.
Nah.
Dude, I don't know, man. Seems too good to be true.
Too big to, it's too big for them to really cheat. Every time they've tried so far, they've been caught.
Nothing happens about it, though. That's the shitty part. Yeah, I know. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, for it to be that close in Virginia, dude, that's insane.
Is he still at 0.5% in Virginia?
I think it was over. I think it was like, maybe, was it 50-48 or 51-48 something or something like that?
Let me pull it up.
Votes in Milwaukee tonight.
Right.
Because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election of.
Points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time in the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie, all right? He's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to like drive the numbers up, and he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit, you know, half a point. And not for nothing, guys, but sorry, come on back here. Not for nothing, but Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682.
Wow.
Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll take you to Michigan. Some things happening there as well. Fascinating, too. Back on over there.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura, you think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right? Which
They're
is heavily
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
See, this shit is the shit that I'm talking about.
On-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand what
Well,
it
can
actually
I ask you a question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odd numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively
90%
now to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald Trump.
71%.
To a point that
The
Jesse,
needle.
yeah,
No,
the
the
needle,
needle.
right?
Yeah.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's offering. But if that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, the only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonably tough way is sitting right here at this table. And that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism, why she wasn't asked about supporting a bail fund, 574 riots in the summer of 2024, or co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, or saying no private health insurance, Medicare for all, or sex change operations.
He's brought to you by...
And see how much you can save.
You believe you were sent by God?
Come and be baptized in the River Jordan.
All right, so we're still at 205 to 117. Just need 65 more electoral votes. So if we go to the map, I think let me turn the volume back on.
We are back, and Jackie Heinrich is standing by at the Harris campaign headquarters, where there is a lot of votes still to come in tonight. What's the mood over there at this point, though, Jackie?
You know, Martha, every once in a while we get this glaring reminder that just over 3 months ago, this was Joe Biden's campaign. Every time we want to get any information from campaign officials, we have to text someone in Wilmington. There aren't any campaign staffers walking around, and that means that often we
Bro, it's 75% and they haven't called North Carolina yet. Come on, dude. What the fuck?
Who's in this crowd? What is their connection to the vice president? Which groups were invited? We've posed these
That's a little
questions
weird.
to the campaign and not been able to get any answers. And I've also spoken to some sources close to Harris who are at watch parties nearby in the city. Friends, family, and donors had receptions at two big hotels in the area. They're now making their way over here. They'll be hanging out in a basement somewhere inside the building. But even they don't have confirmation that the vice president is going to come here tonight. We don't have any program for the speakers. And right now they've just been
Look at
piping
Arizona.
CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad strokes as they're watching data come
feeling
in.
good about it,
Right
for
now,
sure.
generally, they're feeling happy about
And he's
long
leading
lines
down
at
in North
college
Carolina by
precincts in
6%.
North Carolina
Yeah,
and
that
Michigan,
should be called.
saying that should be helping them with young voter
That should be called,
turnout,
bro.
guys.
All right,
But Jackie, let me just ask you. I mean, my chain with the Democrats kind of went dark too. When's the last time you got an update?
Well, they're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign, but they are in Wilmington. So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C. Jackie, thanks.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin because we want to get an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this equipment, and what does it all mean?
Well, the county hasn't stopped. What they did is they put out an all call for city employees. So they've got firefighters, they got healthcare workers, IT workers here trying to move this count along. They have to verify all of the metadata, if you will, on the top of the ballots before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. The last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break. And
correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Britt Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug-of-war election. And all we're saying right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. The suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change. Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country. The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the
almost
elites
across the
appear
board.
to
Yeah,
be
I'm
on,
calling it now.
you
I
know,
think
at
we're going to
least the way
have
it's shaping
Trump
up tonight on
and a
the
Republican Senate and a Republican Congress
and
or
the working
Republican
class
House.
is
for
on the
sure.
red
On the
side.
red
This is
side.
this is not.
So you think we're
this
gonna
is
win
a
all three?
development that
Yep,
has
I think we're
happened
going to win
in
all
the Trump
three.
years.
I asked you 3 nights
That's what
in
it
a row,
looks like,
Where
yeah.
do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Well, right now, I want to be Donald Trump because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%, the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
That's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming in. There's no question that I think
market's
this
at
race now is going to be down
89.1.
to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning one or more of those states.
Let go.
We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that is, I think, pulling more in his direction the more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. You know, you early on questioned the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner.
He's at
You also
211.
questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner. What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She
Get
is
the
getting
fuck
the
outta
Democratic
here.
constituency probably doing better than Biden would have done because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins. Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America.
So all you got to do now
I
to be
think she ran
president
a
is just
good
talking to
race,
the camera.
almost an excellent race, but it may just.
You don't even
fall
have to
into
make a
the-
sentence.
We're comparing Biden
They
to
just be
2020
gobbledygook.
numbers when he won, but the numbers where he
All up
was
there.
when she took over were not those numbers.
Disaster.
Yeah.
We have a call to make. The
We do.
Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of Iowa.
What about
is
North
performing
Carolina,
well in
bro?
Rural areas, which helped deliver victories to former President Trump in 2016 and 2020. This obviously comes in the wake of a lot of focus on a poll that shall not be named.
No, let's do it.
Oh,
please.
name it? The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it 7
Sounds good.
times
Yeah.
tonight. But anyway, it got a lot
CNN
of
already
attention.
gave
It
North
was
Carolina to
a
it.
attention-getting poll.
Yeah, I
and
know.
it was
I'm pissed
being
at Fox. Well, he
forecast to
did
be
come out and throw shots at
Midwest
Fox
may look
today,
like
so that's probably
maybe
why.
because of a gender gap or whatever
Oh, did
she
he?
was seeing in
Oh,
her
yeah.
poll and Seltzer. We
Who
are now
did?
calling Iowa for the former
Trump
president.
did.
Yeah, I mean,
he said
it-
they
it
hate me.
was,
He said
you know,
they're not
described as
pro-Trump.
A bit of a
He said
jolt
Fox News is terrible.
when it came
I was
across.
like,
I think
damn.
all of us when we saw that, and Seltzer, because the reason is she has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In fact, she called the Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that.
Well, she also
back
had
then.
him winning the caucus and Ted
So,
Cruz beat him. and she had
Yes,
John
so she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column tonight.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about
Iowa to
what,
go
what
for
everyone's saying,
Trump
this
is
blue
a
wall. There are 44
crazy thing.
electoral votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think in the last segment, we talked
Rose
about
got
the
a
policy
fucked up hairline.
here. Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them.
Yeah, he does.
Should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go. Should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively? And then the border and the economy. Should she have distanced herself from Biden? Now, look, we're still a little early in the evening. I agree with Mark. It's still a little pull one way. But if you're sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight, if you want to win the campaign. So she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. But it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha.
Eventually.
I'll give you a little run up the Atlantic coast here. Okay, this is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. It's just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote
Trump got
reporting
Fulton.
in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6
I mean, he got
points
it
from where he was
Let's be
4
real.
years ago. All right, I'll clear that.
True. The
Come back out
mugshot is
statewide.
mean.
This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that
He
Harris
went
is at
to the
1.3
barbershop there
points
too, didn't he?
better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago.
I think so.
We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point,
Well,
this is all
Benny
greater
and
Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the
Borgiato were
area.
just giving out
At this
mega hats
point,
over there, and
90% reporting here in
everybody was
Douglas
for Trump.
County. Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still a vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia. Then I'll hit Pennsylvania. All right. Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte. Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There's a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte.
Trump's got 24 states to her 10 so far.
That's crazy.
He's at 211. She's at 117. Now the poly market. Let me hit the refresh. 92.2%. That's a wrap. President Trump just won.
92%. Holy shit. Elon said if he started the night at 69
right there.
plus.
That's a wrap,
92.2%. Holy shit.
That's a wrap. President Trump is going to be the new elect president. The 47th president of the United States of America will go to Donald J. Trump. You heard it here first. The poly market has not failed the last 3 elections.
I don't know, man. I'm not counting my chickens before they hatch, Bubba. CIA can do some crazy fucking things.
Too big to rig.
Yep. There's so many eyes on all of this that just too hard to
that was a good catch. That was a good catch though about that voting machine not being locked.
Or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise.
Virginia suburbanites, there's not a great Trump vote in that near DC, counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's really competitive a couple months ago? He said, I think you're going to force Biden-Harris, now Harris, to spend some time and money there. And that's happened. But it was ground zero for the parents' rights movement, the school stuff in 2021. I wanted to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall. Since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years, with the exception of 2016, they went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought she'd do better in those more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina. She's in the very white states trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for the Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we talk about immigration. That's how Trump is getting them. We're going to get African Americans if we talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over-prosecute Donald Trump? with all these cases. You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want
It's a very,
economic
very
upper
valid
mobility
point.
like everyone else.
Very
They're
good
school
point.
choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right. Stop telling us who we are, what we think, how to eat, how to vote. This is the election where people are turning on its head. Last point, young voters. I think Harris is going to underperform Joe Biden nationwide on young voters. There too. Let's get rid of the old guy and put in the 60-year-old woman and then call Donald Trump old. That's how we'll get young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people if they think they can afford a house before they're 52 under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day,
Right.
and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should
92.9
vote
on
according to our
Polymarket
gender,
right
our
now.
race, our age. This is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just to Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now where we are, who does she only have
And
to
she
win the
dropped
blue wall
down to
just for the
7
sake of the
points,
audience
Snoop,
to win this? If
7.7.
everything happens, she wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins Georgia, North
It's
Carolina.
not looking
If she
good, dog.
wins
Not for her.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the blue wall remains what we have.
She
what we're
has
focused
one
on.
big path. Yeah,
Got it.
he's
That's
got
the
two
path.
paths, but you got to get one of
Is
those.
that true, Bill?
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270
He's up
with
6
the
million votes
Yeah,
on
with-
her
with
right
the
now.
three plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling
Dang.
this thing in here. I want to start just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer.
What's the popular vote up
Just show
to?
how it happens. Just show the
Right now,
three.
48,728,166 for Trump.
Well, we
And
got to go along.
42,064,398 for Kamala.
Okay, so she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom,
Yeah.
boom, 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 boom.
that's good.
Oh my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow! Okay, Maine,
Nebraska, too.
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so,
Got it. So she-
that's why I didn't want to do it just yet, because we got to go a ways. But
I know.
maybe like another half hour, an hour or so, we'll fill in a few more. If you got time, we'll take you to Arizona, unless you
Sure.
got something else to do.
Love to go
Let
there.
me go ahead and reset this because there's some movement here. There's some movement here in the American Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it on the night. And Trump has just taken a 1/10 of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is where you get
Polymarket
60%
predicts
of the
he's
votes
gonna win
statewide
Arizona.
is in Maricopa County, all
Yeah.
right? She has an edge at 2.2 percentage points. Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide.
Bro, he's
again,
up
okay? We'll go back to
93.4 right now, Polly.
2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona. So she's up about half a point, not quite.
She dropped
All right, but
7.4.
Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out and too soon to call there in Arizona. Let me come back to modern day 2024 and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just want to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts. 14.5 points.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not even.
Somebody's not having a good
That's
night.
crazy.
Guys,
Dang.
there's a ton of votes still out there too.
Crazy.
This thing could go higher. Anyway,
Yeah,
back to you
it's a
guys.
little
okay?
outside the margin of error. Okay.
All right, let's go over to Sandra and get a look because we've been talking about young voters, and you have some new stuff from our Fox News voter analysis,
Sure.
Sandra.
I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said about the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha. And it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there. But just note, Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote and what we are seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points.
There's no way.
Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender when it comes to the Hispanic vote, because this also telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34. Hispanic women underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff, especially
Very.
that Hispanic vote.
And that gap, that 20 plus gap that we're seeing, we've been seeing it for a long time. We've been talking about it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters, Brett. It's a very seismic
Which
change.
means that if it comes down, as we now I think have agreed at this desk that it does to those 3 blue wall states being her chance of victory on a very narrow path, that if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, our chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. Amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team has no one to blame but themselves for these numbers. It's the policies that drove these people to vote for President Trump, and he also, the Biden-Harris people pushed them into Trump's open arms. And now they'll have a chance to have a different type of president if he were to win. I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting markets, everything is sort of going this way. And you sort of have this feeling that the Hispanic vote is no longer going to be so segmented. It's just the vote, the American vote.
and there's a traditional, not to overgeneralize about any group, but, the traditional faith-based in many ways Hispanic family that is not responding to what Kamala Harris is talking about and focusing on.
Gender and race, we talked about the outset, would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They show politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that we're going to have to, as a party, rethink and reformulate and reconstitute how we think about going after voters. If these votes hold up, and even if they don't, the numbers are narrowing. So you have to rethink this and consider some different strategies. Because as we sit here tonight, Democrats have to be surprised. From what we were told over the last several days about how her numbers were coming home, how people were coming home, this is a very different race.
Hold on one second. David Plouffe said yesterday that she could win all 7 battleground states, and said that she could do it. Now, maybe if it turned, she could win 6 of 7, but he said 7 of 7.
He said
the other day.
He did. He said there was a confidence from him that, and Democrats abound, that there was.
All right,
even up to early this
Well, all the polling said that it could go either way.
We got to hit a break real quick.
We will. A lot of votes to count still, and we are covering all of them for you. Our special coverage continues. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Well, hey, y'all, I'm going to jump down and get me something to eat, man.
Have you always had trouble with your weight? Same.
Discover the power of Wegovy. With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
And I'm keeping the weight off.
I'm reducing.
All right, I'm back. Did I miss anything?
Nah, I'm about to jump down though, grab me something to eat, man.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, we'll catch you later.
All right, man.
See you,
Trump's
Joe.
at 212. Kamala's at 119 for electoral votes. In the poly market, Trump is at 94.4. Yeah.
Keeps climbing. Yeah.
Yep. And they got him leading Wisconsin 91% to 9%, and Michigan 89 to 11%. They got him leading Nevada 83 to 17, and Arizona 94 to 6, and Pennsylvania 86 to 14.
It's almost guaranteed at this point on those states.
Yeah.
Arizona not confirmed, but just flipped red.
Yeah, let me show you.
That's what's up.
So if you notice, this is not completely red. Neither is Michigan and Pennsylvania. So Nevada, they got him 83 to 17. Michigan, they got him 89 to 11. Pennsylvania, 86 to 14. But everything else, they got solid red.
Dang. Not a whole lot of blue anymore out there, is there?
Nope. So the refresh, he's still at 94.4.
Hell yeah. Get these jackasses out of there.
You want to know what's really fucked up? So if you take, let's say you made Colorado and New Mexico red, and you made Minnesota and Illinois red, but you turn Pennsylvania blue, North Carolina and South Carolina blue. If you turn those three blue and these four red, she would have over 270.
What?
Yeah, because electoral college votes.
Because of the population determines how many seats they have in the Senate and all that.
So states like Pennsylvania, New York, Maryland, all these are highly populated areas, along with Washington, Oregon, and California.
Yeah.
Those three states and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all these states over here, you would never give up the presidency.
Yeah.
Democrats. Doesn't matter. You got all these states in here. Basically, the East Coast, northern East Coast, and the West Coast states is what determines who's going to be the president.
That's crazy. Yeah, I just found out recently, actually, how they figured out the electoral, how many electoral colleges they get, and It's like,
So what they should do is go from New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. Just draw a straight line down and go over and take all those blue states, put them over here, and make that one country, and make the rest part another country.
I don't know how I feel about that.
No, that way you give people an opportunity to move.
Yeah.
Two things. One, did you see this?
Well, I know Oregon right now is actually trying to split to become a part of Idaho. Same with actually Washington, the eastern side of Washington's talking about doing it too. Hell yeah, Meg. I was bumping Burn F. Kamala when I was in town, and I was getting some nice, lovely looks from people.
What I was saying is give people an opportunity. If you're on the West Coast and you don't want to be in that country, move over to this side. If you're on the East Coast, you don't want to be in this part of the country, move to the West Coast. And then turn the country in twos.
I don't know about y'all. I'm getting hyped as fuck right now.
I guarantee if you did that, then all you get is smoke plumes from the west.
You get what from the west?
Smoke plumes.
Smoke what?
Plumes.
Way to make it weird, HBR.
What the hell is a smoke plume?
Smoke blowing in from the west from it burning.
Oh, smoke fumes. Is that what you said? Fumes?
Yeah.
I thought you said plumes. I'm like, what the hell is a plume?
So what I'm hearing is if Trump takes Pennsylvania, he could take it at this point, or he wears Arizona, then he only needs one of the 4 or 5, just one of them of the swing states up there, and he wouldn't even need Pennsylvania.
How the hell did Harris go from 111 to 193?
What?
Well, there's been some that's been claimed, I think, in the blue areas, like in New York, those areas or whatever. But Trump's looking really good right now.
What state did she get?
Give me her. Am I the only one that can't hear that?
What?
I can't hear sound.
I don't think there is any sound going right now.
Oh, okay.
She's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, you know, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that, you know, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party
Oregon's going red.
build on. And, you know, regardless.
Yeah, I heard they shut it down because
tonight
Oregon was going red.
In terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it.
But they stopped counting and shit.
This is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible.
They're like, oh shit, we need to find those illegal votes.
That we've seen in a
We're
way
in
that was
trouble.
really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward.
Well, they tried to pull some BS in Pennsylvania. They tried to shut down in some counties, and the RNC jumped in and said, no, you're going to keep counting.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful.
So they're still counting. They didn't shut down, but they were trying to pull a stunt of shutting down like they did the last time. RNC was on top of it, though.
Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy.
Laura Combs did a fabulous job. Fantastic.
I'm going to stay on this theme for
Yeah.
a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl.
Somebody did a Photoshop job of the White House with a crane dropping on gold Trump emblems onto it.
Plus, CNN is saying the Kamala campaign is went completely silent. They're not getting any information out of there, and that people are pacing around.
You run a process, and they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them.
So I think they know they're in trouble.
Lose, but going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing, and the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding.
I don't know why they won't call Georgia.
Those guys are gone.
88% of the votes, and he's leading by 2.5%.
I heard it was called.
According to the map that Benny's looking at, it's called for Trump.
Yeah. I was watching some before I got on here. Georgia was called. They were calling Georgia for Trump.
Yeah.
Like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized. That's not America. Or price control.
Also, I want to say to Trump, for all these cheating son of bitches, you better follow through and bring charges on these people trying to commit election fraud.
You can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all
Like, for real.
work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a
Charges need to be brought.
people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American
Yes,
dream.
yes, they do.
It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. Kevin, you may have to deal with it. You may have to.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We can still do those things. We'd bring you right into the party.
When certain states are called, I'm probably going to run to this house screaming like a banshee. I ain't going to lie to you. I've been invested in this shit for so long.
Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial career in the car
Because you're a dirty hooker.
shops.
Oh yeah, we picked up 2 seats in the Senate.
Incumbent Democratic
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip for
Yeah, it's definitely looking like the red wave that was supposed to come a couple of years ago.
I don't know if it's a red wave per se. Like, you know, a lot of the people running it, like in the House and stuff, are taking it left and right. But we're getting what we need to be getting now. Trump is the one that's run away with it.
Power in the U.S. Senate. Is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in.
But it's all good though, as long as we claim the Senate.
Don't get mad at me, but I'm going to put on this. A lot of people are going to probably get upset, but this is CNN. I'll show you who this
bastard.
How you going to do this like that? Because they're actually that on showing shit.
He's on
Fox ain't.
49.4%.
Oh, I got you.
They each have about 900,000 votes. Trump on 904,000. Harris on 901,000. That is a difference of 2,247 votes. It could decide the election.
Okay, Hugh. Thank you. First, let's go now to NBC reporter Alice Barr inside the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. Alice, enthusiasm in that building, I can assume, is building there. Any sign of Donald Trump?
You're assuming correctly about that. We have been hearing the cheers erupt every time there's one of these projections up on the big screens in here that goes in the red column for former President Trump. We have not yet heard when we may see and hear from him. At this point, we believe he's still at Mar-a-Lago, where he's been watching results come in with family and friends at a state not far away from the Palm Beach County Convention Center where I am and where his supporters have been gathering. You can see
All right,
that
I'll
many
be
of them are
right
already up
back.
right in front of the stage.
I
Many
need
of
to
them have
turn
been
this
there for a long
ACR.
time. They've wanted a front row seat for whenever
Hey, don't you
do
patronize
anticipate
me.
that we're going to hear from the former president.
I can do it. It's election day.
Energy here
Okay,
is
I'll forgive you this one time.
the excitement has been been building.
Work for me.
We've also, NBC News has
I'll
also
bring
been
her
in
back.
contact with some Trump campaign officials who've said that the mood at Mar-a-Lago has shifted from cautious optimism to sort of outright optimism as they've seen more states called in their favor and seen some of the trends in a few of the key battleground states that we're watching. And one campaign advisor to NBC News really drilled down on the vote that they have picked up among Black and Latino voters. And they're calling that an historic.
To call or make a projection on Virginia by now, but it is much
That's
tighter
one thing
than
that is
anyone
great,
will
you
have
know, that
expected.
the
Right
black
now in
community,
Virginia, we've got about
a chunk of the black community is really starting to see the
so
Democrats
Kamala Harris
bullshit.
is on 49.7.
You know what I mean?
Trump is not very far behind, less than 2% between the two candidates. Now, the polls had Harris winning Virginia by 6%. It is so much tighter than those polls predicted. Now, the thing is that it will likely go to Kamala Harris because Trump's
market's
vote
at
has kind of
94
stagnated because
Yeah.
the vote has finished in much of the smaller
It's looking to go for Trump.
counties
I
in the
mean,
western
of
part
course, there's still
of
something to
Virginia.
go wrong,
It is
but
continuing in the Harris favoring cities in Arlington and
I
Richmond.
went from being
and
nervous to
as
even
well.
myself
Particularly these suburbs
starting
that
to
are on
feel
the
my
western side of
energy
the component
change. You know what I mean? So
Washington, D.C., which of
you can
course
just
is
kind of feel
Democratic
momentum going.
heartland. So Virginia, very tight. We're not projecting it just yet. Harris in a real fight there.
Hugh, if it is coming down as close as this, as some of the polls did suggest going into it, your counting there is certainly showing it is right on the wire, particularly Virginia. That's going to be an interesting state to keep looking at if it's that close.
I think what we're seeing is that in a lot of places, particularly in the Northeast here, Kamala Harris is underperforming compared to Joe Biden. And it's particularly apparent in places like New Hampshire. We haven't called or made a projection on New Hampshire yet. New Hampshire, classically and traditionally a very independent state. They actually don't like either party. They don't get much of a choice, though. Usually,
Earlier CNN was basically calling Florida a fascist state.
underperforming in a lot of these places that are
Yeah,
traditionally Democratic.
Joy. Yeah, Joy's up there with her racist ass.
In the weeds here, but
Carrying on how Florida is a fascist state.
the MAGA groups have been stacking, if you like, some of the scrutiny process behind the scenes. The people who count. It used to be 2 Democrats.
And
2
Antifa's already on the march.
But the MAGA people have gone.
They're in Washington State right now, starting their shit. So that's kind of early signs too that they're getting out there to start their bullshit
No one can
with the rioting.
I'll be very interested to see what
Oh,
Sandra
we done
Smith pulls
surprised.
out of that state of Ohio.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by it.
Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well. It will probably help Deb Fischer. I think it even helped Ted Cruz. Even though I think Ted Cruz was always going to win, it helped him win by a larger margin. Another point is Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win, but this past 4 years has seen a remarkable
And Elon posted a little bit ago something like
up and
checkmate.
down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost everything because there was just throw the bums out type election, and Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change. And I think people are reacting to that.
And once again, you have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time. And sometimes the migration
What's up, smart genius? It's been a minute.
party move in a state takes a little while, takes a couple cycles.
Surprised by this one?
That Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought like you thought at the way you posited the question, that he's held on for a long time, he's running tough races, and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over the many years. But Moreno was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, and what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security. It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana, where energy is a big issue. These 3 Democrats may have run up against a challenge here that they can't overcome.
This shows you a little bit of break in the blue wall.
Savannah, why would you
If this
openly do that to
Ohio's 10
yourself?
points and Bernie Moreno takes
that?
off Sherrod Brown, don't you, as you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, say there are similar issues in these states?
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't.
She said she had CNN on her TV, I think down the chat.
To see that where that crack could come.
Just wondering why she's punishing herself.
Let me make one last point. $161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's basically the PAC to keep the Senate majority. $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
And
there.
we're what, one
seat away from a majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too close to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over there, that wonderful map of yours, John Tester's the Democrat John Tester, Democratic incumbent, is well behind with only 6% in.
Yeah,
but
it seems like
he's
it's
down.
just getting going a little bit there, right?
Yeah,
This is exciting, Tim. We might get our country back, bro.
What has been the expectation?
Well, listen, if you look at Ohio, it's a similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan, and there's similar issues in Pennsylvania.
But you know the fight continues, though. Even though we get Trump,
the race to
the fight never ends.
slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after this.
Oh, we needed that on have Pennsylvania.
Election night on Fox News Channel. Is brought
Yeah,
to
I
you
think
by
all he needs is really is either Pennsylvania or if he gets Arizona, he just needs another one of the swing states up there in the north.
You need to hurry up on North Carolina.
What Simply Safe got that I don't?
Pennsylvania.
24/7 monitoring that acts on an alarm in 5 seconds to help stop crime in real time.
I heard someone say if he got Pennsylvania after all that, then he pretty much take it. He takes it.
Maybe Simply
We
Safe.
need to call Georgia, North Carolina,
Scaredy
and
cat.
Pennsylvania.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Then the only thing we would need would be Wisconsin and Michigan, and then that's a wrap.
My kingdom does not belong to this world.
It's like we're so close but so far away.
Belongs to Caesar.
Now she went from one
and to God, what belongs to God.
108 to 193.
Jesus, we trust in you.
Like that.
Amen.
That's scary.
I think it's exciting that it's looking like Trump's going to get the popular vote, bro.
Yeah, I ain't worried about the
That's huge.
I want the electoral vote. That's what
Yeah, but that too. But if he gets both, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about the popular vote. They can have the popular vote.
So that shuts down their narrative. Is what I'm getting at.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
I want the electoral vote.
Yeah, I want the electoral votes too, but I just thought it'd be funny to be able to throw it back at them because they always try to run to the popular vote when they lose. Like, well, you didn't get that either.
We only need one more vote for the majority for the Senate. We're at 50.
Now, how many did we need? I know we picked up 2.
We only need one more.
Oh, shit.
And then we have the majority in the Senate. We flipped 3 seats in the House.
We got 3 seats in the House?
We flipped 3 of them.
Oh, okay.
Right now it's 42 to 50 in the Senate. We just need one more to get majority in the Senate. But then we have to get the 218 for the majority in the House.
So if we end up getting the House, the Senate, and the White House, that'd be considered a clean sweep, man.
Well, we had that in 2016, and fucking House Speaker, that little.
Oh yeah, that little bastard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did everything to hold Trump up.
Fucking rhino. All right, what do they say?
Right now, the decision desk says in Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, as you look at these on the screen there. But you can see that Georgia, were the lead with 90% in. As Bill talked about earlier, the Atlanta vote, we're still waiting on that, and that could be why the decision desk is holding back there. North Carolina also.
Y'all were quick to call in 2020, motherfuckers.
Votes. That's starting to get into territory, which is tough to close, depending on where that vote.
I don't think they're going to make that mistake again.
Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, 65% and 75% in. But again, the former president leading now. And the question is, how much of that vote showed up for Vice President Harris in the Philadelphia area, the suburbs, the Bucks County areas in Pennsylvania. We also have an update from Wisconsin.
Indeed, we do. Mike Tobin is standing by with an update. This has really been the biggest problem area that we've seen, at least so far. We're waiting for a number of these cities, Mike, but give us an update on what's going on with the machines there and what you expect.
Well, we're hearing from more of the Wisconsin election officials, and they still want to push off the idea that this was a legitimate mistake, and they have recounted these 31,000 ballots or retabulated these 31,000 ballots out of an abundance of caution. What you're looking at right now is one of the tabulation machines, and if you look at the back of the tabulation machine, you should be able to see some red stickers. Those red stickers are the seals. The seals were in place on these 13 machines. What was not engaged with the locking mechanisms on the doors there. The machines operated for hours. When a Republican observer noticed it, flagged it, that particular problem, the city and also the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission says that was the 31,000 ballots were run through again, as she put it, so no one could use a procedural misstep to call the legitimate votes into question. That's Megan Wolf, the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission. Now, I talked with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. He said the whole process is sloppy.
Have been done 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with Republican
That was a good
observers.
call to go through those 30,000.
Sealed, locked, properly sealed. Why didn't they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do, and they didn't do it very well.
Now, here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots, drop-box ballots, and in-person absentee ballots. Some 80,000 of these ballots have now
But if it wouldn't have been for Laura Trump, it wouldn't have got checked. I guarantee it.
31,000 had to go through a second time. Guys, back to you.
They put one hell of a team together
Thanks. Just
to
an
go
update,
after this kind of
from
shit.
Program, talking to Democrats and Republicans about the House races as we are looking at the Senate, and they're poised to take control if they hold the rest. The House is looking like it very well could flip to the Democrats. A couple of races, Vindman in Virginia. We're not calling that, but they're looking really good. There's a few races in New York here, the Brandon Williams race to John Mannion. So Dems, essentially, we won't know until California, where a number of those seats are up. They're doing what they need to do to hit the marks to flip the House. So that could be a bright spot for Democrats tonight.
So let's go to look at some. Let's go. We're going to Trace Gallagher and talk to him and his panel out on the West Coast, because we are waiting for a lot of California races, as Brett was just saying. Brett, Trace, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there on the West Coast tonight.
And we're going to pick up the last 3 hours of this coverage tonight, Martha, so we're kind of gearing up for that. It's interesting. The big news out here, of course, California, no surprise, went to Kamala Harris. Interesting, though, because Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you very quickly. Prop 36 is winning dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this far left attitude on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones, on rent control and raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California.
I don't understand. Only 17% of the vote in for California, and they already called it for her. That's crazy. I don't get it. That's 54 electoral votes, that one state.
Yeah, in my opinion, California's lost. If you're a conservative, leave the state.
Yeah, if I was a conservative, there's no way I would live in California.
Yeah, they've already destroyed the election system there. It's garbage.
They destroyed everything there.
Yeah, they've destroyed the state.
Gavin Newsom already said if you got an electric car, they're asking people not to charge their car, not to charge it up. Well,
Yeah, they went to
electric.
Yeah, they went to have electric car. They can't even keep their power grids running in the summertime.
Savannah said, "Hold on, Molly." Savannah said, "Just for Dan, I'm no longer watching CNN." Did you hear that, Dan?
What's that?
Savannah said, "Just for Dan, I'm no longer watching CNN."
Thank you. Don't, like I said, don't do that to yourself.
All right, the
deal
Poly
going forward
Market
for California
poll
should this
says
pass.
That's right. And that's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you,
Donald
I'm
Trump is
glad
at
to see that many voters in the
94.2%.
state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately,
Kamala's
Gavin
only at
Newsom has been
4.2%.
very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem. And I think
Yeah, Trump's got the
not just
momentum.
with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with. And that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats
I hear George Soros' name.
the idea that if you be soft on crime, then there's going to be
Did you
criminal
say
justice
George
reform,
Soros?
when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win.
Fuck
It's
you,
probably
George
going to win
Soros.
big, Jody Armour, but the governor of California is against it. He thinks it's just going to raise the number of people going to California prisons.
Yeah, well, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted on this, a former prosecutor, she said, "I'm the top cop."
What the fuck
She
is
know
wrong
her
with
bona
his hair?
fides are that she's law and order.
She was one behind Prop 47.
Right. And
Good
so
question.
she wasn't, she's a frictionless weather vane. She gives you that impression. Going blowing whatever direction the wind blows, she's willing to go there. And that was another example. She should have said, I was the top cop. I'm 436. I see the error of my ways. You know, I see crime going into
Somebody must have told him not to unhook the cord from the spark plug on the lawnmower.
And people,
but you can't expect her to do that when she was
Yeah, you can't
rocking
unhook that, dude.
rioters and looters during the George Floyd era.
He's rocking
This
a
is not
Jerry
somebody
curl.
who's about law and order.
Gianno, Caleb McGee-White, Steve, Jody, thank you all. Martha will be here later in the night when everybody gets tired there in New York, and we'll handle it from there. Back to you guys.
Okay, Trace, thank you very much. We're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in. And as you know, this is all baking. Bills at the wall trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now.
They just gave Wyoming to
Just picked up
Trump.
something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat
Did
this.
they?
I was trying to locate this on the map, and it's
Yeah,
true.
look.
Right now, Donald Trump.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Yeah.
Bill, what do you got? Just all trying to go into different places. Wisconsin is all
Right there,
baking.
Wyoming.
Bills at the wall.
Goes to President Trump.
Yep. Trump has Wyoming.
Trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now.
Yeah.
Bill, what do you got?
Just picked up something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat this. I was trying to locate this on the map, and it's true. Right now, Donald Trump, in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID, you think about immigration. You think about the homeless crisis. You think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years. Maybe that's having an impact. Now, what I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. Just want to point out two things in Wisconsin. And I want to compare that to what's happening in Pennsylvania, because I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump, okay? So here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020. I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So this is Madison, University of Wisconsin, et cetera. Ton of Democratic votes in this county. So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points. And that translates to, it could be tens of thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse, all right? You get Democratic votes here in La Crosse, right along the border there with Minnesota. So this is Biden 4 years ago. It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a county where she should be doing better. And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024. Hang on one second, guys. And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in two places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a half a point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago in a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So You know, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen and come on back to 2024. And you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. And a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see Joe Biden. Okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see what the 134,000.
Oh, shit.
So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys,
Sweet
for
by
a while
3%.
now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved. Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. I'm up here to Gwinnett County as well.
You always got to remember we're listening to mainstream.
And Democrats score their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb County. So too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So the Biden, I mean the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now. Essentially you're saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep, and we'll see you in the
that
morning.
reminds me of?
Sources at Mar-a-Lago is claiming they won. They think they won.
Came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep
Where'd
on
you hear
this
that
and see
from?
how all of this works out.
I was there clicking through and came across Tim Pools, and there's somebody there that's got sources that's at Mar-a-Lago.
We're watching it all as our special coverage continues.
Say that again now.
Watching Tim Pool on the other channel here, and there's a woman on there that's got sources at Mar-a-Lago there that's keeping her in touch and telling her they think they won.
Won the whole election or certain states?
The election. So I don't know what their internal polls are showing from what we're getting from the media. Because they're getting the internal polls directly, you know what I mean, fed to them, and us waiting to be, you know what I mean, what they're pushing here on the mainstream media. So we just have to wait and see, but that's what was told to her. I think they got it. The win. We'll have to see, but.
Well, we got an hour and a half before I have my prediction.
Yeah, because they think it was going to have it before even midnight.
We need one more seat for the Senate. Oh, this is the part I don't like.
Yeah, it's.
Which battleground, Dennis? North Carolina has been called. All right. Pull my map up. Yeah, I already had that one marked off. CNN called that a long time ago.
Yeah.
218 majority for the House. We're at 165.
Yeah, I've tried to pay attention to that as much as the presidential.
Okay, let's bring in our panel. Joining us now, Kayleigh McEnany, Richard Fowler, and Katie
Oh, want to go?
Howard,
Yeah.
and our three steady Eddies over to my right. We're not letting we've chained them. They're not going anywhere. They're with us.
Chained actually to the desk.
Exactly.
Physically chained. We're very sorry. Hopefully it's loose enough.
Allowed breaks occasionally. But. Yes. So, Richard, welcome. Good to have you here.
Good to be here.
How are you feeling about how things are going? Obviously, we've seen this memo from the campaign that says that they are considering waiting to see how things look tomorrow. Can you answer to that at all?
Look, I think we all knew this was going to be a long election night, right? We knew this was going to take some time to count all these votes. I think what you're seeing from the memo that was released by General Mally Dillon just a couple moments ago sort of speaks to that, and that, you know, we don't have a clear winner in this moment. There's still votes out there being counted. Last time
he's still holding the lead.
1% of the vote in Wayne County or Detroit was counted. So we have a lot more votes left to be counted in parts of the blue wall. I think for the Harris-Walz campaign, they're saying they're banking on this blue wall to win this campaign. So they're going to wait
Wisconsin,
until those folks are counted.
and
I
Georgia.
think at this point, nobody can spike the football until all the American people have their say.
Yeah, we haven't called any battleground.
See where he's falling back on. His deal is, well, we're going to wait and see how much ballots we dump in after the fact.
The best is what he said. I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis.
But I'm going to make a call. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and
I hate to bust his bubble though, but federal courts have already ruled that you can't keep counting after election.
Messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is why? Why is it that it didn't appeal the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to look at the slow death of identity politics that you're seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign tried to argue that people should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, you know, implement, get rid of democracy, essentially, is running ahead with those groups. And that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now, the night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about, they're losing their coalition. And how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi, essentially. You have to have something to offer. And at this point, they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running
They don't look too happy.
in these places that we're looking at the votes, it's going to be a tough climb getting to that 270.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue was dug into so deeply by the Harris campaign and by Democrats at large across the country. And Kayleigh, it looks like not only did the 48%
Trump cases, it's going to be great watching the meltdown, Tim. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be great.
Not
It'll be
only
awesome
did
to
they
watch.
not care about that issue, I think, you know, they say, well, we know and we've seen all of this, you know, what we watch.
Oh, the lady with the green jacket comes back.
They're saying, but added
Oh, you mean the
on top of that.
ugly
Yeah, the
chick
woman
with
screaming.
Character
with
issues
the
that
glasses
were
and the beanie?
Yeah, that one. Hope she makes a comeback.
And two voters come to mind when you make that analysis.
I thought it was funny. Trump was talking about the other day. It's like, whatever happened to her?
These voters said pre-Kamala Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like him. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on inflation. He ended up discovering she doesn't. And he went by a 51% margin for Trump. He said, I still don't like the guy, but that tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind I saw today, he had not voted in an election since Obama. He said, I am a blue-collar worker. I am here voting today because of no tax on overtime. And I think if Donald Trump prevails tonight, we have to look at his working man's agenda. No tax on overtime, limit on interest on credit cards, no tax on tips. This holistic look that perhaps not just realigned the party on blue-collar workers, but demographically as well.
Can I just add to that? You know, for years, we've heard from the Biden-Harris administration that Americans are not suffering, that inflation, A, wasn't happening, then it was transitory,
Hey,
then we
Dan,
just
check
had to
the
deal
private
with it,
chat.
even though it wasn't getting better. That has been something the
All
campaign
right,
has
bro.
struggled with. They eventually came around to grocery prices being too high, but their essential argument was Donald Trump is a bad guy, therefore you should vote for us, even though we're not going to detail what our policy plans are. And you're seeing with a number of groups that they're saying, especially on the economy, we actually need some hard economic policy because we are hurting, and they've been told to either deal with it or that it's not happening. And the Harris campaign has not had an answer for those folks outside of what they've tried to say.
Katie, I think that issue that Donald Trump is a bad guy worked for them in 2020 in particular. I mean, people tell me all the time, no way Joe Biden got 80 million votes. I kind of agree with that. I think Donald Trump got those 80 million votes for Joe Biden. In the passage of time and with the record of the Biden administration, those concerns faded. And while I think a lot of people voted for him, like the voters you described, without much enthusiasm for him, but in
Did you read the private chat?
Thinking it was a better deal back then
Yeah, I
than they were
did.
getting from this administration and have gotten from this administration. And if he wins tonight, it'll be the fact that they look back on his administration more fondly than they ever might have thought they could even 2 years ago.
We've said it before, Dana, about what former President Trump has faced. If you
Why does your son do that?
I don't know. I don't know him anymore. Always out here misbehaving. Son, this is Trump Day. We don't care about you. I didn't think he'd be that upset that we didn't pay attention to him today.
Keep going. Keep going.
You know,
Because of what they
bye,
did,
son.
right? And he didn't let it bring him down. So he would sit in courtroom all day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next
Feel
day.
free to hit
and
it.
if you think even just
Everybody else
about
wants to
the
hit it.
creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, et cetera, they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
Yeah,
You're gonna make a quick call.
they completely dropped the felon argument. Like you don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of most of the campaign.
Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been a contested state. Vice President Harris went there.
232, baby. Let's
Democratic
go.
governor in the state
Yeah,
of
he's getting
North
there.
Carolina. You saw former
They're
President
over there
Trump
saying all he really needs is
go
a Rust
there
Belt
number of times, about
state,
4
really.
times in the past 2 weeks to campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News Decision Desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico.
Dude, how does it feel to finally get back what was worse in 2020?
Days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico.
Holly
as we look
market, he's at
the race to 270, the
95.4%.
electoral votes needed.
Yeah,
It
it's
now
getting
stands
there.
at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously,
And they're saying Arizona's leaning Trump.
that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Ducey is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we've been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told him just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for
Damn it, man.
Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states, that all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from
I figured Trump would get Virginia. Yes, that was wrong.
From it, 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris.
I agree, 90s. If you voted for Kamala, your mama's a hoe. I agree with that.
Expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins.
Not only a hoe, a big fat hoe.
Source saying close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett.
All right, so Trump just needs 38 electoral votes.
Casey and Dave McConnell.
So I got this broken down. You got Pennsylvania's got 19 votes. Georgia's got 16. Michigan's got 15. Wisconsin's got 10. Arizona's got 11. Nevada's got 6. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Nevada, that gives him a total of 41. That's a wrap. He only needs those 3 to win.
Yeah.
Or he can go with Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, he wins. If he goes Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, he wins. Or he can go with Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, he wins. So
yeah, he's got several doorways. That's what they were just talking about a minute ago. That Kamala, they're starting to get concerned how much it's narrow and for their possibility because Trump's got several doorways that you just said there a second ago to get where he needs to be.
Yeah. So let me bring over the more updated electoral college map. Load this up. Okay. So right now, in the pink states, Trump is leading. So in Wisconsin, he's leading with 51% to her 47.6. 70.3 expected votes are in with 10 electoral votes. Michigan, 15 electoral votes with 40.4 expected votes in. He's leading 51.6 46.7. So he's got a 5.5% lead there. So most likely he's going to take Michigan. Pennsylvania, with 81.4% of the vote in, with 19 electoral votes at stake. He's at 51.4. She's at 47.6. Gives them a 3.8% lead. So there's a good chance he could take Pennsylvania. Georgia, with 91% of the votes in, with 16 electoral votes at stake. He's at 51%. She's at 48.3. So he's leading that almost by 2.7%. Arizona. Now, this is the closest one so far, with 11 electoral votes at stake, with 50% of the votes in. He's at 49.8. She's at 49.4. Nevada. No votes brought in yet. So, if he takes Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, it's a wrap.
That sounds right.
If he takes Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, that's a wrap.
Yep.
So he just needs to take 3 of these 4 states, and he will
Game over, folks.
He'll break the 270 mark, and he will be the next. He'll be the 47th president.
So close, but so far away. But yeah, he does have different several doorways to pull it off. That's why you ain't hearing much out of the Kamala campaign. They know they're in trouble right now. Possibility of hitting 270 is just getting slimmer by the minute. I'm here for it, damn it.
Georgia just jumped up to 93.1% of the vote in. He's still leading by 2.3%.
Yeah, he's got Georgia. Again, y'all have to thank Lord Trump, who's taken over the RNC. Reason, they tried shenanigans, but why we haven't seen tonight the real shenanigans is because they were on standby, ready to go.
I heard
they even was going to try to shut down things like they did last time, and the RNC threatened to sue. They were there right on the spot to call them out. I think they were caught off guard in 2020, and plus who the leadership was of the RNC at the time. We all got blindsided by it.
All right, I'm back. What happened to my map? Oh, there it is. What were you saying, Dan?
Well, I was talking about, we really do owe a debt of gratitude to Lord Trump for the RNC for this happening, because they were trying to pull the shenanigans.
That's true.
And they were ready to go.
So we just need him to get Georgia, Pennsylvania. That'll put him at, what I say? That'll put him at 35. He's 38. So just 3 away. So yeah, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and any of the remaining 3 states, and he wins.
Now we're just playing the waiting game, Tim. For someone to call it.
Poly Market's got him at 97.2%.
And he's close to 100. I think everybody's starting to see the writing on the wall.
So here's the Poly Market. You can see it says 97.2. They got him leading Pennsylvania by 96%. Michigan, 91%. Wisconsin, 94%. Georgia, 98%. Arizona, 90%. And Nevada by 85%. So
let's be honest real quick. The only reason he shot up to 97.2% is because you told Menace about the betting odds and he went and dumped all his money in there.
that could be possibly it.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to go bet. And look, it started shooting up right after.
Very good possibility. We just took the Senate, boys. We just took the Senate. We're at 51.
Now that's something to celebrate. Now we're going to have to pay
Schumer is
attention.
no longer in charge.
Thank God. But we do have to take in consideration we got something to pay attention to. Was it November 15th? They're having the election, for who's going to be the lead senator for the Republican Party, the House.
Are you talking about Speaker of the House?
Yeah,
Speaker of the Senate?
No, not Speaker. Yeah, Speaker of the Senate. They tried to be slick about it and do it, behind the scenes. But people made a bunch of noise to make it a public vote. And
they better not put Mitch McConnell back in there.
No, Mitch McConnell is retiring. He's leaving, but he's got two of his cronies that's running to take, the leader of the Senate. If they get put in, it's going to be the same old bullshit.
And they better not put daggone Lindsey Graham in there either.
I know Scott's one who's running. That's who we want.
Because Lindsey Graham's a fucking rhino, too.
Oh, fuck him. We want Tim Scott. That's who we want.
We're 170 in the House. We need 218. So we're 48 from taking over the House. We've already taken over the Senate.
But those two cronies of Turtle there, they're over there trying to cozy up to Trump now. It's like, no, last time I remember y'all was talking shit on Trump. They want to be the leader of the Senate, but they're trying to cozy up to Trump. Everybody's calling them out for it. Well, I am glad Cocaine Mitch is leaving, though.
Some big calls
Yeah.
momentarily. We're still looking at some of these Senate races. We're still looking at Milwaukee, of course. We're waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, a number of these big battleground states.
Wisconsin as well. Pennsylvania, a lot of raw vote total coming in. As you take a look at this board, you can also look out in Arizona where it is very tight early. It's about half in. Georgia now.
Did I say the wrong name? My bad.
To being baked.
Rick Scott.
93% in, 50.8, 83% in Pennsylvania. Bill, you want to chat about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we can here. What I set up for you, Brett, is what the night's all about.
How are you not calling that?
How do
He's
you get
winning
to
by
270?
4%.
And if you punch around on the map and just see the margins, I'm just going to do something, okay? I'm not getting ahead of anything here. But I want to tell you, as it stands right now, if you were to call this entire thing, okay, Harris at 216, Trump at 232, and if I know you're going to make a call because it's midnight on the East Coast.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
It is Wednesday in New York. Time flies. Polls just closed in Hawaii. The Fox News decision desk can now.
Well, that's not a shocker.
Harris will win the state of Hawaii. The Aloha State has voted for the Democrat in every election since 1984.
Wait, hold on. You just had the Biden administration totally fuck over Hawaii during that fire, and they still vote
Not a big surprise there.
for the same administration.
As you see, the 270, we're at 232 to
That's
216
amazing.
with these big races still pending. The path is getting narrower for Vice President Harris. Fox News can also project that Hawaii's Democratic
They gave their people $700 for
term and the balance
being
of power,
burnt and lost half their people,
will go to Republican
and they
control
still
so
voted.
far, 51-43. But again, you see those white blocks there. We could see some more Senate races continue to fall the Republicans' way. Okay. So rudely interrupted, Bill Hemmer, by midnight, ticking down. Go ahead. Bill.
Okay, that's all good. I just want to show you, based on where we stand right now, if you were to call the game, okay, Trump's at 232. He just widened his lead in Pennsylvania by 4. It's still not enough. In Georgia right now, his lead went from 2.7 to 2.2. We'll check back in a moment and see where that is. If you were to hang on in Georgia, 267, still not enough. I was looking at Michigan a moment ago. He was up almost 5 points in Michigan. Okay, if it stays that way, it's his. He's back in the Oval Office. If Wisconsin stays where it is, and I just checked the number, he would run it up to 292. And if Arizona, he was up 0.1 percentage points about 30 minutes ago. He's up 0.4 now, so he's increasing his margin. Almost half of the vote out there. Arizona counts low. It's okay. We'll take our time on that. All right. It would be 303. So that's where we are, and we can run through all the other states, and I'll show you what I'm seeing there. But Georgia has not yet been called here. But here's the margin, 2.3 now. Okay, so it popped up 1/10 of a percentage point. Let's go through them. Pennsylvania, yet again. All right, it was 4. It's now down to 3.7. Watch Philadelphia. There's still some outstanding vote there as well. Let's come over to Michigan. I said it was 5. What is it right now? It is exactly 5.0. And while we have you guys, let's do 2 more. Wisconsin, where does it stand right now? At midnight on the East Coast, 3.9 now in Wisconsin. I see a lot of red on this map, guys, a lot of red. Normally you see a little more trickles of blue there. Now Arizona in the Southwest, as of now, okay, that's where it is. 0.4 percentage points, Trump lead in Arizona. You got about half the vote in right now, estimated. Too soon to call, so. That's where we are. We'll see if we get a call in a moment here on some of the other stuff.
You know, more and more as the night goes on, Sean Hannity and that T-shirt seems a far distant thing. We could be looking at a real tilt here, something that goes a long way. Not only the coattails, we don't know about the House, but the Senate, and we could be looking at something that is historic.
Which means that, right, based on what Bill's describing here, there's a lot better chance that he runs all 3 of those states than there is that Vice President Harris does, which shows you, just illustrates how long the odds are now for her. I mean, it could happen. She could do it,
It could happen.
based on
And if
our
it
calls.
did happen, it would look something like
It's a long shot.
1980. I mean, it would be, you would be in landslide territory.
No, it would be.
He ends up taking all
And of course, that's how the Electoral College
Battleground
is designed, to take small margins and turn them into Electoral College landslides to make the outcome convincing.
But it's an if.
Hey, Tim, guess what just happened?
Not only has cracks, it has a
Mysterious van showed up at the polling place after midnight carrying ballots. Multiple trucks come pulling in Philadelphia.
Kind of fired up.
Are you serious?
Yeah, up there watching it on 10 Pulls. They were showing the news cover. These trucks come rolling in after midnight with ballots.
A lot of folks from Mar-a-Lago who were partying over with the former president are now starting to trickle in. We just saw Senator Mark Rubio a few moments ago. I just saw a TikTok video of the former president walking around his celebration
like some
party in
shenanigans.
Mar-a-Lago. I don't know what time that was taken, but He looked to be in a very good mood. I'm told by folks in Mar-a-Lago that the mood is very positive.
As Republicans, I'd take that to the Supreme Court and challenge it.
Johnson, who was in Shreveport, Louisiana, at his own party, is now on a plane en route to Mar-a-Lago to come here and celebrate with the former president. So all around, all the signs are indicating that there's going to be a victory celebration here tonight, here shortly. All eyes on Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. That is the only state that anybody here wants to talk about. That's what they're waiting for to be called. And that's when this place is going to get lit, guys. Back to you.
As they say. I hear they say that.
They do say that.
They do.
The kids
Okay.
say that. All right, let's go to Jackie Heinrich, who is at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington. And Jackie, we spoke about your reporting just a short time ago of some pretty dour moods of at least 3 people very close to Vice President Harris.
Yes, and there were some more colorful words than that even that I wouldn't ever dare send over email. But overall, the sense that I'm getting from multiple people close to the
I'll
campaign,
be right back, Tim.
close to the vice president, is that the vibes are very bad. Those 3 sources believe that her path is narrowing so much that it would be very difficult to overcome. Right now, the campaign, though, is still maintaining that none of her paths to 270 have closed. Even when I pushed them on the North Carolina race call and said, can you update that? And they said, just as Jen O'Malley Dillon said, the clearest path is the blue wall. So a lot of sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we were speaking to. The exit polls that they have been watching, they're saying are accurate, and she would need to outperform, really turn things around, and what's coming in is not showing that that is likely or possible. One of those sources put it the most bluntly, saying, I think that we're losing this. Right now, the crowd is thinning out a little bit, but at the same time, we haven't gotten any updates officially on who to expect here, when to expect them here. There hasn't been any messaging to the people waiting out here about who might be greeting them later or even when. So we will update you when we find out more about that. But someone close to the vice president said that it looks like she's probably going to come down here about an hour or so from now. But she'll need to have a message when she does. And so they're probably formulating whatever that's going to be. There's been a lot of messaging from the campaign about how long it'll take some of these outstanding ballots to be counted and maybe give them, everyone waiting, sort of something to hang on to. And they've also, been talking over the last few days about, of course, their process of making sure that the vote is accurate and that any challenges go through the regular, orderly, lawful process. But we will update you if we get anything official from them. Right now, the official line from the campaign is really not aligned with what we are hearing from sources inside, guys.
And people aren't leaving, right? I mean, they're still there. We can see them in the pit camera.
Said some of the people had trickled out. Did you say that, Jackie?
Yeah, I don't know if we can pan over. There's probably another crew that would be blocking us, but see, there's this big gap in the grass over there. This was filled with people dancing just a short while ago, and it's kind of empty now.
Everybody's curious why they haven't called Georgia yet. They're thinking, get ready for mysterious ballots to show up.
Oh, they're going to try some puffery. I can guarantee you that.
Oh, yeah. It's getting ready to start happening. Apparently, it's already happening in Philadelphia.
All right. So this is where we're looking at right now. The red is all the states Trump won. Blue is all the states Kamala won. Green are the ones they haven't called. So we got Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska. Trump just needs 3 states. Any 3 states, and he wins. She needs, in order for her to win, she has to win 5 states.
Damn.
He needs just 3.
And he's leading in the majority of those states, too.
the key battleground states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, he's leading by a very large lead, at least 2 to 3% lead. One of them's at 5%, which I believe was Michigan or Wisconsin. He's leading by 5%. So if he takes Georgia, Pennsylvania, or Michigan, he wins. Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, he wins. If he takes Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, he wins. He must take Pennsylvania. If he doesn't take Pennsylvania, he has to take 4 states. If he takes Pennsylvania, he only needs 3 states.
Well, after seeing 4 moving trucks just pull into the place to unload ballots has me concerned now.
So let's hope. I know, Molly, I know. Let's just hope and pray that he takes Pennsylvania and then 2 more states. Let's hope in the next 48 minutes they do that and we can call it a night.
I wonder when they're going to call some of these states. That's the question. I am really concerned about fuckery at this time.
So right now in Pennsylvania, with 84% of the votes in, he's got 3,025,657 votes. She's got 2,854,462 votes. He's at 51%. She's at 48.1%. He's leading by 3%, and they're saying it's too close to call. I call bullshit.
Scary to me is that someone can't run away with it with somebody like her running. That's a complete moron.
Well, really more akin to a political resurrection. If you had asked me on January the 7th,
what's that say about us as a country?
Of the 4 indictments, I would have told you
Now, Michigan, he's at 52.2. She's at 46.1. With 48% in, he's leading her by 174,000 votes.
It's getting around that time where they start getting tired and they just feel they can't count anymore. You know, they're going to take a night off.
So they did give him Wyoming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He got Wyoming.
Look, Sean may be right. Maybe 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman. They will not go by senator anymore. So, I mean, Mike Rogers is up. Yeah. Eric Hovde is up. I mean, it could be a 54-55, which means Trump gets his cabinet. I mean, some of the folks we heard for his cabinet.
Trey Gowdy's fucking hair is fucking crazy looking.
What's that, Tim?
Trey Gowdy's fucking hair is crazy looking. Look at his forehead. Look like he got fucking hit in him. Look how flat it is. And then it breaks off to the left and right. Like you got hit in the forehead with a fucking pan.
He is a strange looking dude.
Look, if you look at his nose, right? Watch my daggone mouse. Look. It looks like he's got a fucking spatula on his fucking face. Look at the outline.
Yeah, I see it now.
Oh boy, he's got a fucking spatula on his fucking face.
Might not could survive in a 51.
He's got in the business of flipping burgers then.
Confirmed in a 54-46 Senate.
You know, I talked about the House earlier, Kellyanne, and some races that Democrats outperformed out here in the East Coast. But you would think in this environment with these coattails that maybe they end up hanging on if you get out west to the middle of the country and longer. How do you see that?
That's right. Well, even Chairman Richard Hudson, who's been running the National Republican Congressional Committee this cycle, yesterday said we're going to gain, but it won't be double digits. My own firm has seen somewhere between 3 and 8 seats. We've been projecting 297 electoral votes. We've been projecting, and really just a 53-seat Senate. I mean, 55, 56 would be remarkable. And it also just shows it's not just the blue wall cracking for Trump. It's that these workers, these steel workers, these union households, the Jewish Americans around Philadelphia and Detroit and
They're
Pittsburgh,
thinking we might have a shot at 54 Senate
and this is
seats,
the
man,
time where they're breaking
altogether.
ranks. I think that if
Shit.
he can hold
Imagine
on
if
to
we
the
get to
House,
60.
Brett, then
Then
he
we had
really
the
insulates
fucking
himself from any of these
the
impeachment
veto vote.
shenanigans and whatnot. And I
Yeah.
got to tell you, if this is a decisive victory, and we're not there yet, but if it's a decisive victory, then I think the Democrats have to think thrice about this lawfare strategy that they have put on his shoulders like an anvil. They really thought that would get rid of him. No one's been more insulted, investigated, impeached, indicted, convicted, take his name off the buildings, take him out of his family business, take his name off the ballot. You name it, they tried it. Oh, and the assassin's bullets, of course. You name it, they tried it. I would think thrice if I were them. I wonder this, is there a Democrat in the Senate or the House that he can rely upon to help get his agenda through? None of them voted for the Tax Cut and Jobs Act the first time. It's benefited all of their districts in some form or fashion. There's no question.
I mean, maybe, the ones that cited him in commercials may all go down to
Some are losing because they're not authentic. People already know Sherrod Brown is voting with Biden and Harris, as is Bob Casey, 95, 96% of the time. He can't just bear hug Donald Trump when it's politically expedient. One thing I want to point out in the data, the Fox News voter analysis has Harris winning college-educated women, I think, by 10 points. The Real Clear Politics average of polls showed that she was going from 9% to 18%, basically doubling Biden's margin. That's just not coming true tonight. And I think that was her best demographic path to make up these other deficits. We're just not seeing it tonight. And I think it's too much abortion, too much wokeness, not enough inflation, immigration.
The other issue that was really so central, Dana, for her is abortion. And I'm watching these referendums, and a few of them have passed. New York has passed, Maryland passed, Florida did not pass. But what we're seeing is that people seem to be separating it from the rest of the picture and voting their will.
Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, Kellyanne might want to jump onto this as well, but when the voters are telling you since May of 2021 that immigration and inflation, economy are their number one issues, and it's been consistent every single month since then maybe you should listen to them. And when you look at, now for some people, abortion, pro-life or pro-choice is the number one issue if you're a single issue voter. But if you looked at all of the polls that said it was down below, it wasn't their top issue. It was always economy, immigration, crime, sometimes democracy, but down below, abortion, foreign policy, et cetera. So I think that some of these state referendums that worked very well for them in 2022 did not do as well for them in a presidential election.
Brett, it's a realignment. This is a realignment of the Republican Party.
At the Kamala rally, I guess they turned the news off. They were playing the news for everybody to watch, for the elections. Reports that they turned it off, and
fascism, Hitler.
I guess they couldn't watch it anymore.
Where'd you hear that at?
All this is coming from Tim Pool's.
Who?
Tim Pool.
Tim Pool?
Yeah, Tim Pool. But he was there sitting there on the panel, and they got sources that was informing them. I guess they told him that they turned off the newscast at the Kamala rally. Well, not rally, but you know what I'm saying.
Is it Timcast IRL?
Yeah, that's what I've been watching on the side when I want to get certain reports, because they do have people that's connected. But they're not showing like the reports, like the map and stuff like that. They're just talking, but they get information.
Where he is expected to win.
Pennsylvania
this
or
one?
Michigan.
Yeah,
I'd
that's
say right now
simple.
there's a fair degree of confidence in Trump land that he may win all 7 and maybe 6 to 7. Let's see. Let's just watch the TV here and see if anybody else projects North Carolina. Well, no, they're projecting Montana.
So in this clip, quote, if the exit polls are accurate, says Mark Halperin, Donald Trump may have the coattails to bring in as many as 7 Republican senators winning Democrat-held seats. We may be talking about a Trump realignment, which is in some ways more profound than what he did in 2016, because if he adds to the working class realignment, young people, Hispanic voters, black voters, and independents, now we're talking about a realignment that's seriously profound.
Love it. And I think it's important to remember, I'm going to be a little bit of a wet blanket because, hey, the fire's hot. It's not about Don. It's not about him. It's about the movement. It's about making this country legit, reindustrializing our nation, making ourselves solvent.
I just want to pause real quick. We didn't actually celebrate the fact that Republicans control the Senate at all. We were like,
I
okay.
did. I went, woo!
But it's
you all
funny
ignored
because
me.
we just
No one
assumed it to be like,
celebrated.
oh yeah, okay, great. But like, no, the Republicans have the Senate.
That's good.
That is confirmed now, done with 51 seats. Now we're hoping it goes to 54, maybe.
Yeah.
To
Beautiful.
55. Are we looking
Beautiful.
at possibly 55 seats? If they take Montana and the Rust Belt, it's 55 seats.
What was it like the last time the Republicans were in control of the House? How many, or in the Senate rather? How many senators
Oh, they did a
were
whole
there?
lot of nothing.
Do you know how many there were?
No, I don't know.
Is
I don't remember the
55 like a big deal? Is it normally 52 or is it?
It's like 52. If 55 is a big deal, we'll see if Republicans actually end up doing anything. But Trump probably will. And what I'm hoping for, because we had Lisa Reynolds here. She's saying they're not going to do anything. They're not. I'm hoping that Donald Trump makes them.
Vice Grad 24 reporting that Donald Trump starts preparing to make a statement in Mar-a-Lago as his supporters celebrate.
Oh
man.
I think JD Vance was the perfect pick and completely syndicated from this. And I wish that there was more people. I read his book when I was in college. We were studying him about class migration, and to see him just move up from everything that he went through has been unbelievable. And I think that he's not going to be a useless vice president and actually continue to build his reputation. He's only been in politics for a few years now. And I think by motivating the Senate to actually pass bills, he's going to take the credit and set us up for 2028.
It's my sense that
so.
he's going
Yeah,
to be
Temple's
more
a
an active vice president.
pretty big
Obviously,
camp.
He won't have any special or official powers beyond what the vice president already has, but he does have influence. He does have the president's ear, and I think that Donald Trump is going to.
We got to go to the map.
That's fine. I was just keeping an ear on it because they do have sources.
Outstanding the vote. The lighter the shade or the gray, that means the county is checked in already. So you see down here in Milwaukee, I mean, a little more than half is reporting in Milwaukee. There's some suggestion that in the middle of the night, 3, 4 a.m., that Milwaukee expects to go ahead and give us the remaining vote. This is Michigan right now. This is the remaining vote out that's outstanding. Look, a lot of this is rural and the Upper Peninsula. A lot of this is rural up here, and a lot of the votes outstanding. But this is Wayne County. This is Detroit. All right, this only 23% of the vote has now been reported. So that's 75% outstanding, right? 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not that's something they can overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the southwest while I got you guys, and let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this. Okay, you got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it's going to be a process. It's going to take a while too. But look, if you ask this question at the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest prize, obviously, that blue wall. Our coverage continues next.
Fox News Tonight is pulling an all-nighter on election night. Stay up late with us as the results come in, beginning at 2 a.m. Eastern.
You know, I want to go to bed till this is over myself.
Everyone's forgotten who runs this valley. Time to remind them.
They need to hurry up and start calling these fucking states. You know they can start calling them.
Damn, New York Times is even giving Trump a 93% chance of winning. The New York Times, which hates Donald Trump.
Polly Margaret's got him at 96.6.
Yeah, they got that famous needle, that political needle. It's got him at 97% to win.
Fucking call the shit. Let's go. Come on, MMC. Don't be saying shit like that. Don't speak that shit into existence.
What did he say?
A lot more chances for the steal. Don't say shit like that. I'm being serious. When you say shit like that, you speak that shit into existence.
I'm expecting shenanigans. Not speaking into existence, but
keep that shit to yourself. I agree, Justice. What up, Jeffrey?
yeah, they haven't called a state in a while, have they?
No, it's been a good minute before they called the state.
Yeah. And my dog won't behave. He's acting up. He's acting like he's the one that's going to win to be the president.
Vote in, but there are still several states that are very important that are still too early to call: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia, states that we've been talking about a lot over recent weeks, and we just want to get all that data in.
So if you put it up on the board, we can show that we are closing in because there is a lead in a lot of these states, and you look at what's left out there. Pennsylvania, 86%.
Somebody change these states to name it Arizona, so they'll call it.
Percent, and then 80% in Wisconsin, 93% in Georgia. We're going to dig into Georgia in a little bit.
Yeah.
And in fact, let's throw it down to Madison Allworth in Atlanta. Madison, why haven't you made a call?
Brett, you know what? I've been getting that question from a lot of folks on the ground here because obviously obviously Fox has not called Georgia as a state, but this crowd, they celebrated at 10:30. That is when GOP chairman of Georgia, McCoon, got on the stage. He called it for Trump here in Georgia. Again, obviously Fox News has not called, but at this party, they very much has. So the party happened at 10:30. They've been cheering on as the other states have been called, but they've been waiting to hear why the Fox News decision desk has not made that decision yet. A lot of things that they're looking at that make them excited. There's certain counties like Baldwin, which is an area that has usually votes pretty Democratic. That's an area that actually is now favoring Trump. It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind, and they heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision because, like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
Yeah, Madison, that area is really
shift in the
come
black and
around in
Hispanic
recent
vote
years
made a
because
big difference in
the
this
Harris
election.
campaign thought that they had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet. And there's a reason for that. They're just waiting for other vote to come in. But there's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now. And I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision. And ultimately, it came out to Trump for them. So a very dedicated voting base here. And in this room, we're at the GOP watch party. Obviously, they're quite excited.
Yeah. All right, Madison, thank you so much. By the way, there hasn't been a lot of count in Georgia in the last 45 minutes or so. So we'll see where that stands.
We'll get a look at that and see where that's going. But what about Tennessee, which we called a really long time ago? I know everyone's wondering what is happening in Tennessee, but Pete Hegseth can answer that question for us because he is in Nashville. Did you hear, Pete, that we called Tennessee?
A while ago.
With 0% of precincts reporting, yes, which I very much appreciate. And so did the crowd here. My kind of state. But I'm telling you, we're having a lot of fun. We're at Kid Rock's in downtown Nashville on Broadway. And behind me, I've got a lot of intelligent, independent women behind me who are really fired up about the outcome tonight. I mean, you guys are like John Madden and Pat Summerall calling a football game. Every call you make, this crowd erupts. And when they erupt, it is based on a call you're making. And it's been fascinating to watch the energy in the room increase as the odds have moved in favor of Trump winning. And we've been talking to voters all night. This is what I love about election night. You guys know this. You've got pundits, you've got polls, and on election night, the people speak. And the people here are watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Pete. There's probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but something. Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Karl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith, and our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue. And so we're looking at how voters responded to that. 62% of Pennsylvania voters say that they favor expanding fracking in that state. Those voters backed Trump by more than 2 to 1. That was important to those voters. We'll see how that turns out. Another big difference, Michigan union voters, that vote is looking about the same with our Fox News voter analysis when we compare it to 2020. What might make the difference for Donald Trump in Michigan, white Catholics. Really interesting. He is at 61% of the vote with white Catholics. Harris is at 37%. Trump won white Catholics by 13 points in 2020. He has run that.
All right, so Trump is on his way to speak at Trump's headquarters, but Kamala Harris will not be speaking tonight.
Yep, that's what I just heard just a second ago.
Just to let you all know.
And gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue. From
and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been
like Trump's plan work, telling
at this point, like the margin is big enough.
conservatives to get out and vote early.
Up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are
Conservatives
seeing.
actually was falling through.
Under the age of 30, going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger
And you
candidate,
you're probably like, man, well, this election is, so I can go lay down.
draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger numbers than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
There you go.
Where we
Same
began.
one.
It all comes down to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, if it goes for Trump, will settle the contest. It'll be mathematically impossible for her to win.
So as you looked at tonight,
I can't stand that son of a bitch.
Karl Rove?
As it
Yeah.
unfolded, a little
He's
bit
a
of change
fucking
earlier in the
asshole.
evening. It looked like he was doing slightly better in the
Shouldn't he be sucking off George Bush?
and in some
Huh?
suburbs.
I was talking to him. Shouldn't he be sucking off George Bush right now? You don't have
Yeah, he
time for
should
this.
be.
He got to get on his knees, do some
doing
sucking.
better in all four of the southeastern suburban counties, as well as doing better in the rural
Which
parts
I
of
am surprised George Bush Jr. didn't come out and endorse Kamala. I am shocked. I was waiting for that to happen.
ethnics. It's Catholics who have been
I
for
think
decades
Bush Jr. learned, you know what I mean, just to stay the fuck out of shit.
increasingly Hispanic.
He's been pretty good about doing that.
And he's knit together that coalition tonight, along with working class people in small towns and rural parts of the country.
If I could just add one data point from our FNVA on Pennsylvania on the white Catholics, it looks like Trump is running about 1 point, almost exactly the same as 2020. In fact, Trump's actually down 1 point with the white Catholics in Pennsylvania. So that's about the same. But union voters, he's also seeing a down arrow there, about 3 points. He's running down below his 2020 levels.
So there's still hope for the blue wall for the Harris campaign. What are you hearing?
That there's still hope. Obviously, I didn't love to see the go take a nap and we'll get back to you in the morning about all of this, but we do have to keep in mind
Yeah, they Trump's getting ready to speak.
called for days that Biden won Pennsylvania on Friday of that week and Wisconsin on Thursday. I think that
Can't stand her either.
we'll see if they
I
can
can't
those
stand her either. She's
coming
a
in. There
fucking
was,
cunt.
some conversation over how much of a remaining vote in Philadelphia existed, and there was an extra 120,000-ish votes that were out there that could go into
He
Harris.
was on Google, stuff stupid. He pops up. He's one of the candidates for it.
Knows as well how much I love to throw out a good door knocking stat, right? So 2,000 door knocks a minute for the Harris campaign. Does any of that stuff matter anymore? And we'll see how this pans out. She could win with the simple route through. She already, getting Nebraska second. But the Harris campaign ran a conventional campaign, right? Where raising money, souls to the polls, that kind of stuff matters. Will that be the path going forward? The second thing is, if this night doesn't end up going in Harris.
Did this bitch say that she can still win?
Yeah, she'll say stupid shit like that all the time.
That stupid ass.
She'll just say random dumb shit.
And barring some big change, she will have underperformed Biden in 2020 in every single demographic except college-educated women. And even with college-educated women, it wasn't the overwhelming win that we thought it was going to be or that was projected in some of these very prominent surveys. And when you think about the fact that there were some people, I didn't think we were going to win Iowa, but that we had seen surveys where he was only up 5 in Kansas or up 3 in Ohio. It's going to take a lot of refocusing to understand really what happened here. And it doesn't seem like it was one decision that the Harris campaign did. I'm sure if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot of Josh Shapiro discussion. This feels much bigger than any decision about having him on the ticket or going to the Al Smith dinner.
So, Carl, when Jessica just brought up a potential for 150,000 votes in Philadelphia County, I saw your head kind of swing around. Does that not make sense to you?
Well, no. I mean, we're pretty good at saying 89% of the vote is in, or 95% of the vote is in, and that not turning out to be turns out to be accurate. It's very rare. I can't imagine in one instance where we
Hurry up and speak so I don't have to listen to these morons.
of the vote in or 85% of the vote in, and that turned.
We heard that the numbers around
Hispanic voters, but even black voters, where that might be. And interestingly, Carl, normally you see a race where in a country where the cultural issues impact, as you were talking about, the suburban areas in some places he wasn't performing, and you see the suburban areas in Pennsylvania and elsewhere where the economic issues, fracking, and the livelihoods of those communities were at stake. Then you have the cultural issues. I think the issue around transgender rights was a bigger issue than Democrats really understand what it meant. I mean, what it meant for girls playing sports. I'm a father of a son and a daughter, what it means if little boys are playing and little girls sports and going into bathrooms. I don't think they ever we've not gotten our head fully around that issue. So there'll be a lot of reckoning, and to Jessica's point, and I think a lot of reimagining whom we are as a party, which
they're already starting to protest out in Seattle.
Continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to belabor.
Yep, Antifa's out in the streets.
Candidate who Democrats who really were aggressive, and a media that echoed that called him racist and a Nazi.
I'll be right back.
And
All right, Tim.
Today, to see the black vote and the
It makes no sense to me. They're protesting an area of people with the same ideas as they do, and they burn their shit down.
Startling.
Makes no sense.
Just further sign of the decline of the influence of
But hey, it's better their shit than ours, I guess.
which tends to take its cues, to say the very least, from the Democrats, and to repeat with serious faces the charges he made and the sometimes outlandish claims that he has made about Donald Trump.
We could be getting ready for a call here soon. We're going to stay here, and we're going to go to Bill Hemmer because you're looking at Pennsylvania. Bill, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, sorry, they were talking to me. Go ahead. What's
How
that?
come I always talk to you when they're talking to you?
Well, because there's a lot to be said over here.
All
in
right.
this
So
figure. Go ahead.
Pennsylvania, we're still looking at, but
Yeah.
we're also looking at the national popular vote,
Yeah.
which he's currently leading.
Yeah. One thing I was looking at here. Okay, this is Philadelphia. This is 2016. This is Trump's margin in Philadelphia, 15.5. Okay. Then he comes back 4 years later. Philadelphia, that's where I mean, it's a Republican running in a blue part of the state. He's just shy of 18. Okay, so where is he tonight? He's almost at 21. Okay, so hold on that moment here, okay? There's a reason for this.
Wow, that was a nice move.
Yeah, like that? You caught me off guard. So let's go ahead and look at the vote difference for Pennsylvania. Some things I want to show you right now. You know, we talked about this Democratic march over here, and really, when we talk about the blue wall, here's where we stand right now, okay? Got to reach higher than that. Trump's just shy of 3 percentage points, now ticking down to 2.6.
All right, I got to switch over.
What's that?
We're going to switch over to this.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, no.
We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Now, you know what this reminds me of? 2016, because Hillary Clinton did the exact same thing.
Yeah, it didn't come out and congratulate Trump. Yeah, did the same shit.
Yep.
That is another indication about how well Trump has done.
Once it's over, remember, Democrats, you're not allowed to question elections.
Flips all those and maybe more shortly. So I want to show you that. We'll go
That's
ahead
against democracy.
and give it back to you guys. Okay.
Well, it's really interesting.
you, Bill.
We've got some action because we're hearing the former president is going to his party in West Palm, but we're also seeing Cedric Richmond in Harris Walsh campaign co-chair speaking at the Harris Walsh party. Let's listen.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta
I said the same thing.
came out around the same time of night and said, you know,
2016 over again.
votes, and you won't hear from her tonight. You'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But
let's be honest, though, she probably was too drunk to come out.
The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So
now this is
know,
following
as
just
you
like
start
2016.
to,
So by
decision
that
here,
measure
and we could be
alone,
getting close to a decision.
I say within
we'll
the
see
next
where we are in
hour, they're going to
Georgia. There
start
have
calling some
been other
states.
calls.
Hey,
I tell you.
hey,
We
people.
are now, and Michigan, Bill Hemmer.
Who the hell was that?
Seeing some.
So was Amy. She was saying hi.
It was 6.3
I'm like, where the hell
now,
that
but
voice
the
come from?
margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 200.
Damn, you got voices in your head you need to tell us about.
And you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot. It's a size.
Yeah, I do, but I didn't want that voice in
whether or
my
not
head.
there's enough votes in Wayne once they announce and release whether or not it's enough to overcome his.
I am here. Your phone sucks.
What about Kent County?
Yeah, you can hardly hear my phone. I know.
3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one.
That was a powerful speech, though, from the Kamala campaign. I'm telling you.
I think he would probably.
I was moved.
This was a flipper from
Almost
2020,
identical what Hillary's
when Joe
campaign
Biden
did.
took it from the
Yeah, right.
right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there, and we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily, but this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County.
I don't know. Something tells me with everything that we're seeing publicly, the internal polls are pretty much
midnight, right? He rolled in
saying it all.
Yeah, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right. Because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it'll stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you,
I swear I wasn't going to run through the house screaming until I know it's confirmed.
a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go west of Muskegon, or sorry, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again, just as I'm talking here, guys. It's ticking higher, 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
Since 1988, that has held.
I think we're getting ready for a call.
I think we are too. Are we?
Fox News can now project that the state of Georgia will go to former President Donald Trump.
Finally! Finally, you finally called it.
Fought battle. If you think about Georgia loses.
Georgia just got called for Trump.
President
finally
by 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President
about
Harris numerous times,
248?
thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult
Almost
relationship
there.
with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is
We
a
just need 2
very big
states.
win for former President
Pennsylvania,
Trump to, you know, have this redemption in
Wisconsin.
Georgia tonight.
So now we are at Electoral College vote at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Juan Williams as well.
All right, so we just need Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, or Pennsylvania and Nevada. And that'll put us over to 270. We need
Finally.
Pennsylvania, and any other state, and we win.
While we have you,
Have they called
what did you
Minnesota
see
yet?
this night? And was it
No.
like you thought going in?
No.
And as you look at the blue wall, there,
I will be so happy if Minnesota goes red. You have no idea.
Standards, because the more data I saw, the more
I kind of doubt that they will, considering Walz is from there. But
I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win. Let's say the national vote. I'm not saying he's going to, but that was something that nobody thought could happen. They thought he was capped at 47, 48%. That's a possibility. We had a lot of conversations about whether these, swing states were going to move together or whether they were going to sort of crack and each move separately. There's a possibility tonight that, I didn't think this would happen earlier in the afternoon, but that he could sweep all of them. That's not a prediction, but it's something that's within the realm of possibility with the data we've seen.
you're saying blue wall turns into a red wall.
It's possible. And that wasn't something anybody was talking about. People talked about Michigan in particular as being the
Poly
toughest
market
state
is
for Trump
at
to crack.
97.2%.
Now, Bill's shown the data recently. We've been looking at it for hours. Michigan's looking very difficult for her right now.
You know, all these toss-up states have been within a point or two. So is there any way to look at what you see now and say this could be a win in a larger percentage than that? I mean, a lot of these states are still close, but.
Right. What we're looking at right now, we have sort of model data, and we're looking to reach a certain level of statistical significance to make a call. We're also looking at what we call the outstanding vote. And so, for instance, in the case of Georgia, we were modeling about 835,000 outstanding votes. A lion's share of them were coming from suburban Atlanta. She needed to hit about 55, 56%. She was getting about 45%. And at a certain level, that becomes a statistical impossibility. The more data you get, the less room she has to actually grow or do better than she's been performing. And so that sort of triggered the call in Georgia. We're not quite there yet in the other states, but this may not be an election where we need to be here till Thursday or Friday.
Right. And so when they say go home, relax, you're saying maybe not yet.
We'll see if they, continue to count. Arizona and Nevada have been particularly stubborn about that. We understand in Nevada they don't allow any counting until the last vote has been cast, which is, we think, why we're getting basically nothing from Nevada so far.
Yeah.
But Arizona, it's coming in sort of droves. It's a close race there. Wisconsin and Michigan. Michigan seems to be counting there at like 54, 55%. Wisconsin at 2 a.m. in 2020 had counted 99% of the votes. So we think there's a chance we might have enough data in Wisconsin, maybe Michigan. So we may have some resolution more quickly than we had thought.
So in Pennsylvania, Sean talked about this earlier, the early vote and what that looked like, and what
97.4 on the
she
poly
would have
market.
to do day of in Philadelphia and those counties right around there. Is it possible that that's still out there and it's possible to do?
Well, it seems to be a probability diminishing by the hour. I think this is something from the Georgia data, but we've also seen it in Pennsylvania. Young African-American men did not come home. Part of the African-American vote came home to her, but a lot of it didn't, and there's a gender gap there. And the Georgia, I think, I have to run the numbers, and I'm not going to lay this at the feet of any demographic group in particular, but she really did seem to underachieve amongst African-American males, especially young African-American males.
I mean, it just makes me think about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama, the former president, and the.
Here's a little fun fact for governors. Let me pull this back up so y'all can see what I'm talking about. All right, so they haven't updated this as far as the presidential goes. Let me hit the refresh button. No, they still haven't. But when you go down this and we look at the U.S. Senate, we got 51 to their 42. There's still 7 to be determined. The House, we're at 183. We need to get to 218 to control the House. But look at the governors. We're at 27. They're at 23. So we got 4 more Republican governors than Democrats. That's a good thing. And historically speaking, whoever has the most governors, that's usually who wins the presidency. Just a little fun fact. Did you know that, Dan? Dan?
What's it?
Good Lord, you came in hot. Dan.
Yeah, what's up, Tim?
Ah, Lord. Ooh. You ain't got to scream.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to scream. Oh. But the things.
Been hanging around Amy too much. Screaming into the mic.
I'm gonna have to fix my audio.
All right. Here comes an update.
Left out. How much is
Yeah.
99% in or 90? What did you say?
90, statewide 90%. Darren, I got a question for you. When you think about the blue wall in the upper Midwest, when we were at the convention in Milwaukee in July, it ended on a Thursday. On a Friday, we had that national computer glitch, and all the airports were shut down. So all the delegates and all the journalists and all the campaign folks were stranded at the airport in Milwaukee. And I was still thinking at the time about, you know, why did I just see Kid Rock? And why did I see Hulk Hogan? And why did I see Dana White? And I went to the campaign. I said, what's going on there? Because it was men. It was white men. And they said, we notice in the upper Midwest, at the time they were thinking about Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio to a lesser degree, and Pennsylvania. That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, you know, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help or hurt depending upon, you know, the absolute level of support. We were looking at 55%. In other words, if Trump was hitting 55% with men, that was a good sign. If Harris was hitting 55% with women, that was a good sign. And in the upper Midwest states, he was getting closer to that sort of magic number than she was. So what they call it the bro strategy or whatever, it seems to have paid some dividends up there. I mean, we're still waiting, but you know, it's looking pretty good for him.
So we can definitively say that the poll that we don't talk about in Iowa was kind of off. The Des Moines Register poll.
I love Ann Seltzer. She's a giant and a pioneer in our field. I think, you know, what we were looking at, ironically, was not so much the top line in that race, but what Seltzer had said was that senior women were breaking away from Trump over the abortion issue. And I think our friend Sean Trende had a really good observation where he said that may be true, but it may not help Harris because that's something that could occur in Iowa where abortion was a hot issue, but might not occur nationally in other states where abortion wasn't as salient.
We have to let you go, but really quickly, what's happening in Minnesota?
That's what I was going to ask. Exact question.
Minnesota, why is that still?
They have done what sometimes they do in states. They've stopped counting votes.
Really?
And we're kind of close
After all
to.
we've been through with that.
After all we've been through?
We're at a level where we're close to statistical significance, but it's not quite there yet. And there are
Is
still.
Tim Walz in charge of that?
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Rumor has it.
We have to let you go because you
Wow.
have some more data crunching to do.
I do.
We appreciate you coming
Thank you,
by.
Darren.
Thanks,
Really
Darren.
does help a lot.
For coming
Good job.
by.
Very nice to see you guys. Thank you.
Let's check in with Aisha Hosni at the
Let's
Trump
do that.
campaign headquarters. Aisha?
Hey, you guys. Well, all signs here are pointing to perhaps imminent remarks from the former president shortly. The biggest debt giveaway was a short while ago. Somebody went onto the stage right behind me and put up the glass for the teleprompter. So perhaps somebody will be speaking to the crowd here shortly, and that might be the former president. We've got eyes outside, our security details outside watching to see if the motorcade arrives from Mar-a-Lago. I did get a video from someone at the Mar-a-Lago party a short while ago, and folks there were jubilant and cheering and clapping. They had Fox News on the screen. They were watching as we were calling states and more races for the former president. The excitement here is climbing every minute, and people here are anxiously awaiting to see if the former president shows up here tonight and perhaps gives a victory speech. Back to you.
Oh, Aisha, thanks.
Thank you very
Got a
much.
cough drop?
We'll head back there. If the former President Trump is about to take the stand and speak there. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. 1 a.m. in New York. Polls have just closed in Alaska. The Fox News decision desk says it is too early to call. Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis, so we will get you back to Alaska when we have a little more data to report there.
And there you see 248 to 216, the Electoral College map. We are waiting on the blue wall, which could be a red wall. You just heard from Darren Shaw, and I think that data and the way he laid it out there and their decision making really kind of lifts the curtain to how these guys operate based on our Fox News voter analysis, which again was 120,000 voters, that a rolling poll, and then the raw vote total that they came in. Alex Hoff is in Pennsylvania. We'll check in on the ground there. Alexandria.
Yeah. Hey, good to be with you. Yeah, the crowd here in Bucks County, they are excited by some trends they are seeing, not necessarily expecting to result tonight. Pennsylvania's results and the count is historically slow. It took 4 days in 2020, but the Commonwealth Secretary does believe that it's going to be faster this time. New technology, more training will come into all this. Now, looking at Philadelphia, both the Trump and the Harris campaigns, they're saying they're outperforming there, but Team Trump feels that this could be good news for them because there are pockets of support inside of South Philadelphia, Northeast Philadelphia, and there is a saying that goes that Republicans can gauge how well they are doing in the state by how much they are losing Philadelphia by. Simply, it cuts into the margins that Democrats need, and here in Bucks County, they're seeing themselves on the screen right now. It means a lot. If he were to win this county, Bucks County, I mean, that would be the first time a Republican presidential candidate has taken this county since 1988. And these suburbs of Philadelphia, this is what pushed Biden over the edge in 2020. Harris needs to do well in these counties if she stands to have a chance of taking this state, guys. Brett, Martha?
Alex, thank you. So let's go to Bill and see, what are you cooking up over there, Bill?
You know, I was just looking at New York. You know, we heard so much about MSG and the insult comic about the Puerto Rican joke. And, you know, Trump, you know, New York's his home, right? I mean, now living in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, but just look at this. I'm going to go ahead and use the slide bar and just, okay, 8 years ago when he's running against Hillary Clinton, this is his margin in New York, all right? 37.5 compared to almost 59 for Hillary Clinton. And then against Joe Biden, it was what? Was it? Oh my gosh! It was 0.3 of a point. All right, and now we come to 2020 and see the numbers on the board here. That's a pretty decent performance, and we're just getting some insight here in the New York City. He did well over 40% of the vote here in New York as well. One thing I was checking out here, guys, in this is the number, right? Path to 270. I guess in theory right now, if you were to close out, you know, you're at 248. If you were to close out Pennsylvania, and even though Alaska has ranked choice voting, which could take a while to post a number here, nonetheless, that would put him right at the number at 270. So even around the blue wall, that's possible too. That goes back to the argument that we've been talking about for some time now, that Trump had more paths to the Oval Office than Harris did. Let's go check on Pennsylvania one more time here, and we'll see. Okay, it's holding steady at 3.5. 90% of the estimated vote out there is now reporting here. In Michigan, You know, the blue wall, 6.3. So that number is stuck a little bit here. Estimated somewhat, maybe 40% of the vote still missing there in Michigan,
Oh, shit.
in Wisconsin. You know,
We know you have choices when it comes to grilling products.
These motherfuckers.
0.2 advantage in Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, they take a lot of pride in what they do. They want to get the vote out quickly. Maybe Milwaukee notwithstanding, but the rest of the state, you know, that's their idea. So we could get that in maybe a little more as we go into what, the 2 a.m. hour? Are we going to 2 a.m. or 3? What are we doing here? Arizona sticking here at 0.7. What's that?
Just keep going.
Okay, you got it. This is Nevada, so we're starting to get our first numbers in from Nevada. For any of the nerds and geeks out there that have been deep in the weeds about the early voting, you've been watching Nevada, and Nevada's been a pretty good marker there for Republicans. This is a quick count here now. It's saying 75% of the vote is in, and Trump's got a firm lead at 3.4 points, roughly just a tad under 35,000 votes. Clark County, Las Vegas. 70% of the votes in the Silver State here all come from Nevada. Let's see what's happening right now. Okay, Harris, just a tick over 50.2 with 80%. I want to go comparison's sake, 8 years ago. Why not, right? In Nevada, I don't know what this number is. We'll find out together, okay? So Hillary Clinton did 2 points better than Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden, okay, did even better, 3.5 over what Kamala Harris is putting up right now. So it appears if you're in the Trump camp, that's a pretty good number right now, just shy of 51% in Nevada early on. Here's Carl Rowe's favorite place in the world. This is Washoe County, right, Carl? Right now, a point, it's close, right? 0.2 points. What happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close, but Biden won the county. So in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in, but Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York
How
Times
high?
needle is
Wow.
now at greater than 95% and likely to win the popular vote is what they have. Well, let's check in. Well, let's go out to Vegas. Jeff Paul is live in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here.
All right, so if Trump carries Pennsylvania and Nevada, he wins that. If he carries Pennsylvania and Alaska, he wins. So if they call Pennsylvania tonight, that's a wrap. Trump has won. In order for him to lose, Kamala would have to win the next 5 states after that. And the likelihood of that happening, you have a better chance of winning the lottery every day for the next 100 years. So if he wins Pennsylvania, we can call it comfortably and everybody can go to bed. Right now, the poly market's got him at 98.8% of winning. Harris only has a 1.4% chance of winning. So, yeah, I agree, Marcus. That's the reason why she's not speaking tonight, because she knows she done lost. Same thing happened in 2016 with Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton did the exact same thing. Her campaign manager came out and says, "Oh, we're going to go ahead and go to bed and we're going to get back to this tomorrow." And then next thing you know, later on that night, they conceded to Trump as he gave a victory speech. So if everything goes as 2016, within the next hour, Donald Trump will probably be speaking, and Kamala Harris camp will probably concede, and we'll know within the next hour and a half if he wins. Yeah.
Did you hear Juan Williams?
What?
He said, so yeah, it looks like Trump's going to be our president, but on Fox News, Juan Williams says, yeah, it's looking likely that Trump will be our president, and they're predicting he'll probably win the popular vote.
Yeah. Juan Williams, of all people, the biggest Democrat in the world.
An optimism at the Sam.
What the hell? Well, it looks like we lost Fox. That's crazy. Oh, that was on an Arabic channel. They got shut down. Okay. Surprised we didn't get shut down for it. Well, let me go back to the drawing board and see if I can't find. What up, Dan?
All right, how my audio issues fixed?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, but all of a sudden had a bunch of audio issues. I don't know what the hell that was about. Did I miss anything? I was fighting with audio issues.
Well, apparently, Juan Williams came out and said, yeah, so what? Donald Trump's going to be the next president.
Man, I thought he was an evil dictator. Why would he be so what about an evil dictator that's supposed to be the next Hitler? Just a so what? I swear, their logic makes no sense to me. But no, it's no big deal. Before the election started, y'all made it sound like it was the end of democracy, as we know it. I actually was a bit scared, with the sense of how much they was going to probably weaponize government. I mean, they've already weaponized government, but it would have been on steroids if she wins. Conservatives should be scared. We've watched them completely weaponize the justice system.
Why can't I find the fucking...
Sure, Elon Musk is happy. He's like, hey, I don't get to go to jail. That's exactly what they would have tried to done if she wins.
I can't find the fucking Fox News shit.
Did you lose it?
Yeah, that link you sent me it wasn't a Fox channel.
Yeah, it wasn't a Fox. It was somebody tapped into it.
Yeah, well, they got clipped.
Oh, shit. My bad. I'm bounce down and see if I can't find one.
Let's see if this.
Because black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might feel that. Obviously, you can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
Carl, I think he's trailing.
Did you find it, Tim? I sent you a link.
2020
Yeah, I got it.
numbers with whites.
Okay.
Well, you know what? I think that the bro
Hispanics and black.
Yeah, that's what I got up on the screen.
it's not sufficient to make up.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
not sufficient to have this kind of night.
I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for
God,
the
you
white
hear one
candidate
Williams
who
talking shit.
says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments, but let me just say,
I followed your comment. It's logical conclusion.
Carl, hold on. We're not saying most black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
You suggested it's only
I'm saying to you, no, I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I get into, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. And I think they like Trump's image and the character.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr. way in here.
We offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
I tend to agree with Juan about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as we seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work? Did the gender gap with women work? Did black women?
$2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20. Go to DealDash.com and see how much you can save.
Reminder, bent finger appointment.
I don't want to wait or have surgery for my Dupuytren's contraction. I want a non-surgical treatment.
And if non-surgical treatment isn't offered,
I'll get a second opinion.
Take charge of your treatment. If you can't lay your hand flat, visit findahandspecialist.com to get started.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age. It was just a matter of how good I could get and how far I would go.
At RAM, our calling is to build. When you find nothing can stop you from answering it.
Well, RFK's at the Trump's headquarters. He just walked through the crowd.
Elon Musk was flying to Mar-a-Lago.
What's that?
Yeah, I remember hearing that Elon Musk was flying to Mar-a-Lago.
I could barely understand what you were saying. What you
I
said?
said, yeah, and I heard that Elon Musk earlier was headed towards Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah. All right, let me swap over to this because they're actually showing the map on CNN. So forgive me, folks.
Very competitive Battleground County, but to win Pennsylvania, you want to be on the top end in Bucks County, and at the moment, the vice president is on the losing end. Then you move.
I was just curious if they were melting down yet.
Big conversation, right? Both candidates there in the final days because of the Madison Square Garden event, the debate about is the Trump going to lose the Puerto Rican votes, other Latino votes because of this? Well, at the moment, Harris 95%, so not a lot of not a lot of room for this to change. 51% for the vice president. She's winning the county, but she's not winning the county again. Look at Joe Biden. Now, this is Joe Biden's birth state. He had a home field advantage, maybe. It was in a pandemic. Donald Trump was at his weakest. I guess you come out of that.
Why they claim Pennsylvania?
Do the math here. And the math is she's running behind.
Amy's claiming Fox may have claimed Pennsylvania for Donald Trump.
The vice president. So
Say what?
Conversations about
Amy just said she thinks they claimed Pennsylvania for claimed Pennsylvania for Donald Trump.
Who did?
Amy did. She just come in there hollering saying that they claimed it for Donald Trump, Pennsylvania.
Oh, shit, they did.
On Fox News.
Hold on. Amy, be quiet. Here you go, folks.
In the beginning was about Pennsylvania. Now, former President Trump will win the state of Pennsylvania, and we can make that call, the 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267, not officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States.
There you have it.
Is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the
We got Donald Trump as our president.
we have ever
Mission
seen.
accomplished.
Ever. I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland.
Hey, what are you going to do now? They obviously couldn't win the election. They fucking knew it. So now what's they going to do? They're probably trying to throw him in jail and impeach him before
indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president, and his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge historic moment in the United States of America as the former President Trump is closing in with just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump.
We're looking live, 1:21 a.m. in the morning at Trump headquarters. The cheers coming up. We're told the former president is there, as well as J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance. They are getting ready to hear from former President Donald Trump. Again, at 267, not there yet, but looking at where that vote is in Wisconsin, where the vote is in Michigan, where the vote is in Nevada and in Arizona. There is no path, Brit Hume, for Vice President Harris, and just 30,000 feet what this means.
Well, I'm
Damn,
I remember when Richard Nixon was
we're
declared
almost
dead
there.
in 1962.
I don't want to jump the gun until we hit 270.
Said we don't have Nixon to kick around anymore. No one could imagine after that failed race for governor that he could have come back in 1968 and been elected president. That was a hell of a comeback. This, to my eye, was a man who was faced with many more slings and arrows than Nixon had been at that time, hated though he was by the Democrats. This surmounts that. This is an extraordinary comeback.
Dana.
He campaigned so energetically, ruthlessly, fiercely, and with more joy.
You heard what they said. Kamala Harris has no chance of getting to 270. She has zero chance to get to 270. Now, if she wins the remaining 5 states, Donald Trump won't get to 270 either. It'll be a 269, 269. Then it goes to the House.
Yeah, like I said, I'm holding my celebration until we hit 270.
And Nazis,
For sure.
and they came through. The other thing that's on my mind is, last night at her closing rally, Oprah Winfrey said that if Donald Trump is elected again, basically you can just write America off. Like America's just going to fall apart. That's
Oprah
obviously
Winfrey.
not true, although I'll be surprised tomorrow if there's a big line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities leaving the country, as I said.
Can we help pack their bags?
This is the greatest country, and there will be so many opportunities for lots of deal making. I think President Trump will be in the mood, but he also has a huge to-do list. Biden and Harris have left a mess. His closing argument was, she broke it, I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it. And you saw that through the whole campaign.
He is, I think, enthusiastic about doing the job of being President Harold. And it is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's a single greatest political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he said some things and did some things that I didn't quite understand, that I thought maybe detracted from it.
So, folks, check it out. If they announce one more state for Donald Trump and we get to 270, I got a surprise for y'all. Don't go nowhere. So I'm going to make a special phone call. You're going to hear the other person on the other end to see what they have to say.
Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess. Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier, that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election. It's hard to understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this, because it was so over the top one way that they thought it was done. There was a landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. The revolution rolls on, and this is not just a victory for the White House tonight, but also this is the end of the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of the things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party. And he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat, to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his term.
2018.
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022, which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him.
So the poly market's got him at 99.0%. They got Kamala Harris winning a 0.8% chance winning.
Yeah, not a chance in hell. I'll be looking forward to the liberal tears tomorrow. Absolutely looking forward to it. Just saying.
Funny thing is, CNN hasn't even called Pennsylvania, which I'm surprised.
No, they're probably freaking out right now. I ain't gonna lie to you.
No, they don't want Kamala Harris to win.
I know
They don't. They don't, because their ratings have been tanking.
Yeah, they don't like her. They just they were stuck with her.
They want Trump to win so their ratings will go up.
Yeah, that is true too. Trump's good for business for them.
Yeah.
The liberals stay very extremely angry, and they want so they can Trump hate all day long.
Of a president whom they fear. And look, I think it's going to be incumbent.
I still think some of these medias need to have their license pulled, to be honest with what bullshit they pulled during this election. Absolutely, you need to have their license pulled.
The system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series of questions.
Trump gets in office, that's something to consider because they did some serious violations.
Donald Trump
Yep.
and recreate a system that does not recognize that he won and the people have spoken.
Like Doctor and Kamala's interview and shit. Yeah, that's a violation. Lose their license.
Imagine the Saudis, making a normalization deal with Israel in the face of a new president here. Imagine
I'm going there tomorrow night.
Imagine a Ukraine deal that Donald Trump talks about. Kevin O'Leary, what is the market going to do?
You're going to love this. What's happened here is the system self-corrected. When you try and break the American model, it fixes itself. And I think people should give credit within the Democratic Party. Donald Trump.
Shit, I'd drink if I actually did drink right now.
Spatula to these policies and bring it back to the center over the next 4 years, and in a way reset. And we talked about this earlier, but he saved entrepreneurship. He saved the entire model of the.
Well, Tim, I think we got our country back, bro.
Acting 20%
You know
higher
how-
was a really bad idea. And
For
it
Leary to
self-corrected.
say that,
Capital, and
he's a
this is why
fucking
I'm getting on a
Democrat.
plane tomorrow night.
Yeah, he's a Democrat.
Tomorrow night, so I could go to.
But even he's seen the insanity coming from the Democrat Party. He's been calling it out for a minute now.
For taxes, 100%.
You know, Mark
not
Cuban's
gonna
fucking
change. That
pissed
is
off
very
right now.
important for
Yeah, didn't he go into hiding? Nobody's seen him for days. I've been on X for days now, and everybody's asking, what the hell happened to Mark Cuban?
It works. It has worked for 100 years.
Fucking
When it gets
faggot.
too crazy, it fixes.
I see Mark Cuban's like, how in the fuck this guy become a billionaire?
Mark
He
Cuban,
dumb
you're
as
a
shit.
bitch. You're a straight
Thank you
bitch.
very much, Mr. President.
By the way, as the
Call
markets,
yourself
the
an
power
American.
market,
You're
all
a
these election
fucking
markets are
communist.
moving,
You fucking
Bitcoin.
cunt.
Yeah, and what he just did to himself, the business community's going to look at him that way too.
Speaking of Bitcoin,
Nobody going to take him serious with it after this shit.
here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that the people who were working on his.
I'm just waiting for him to officially say 270.
What they were doing.
Yep.
And then I'm going to mute this fucking phone and act like a lunatic.
$1 million giveaway.
No, you ain't got
for
muted.
registered
I want to
voters.
hear it.
For that, somebody we follow and we've had on the show many times, and she knows that area very well.
Everybody in the chat
She
wants to hear it
said
too.
the people of that region.
This has been a long time coming, dude.
And is a big thinker who wants to create
Not yet.
jobs, who
We
is
only
like
need Alaska,
looking into the
3
future,
points in
and
Alaska
they can get
for
behind
I know.
that.
It's
And they
done.
love
It's
somebody
over.
who
We
can
win.
really
Trump is
lead.
47.
And
Well,
leadership takes
we
courage.
gotta wait till it hits
And you have to be
270
willing
first,
to make
though,
I
man.
don't give
decisions
a fuck.
where you are
Alaskans
going to
are
be
3 points.
criticized. I
Trump
think this is one
wins.
of the
It's
problems that
47.
Kamala Harris has
did our
always
victory
had.
on it.
She doesn't want to take a position on
And
anything. We haven't even talked about how in
or
California,
YouTube. I already
the
call it.
law to
They already
basically
said
make
it. Trump's
shoplifting
got
illegal
Trump
again.
he lost. Even
passed
Ron Williams said it's
overwhelmingly,
over.
and Gascon, our friend down the DA in Los Angeles,
I'm
lost
not
by
gonna count my
22 votes.
until they hat.
I mean, this is in California, so it was everywhere. And 2 days before, 22 points.
Or he's like, fuck it, I'm doing it now.
Wouldn't even take a position on that. 75% of the people in California wanted it gone, and you can't take a position to be with them.
Not only that, you were part of Prop 47, which changed the law the other way.
Right.
When you were in office.
So not wanting to take a position.
All right,
and
stop
not being
fucking
willing to be
talking and start
criticized
calling them other
is
states.
a problem if you want to be a leader at that level.
She had that affliction in 2020. Why didn't her own party say, you're not the right candidate? I mean, run a process.
Well,
get
they
the-
did. They ran out of town right before any votes were cast in 2019.
The
And
same
she was
affliction.
out of there.
Hit her here. The same problem she had in 2020 hit her in
She's the same
2024.
person.
I mean, it's not all her fault. They put her in a race that we now know couldn't win.
Yeah.
But Karen, in fairness to Democrats, there's no doubt. I agree with you on the unrealized capital gains. We shouldn't be taxing that. But we produce more wealth, more innovation, more oil, more cures, more therapeutics over the last 3 years. So I hear you. Democrats are not bad for the economy. Some things she proposed that I'm with you on. But
So in Alaska,
and we're gonna
Trump's leading 56.8% to 38.6%.
Got it right there.
With 26% of the votes in. So that's enough for them to call it.
I want the country to be great. And I hope that both of the parties can work together to
They want to drag it out as long as they possibly can, I guess.
a great win. And I agree with you in this regard. My party's got to reimagine and reinvent itself.
He's got 66,702,530 votes. She's got 61,808,358 votes. Jill Stein's got 544,589 votes. And others is 1,326,071 votes.
Is actually a moment.
For you 61,808,358 people in this country who voted for Kamala Harris, y'all have got to be the dumbest motherfuckers on the face of the earth.
I bet they're still in.
You know, I think back at the moment in Iowa at the beginning of this.
I hope you have fucking hemorrhoids for the rest of your life.
You had to vote for that kind of stupid. That's what was always entertaining to watch, like the interviews on the street. They would always ask them. They would ask them, you know, like, "Why are you voting for Kamala?" I don't know.
He wanted success.
Of course they would.
To be his revenge, and that he wanted a successful America. And I would imagine that we're going to hear.
But I wonder what the government
You wrote in your piece, you quoted one of those great old Republican presidents, H.W. Bush, who said that a campaign is a disagreement and an election.
Honey, I can't help you. Your state's brain dead.
Way for harmony and peace. You know,
But listen, there are a lot of Thanksgiving tables that people are still going to have hard feelings after this election, more than any other election.
I have one of them.
And if you passing the Brussels sprouts is not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward, Brett. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view. When Biden was elected.
Yeah, that's what Amy was crying about Minnesota.
Deal-making guy that he'd been when he was in the Senate. Yes, he's always.
That state's just gone.
He's at 99.4% on Polymarket. She's at 0.6%.
Yeah, I don't think Trump's going to win with them odds.
Trump went to Georgia and made a mess of that Senate, those two Senate races down there, and the Democrats ended up with control of the Senate. At which point, old Biden started getting,
They're just sitting around just waiting at this point. Just call the shit.
They call Minnesota for Harris.
Yep.
Way to go, Amy. Way to fuck it up.
He walked off, but he would sit there and argue with you like, I wouldn't have voted for her. He voted for Trump.
First thing that wouldn't have happened was all that wild spending that led to the inflation, or led to a big part of the inflation. And Biden and the country would have been better off because of it. There's always a danger in overreading your mandate. One wonders if Trump will be sober-minded about his.
I think that happened to Biden. Early on, remember, he said he's going to be returned to norms, and then the historians came in and said, no, you could be bigger than FDR. So he says, fine, okay, I'll spend all the money. Then they caused inflation, and now they end up with this result.
Well, he has said that this looks like new President Trump, if he gets to 270, which we expect he will, fairly shortly. Yes, exactly. Has a moment to bring about the unity that people expected after the last election. Of course, we would be kidding ourselves to think that there won't be a tremendous response to this, tremendous backlash in a lot of corners of the country.
So listen, he's going to get there because Alaska is going to be Republican, but we're not done as far as calling states. There could be even more states that go Trump's way. This could be a massive landslide just by what we're looking at in the polls. Fox News Decision Desk can now project, though, Vice President Harris will win Minnesota, and her running mate Tim Walz serves as the state's governor there.
What a shame.
Up to 267 to 226. But again,
yeah, they called it.
Will be the 47th.
They called it, honey.
States. More Democracy 24 special coverage next.
Fuck Minnesota.
Tim said, "Fuck Minnesota."
Myasthenia gravis.
The subcutaneous injection takes 37 votes. There's 200 songs that have time for you.
I can't hear a word she's saying.
Yeah, sorry. She's just going off saying like they cheat in that state. Like they haven't counted two major counties. with large populations, but I'm pretty sure it's going to swing her way. It's Minnesota. Hey, we both are stubborn, Tim. After what happened in 2020, we want to make sure.
Yeah. Jay Johnson said that YouTube just deleted his comment that he put Trump as number 47.
But
I
that was
believe
an
that.
outrageous comment.
I believe that. I believe they would do that too.
Well, hell, Google got caught for cheating. They were, what Google was doing was they were suppressing, like when you looked up for Trump and Kamala, it told you where to go to vote for Kamala, but it wouldn't for Trump. So Google was doing some shady ass shit. No surprise though.
Oh, now because Kamala won Minnesota, they took her from 0.6% to 0.9% chance winning.
Damn, that was a large climb.
And Trump goes back down to 98.3.
Now we got to be concerned though if they're going to try to pull that 14th Amendment bullshit.
All right, Menace.
What?
Don't be saying that shit. Y'all gonna speak that shit into existence.
Sorry. Old habits.
Don't give him any ideas. You're too stupid to figure that out.
They are about to explode at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. You see thousands of people waiting, and we are about to hear from the next president of the United States. He will be 45 and 47, and we're waiting for him to join the room, and we'll take you there, obviously, as soon as that gets underway. In the meantime, Grady Trimble is in Michigan. Let's get a quick update just outside of Detroit. Hi, Grady.
Hey, Martha. Yeah, people were getting a little bit tired here, but then the call for Pennsylvania was like a jolt of electricity through this room at the Michigan GOP watch party. And the crowd started chanting USA. They started chanting Trump, 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 as it now appears he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, in addition to Trump and the call for him in Pennsylvania, they're also excited about the possibility that Michigan could be the state that tips him over that magic 270 number. We're also following a very close Senate race here in Michigan, and they're feeling very confident about that as well. Republican candidate Mike Rogers looks like he could cruise to victory with the help of former President Trump. Democratic candidate Alyssa Slotkin, she went out to her crowd at her watch party at around 12:30 tonight and told them to go home and go to sleep, where here they extended this ballroom venue all through the night if they had to.
Hell no, we learned our lesson. We ain't going to sleep.
As they await.
Remember the last time we went to sleep.
Okay, Grady, thank you. It is really important to point out how big the coattails could be tonight. Think about Bernie Moreno in Ohio, was thought dead in the water against Sherrod Brown. He wins. We have right now at this hour, as Grady mentioned, Mike Rogers in Michigan is up. Looks like he is getting closer. We haven't made a call there yet. Hovde in Wisconsin leading right now. Sam Brown in Nevada is closing in on Jackie Rosen.
Wow.
We're talking about historic numbers here. If all of these dominoes fall, you're talking about a Senate that could be 54-46, 55-45. That wasn't in the cards. That wasn't on anybody's bingo card when you came into election night.
But these candidates have all fought really strong races, and they have all closed in a very strong way. And in fact, many of them were sort of pulling into +5, +6 in just over the last 3 weeks. So it's a fascinating part of
And
the story. Hopefully, we'll be able to call some more of those soon.
Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says with these coattails, you could see the House going Republican as well. And that would be a part of this story as well. Let's go back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and Jono Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Kayla McGee-White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted. Kayla McGee.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump. And we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many people support him. And it's because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And even worse, they didn't want to. They didn't want to have to stoop down to understand the concerns over immigration, over the economy. And guess what? The American people sent a very clear message tonight that you better start paying attention, and you better start paying attention soon.
We heard a lot of words, demographic. I don't know how many times we heard it, Steve Hilton, but Gianna, you talk about black voters, black male voters especially. We heard it again and again tonight, and you think it's worth talking about.
I think this is a historic night. Black men will now, those who voted for Trump will be counted as those who helped save America from further decline. I mean, Kamala Harris has tried her best to create these accents like, you better thank a union member, all of these things that she's done to try to appeal to this community, even going on Oprah Winfrey's talk show or whatever that was to say, oh, I'll pull out my gun and shoot someone that tries to come into my house. I mean, this has become nonsensical to the point that I don't know if we're looking at Medea runs for president or not. I mean, this is outstanding what has happened from the black male perspective, and I hope the Republican Party takes note.
Yeah, and you talk about young males and younger voters, Jody Armour. You're a law professor at the University of Southern California. You know what young people are geared into. Are you surprised when you see these voter analysis numbers that young voters came out heavy for Donald Trump?
Yeah, well, young voters can sniff out a fraud. They can sniff out somebody who's chameleon-like. She changes her position according to the prevailing winds. They didn't like that. Many across the country, young students said, for me, a red line.
Amy thinks it's going to be Wisconsin is going to be the one that does it because they're almost done with their count.
In the Middle East, and I see us as complicity. And so they, we're saying, I'm not just that enthusiastic.
I hope so.
I'm not going to get out.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this unfold, Trace, it is just a massive victory.
Oh, we got to
common
jump back.
sense.
Sorry, guys, back to you. We got Trump coming out.
Trace, thank you. The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
277.
Comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second.
Thank God I was muted. I just screamed like a lunatic. Sorry.
First was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance.
Yep, he's officially the president of the United States.
United States. Voters express deep frustration.
It's over with.
Day 277.
Take that, you libtard motherfuckers. Take a pink dildo with thorns and shove it up your fucking ass.
Hey, I'm just
Pennsylvania, it's over with.
277, Adam. I told you.
Hold on, I'm gonna look real quick. Man, we watching this in the studio all fucking night, man. This is fucking crazy.
What did I tell you?
We have our president.
Who's that? This is TripleT. Oh, let me tell you what up. This is Shaka right here. What up, TripleT?
What up, Shaka?
You know what, dude? You know what, bro?
Oh man.
What, TripleT?
What's
They
that?
fucking hugged me at a fucking music festival in Kentucky and then announced you got COVID online and I gotta hide that from my people for the next week. That's fucked up, dog.
I didn't know I had it.
Wait, the fuck? This just recent? Yeah. Now you're at my house? Yeah. Oh, wow. Great, bro. You feel sick? No. Bro, I grew up in Brevard County. COVID doesn't fucking affect me.
Trump.
This is awesome, man.
But I told you that he was going to win, did I or did I not?
You did.
Okay.
Yeah, this is. I'm gonna go light up a stick. I have a stick of dynamite right now.
All right.
I got my lotion. Get out of the way.
You said you got your lotion?
Good night, Adam.
Yeah, my emotional shit out of the way.
Yeah, we had to hug and stuff, you know.
There you have it. Adam Calhoun, Shot and Hustle Man, and FJ Outlaw.
Hell yeah.
Donald Trump.
What's that?
Two assassination attempts, an unlikely
Number 47.
combined victory, and history is made tonight. This is a huge
Damn good
moment,
day.
particularly because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all
Yeah,
of this
I knew Wisconsin.
you now have
I had a feeling
black voters,
Wisconsin was
Latino
going to be the
voters,
one to
young
do it
voters
just
coming
because
in a way
I had
we
Minnesota's
haven't
local
seen the
news
Party
on,
bring in a very
and
long
they were
time, and that's
they
due
were
to
almost
former
done with
President, now
recording.
soon to be current President Trump.
Because I did get 10 minutes
Come
from.
out.
I spent so much time fighting the left. It's just
2016
the
about his
feeling of
remarks.
getting this win.
Before he went out to
Oh,
give his
yeah.
remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was
Uh,
a
the-
more
this-
boisterous Trumpian speech.
In
Speech
reality,
B
though,
was
the
the
battle's
speech for
just
unity,
getting
and
started now.
Ivanka said,
Oh
he
yeah,
saw
the
the
fight's
faces
not
of
over,
crying
but
Hillary voters. He
Did
ripped up
Washington
his
go blue?
speech
I'm
and said
assuming
he
they
wanted to
did.
heal the nation. And the
Oh,
first
yeah,
words he
yeah.
said
They're
Yeah.
already,
were
they're already
appreciation for
rioting
Hillary
up in
Clinton, for
Seattle.
service to our
Yeah.
country, and then he
I
said,
mean,
now is the time for America
it would have been
to
like
find the women's
iconic if
revolution. And he said,
Minnesota
we
went
are a
red, but
party
I knew
of
that wouldn't
racist,
happen just
free,
because Walls is from Minnesota.
we got our country back.
It would have been better if it did. Tell him to shove his tampons where the sun don't shine.
No, that's why I was. That's why I was like praying. I'm just like, come on, man. But like, it would have been so good if he had. But you know,
It's just hard not to get emotional because what was on the line in this election.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sure there's gonna be plenty of other stuff we're gonna be fighting though.
yeah,
You know,
but this was a big win right here.
Yeah,
Right.
we got, what, how many days till inauguration?
right?
So
now we just gotta hope some crazy stuff doesn't happen before.
But this was a shot across the bow to the globalist.
Yeah, Wisconsin put him over it.
You're right, honey.
nice.
Wisconsin.
That's what I said.
Yeah, that's what I just said, honey. I said you were right.
Because I turned on Minnesota like my local news up there because they're live, and of course they're paying attention to Wisconsin because Wisconsin's literally 10 minutes from where I lived.
So,
Hudson, Wisconsin. So
hear what Joy Reid said?
no, apparently they're melting down over there though. I don't know.
Oh yeah, she's like, oh, it's a white women's fault.
Are you serious?
It's a white woman's fault. Okay. Okay.
That North Carolina, it was a white woman's fault that they lost North Carolina. It's like,
CNN?
yeah. It's like, I think it might be because of the response to the hurricane, but that's just me.
Right. I mean, she wants to blame it on the white woman, but the only thing I would tell you, I think it's more black women that figured I'm done with the Democrat Party.
They got 100% of the black vote.
Right. So
I think
how she's gonna blame it on white women? I think she needs to look at black women, probably the ones that actually, tipped it.
CNN hasn't even caught it yet.
Oh, they're not. They're gonna drag that shit out, man.
Oh, CNN hasn't even announced it yet.
They have to have time to go cry in the bathroom first.
Oh,
You ever hear
yes,
Tim
the
Pool
sweet,
talk about?
salty tears of the left.
You ever hear Tim Pool talk about what in 2016 he was in a room with the news people. Back in 2016, he's like in shock and couldn't believe it that these people just start up and crying and bawling in the newsroom.
Not surprised.
He's like, these people are crazy.
And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. and I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not.
Have
could
you
happen.
not checked on
Dana?
Seattle yet?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary. And Dr. Jill Biden, there will be.
In that moment, Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from.
So I just want to point something out real quick. So when I made that phone call, Shaka Hustleman and FJ Outlaw and City Chief are at the studio with Adam Calhoun.
Hell yeah. That's what's up.
2 of those 3 names were on the list.
Yep.
So what does that tell you? Album's already in play for the best country rap album to come out.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, I saw who was supposed to be on that album. That's fine.
And that list was just John Brodnick's list. That wasn't Adam's list. That wasn't Demon's list. That was just Brodnick's list. Now, it was brought to my attention today that a certain YouTuber said that if I was real, I would bring him up on my panel to discuss why he doesn't like me or why I'm not being real. First of all, I believe you're doing all this for clout.
Mm-hmm.
Because for the last 3.5 months, you've been saying that we're boys and we were homies. Now, all of a sudden, you got a problem with what I said about the Illinois show. But yet you've been saying we've been homies this whole time. But you had said that you didn't like me since then. That tells me that you're being fake because you've been lying this whole time. And you've been tagging certain people. So, seems like to me you're the one doing it for clout there, buddy.
Well, I'm sorry for tagging you, but I'm up here. You can confront me now, Tim.
I wasn't talking about you.
So
For once,
for
Tim,
Tim,
or for once, Dan, it's not about you.
so Tim, I was gonna say, like the local people up in Minnesota are saying that they think that it probably would have went Democrat for the country, but because it was Kamala, that's why. And they're basically saying that if Biden had stepped down earlier and people actually had the chance to vote for like a different Democrat to run, that possibly a Democrat could have taken it, but because of Kamala was the other choice, that people just didn't like Kamala.
Well, that's not hard to believe.
They didn't like Kamala. Nuh-uh. Really?
Yeah, I heard Kamala's fun to bring to parties. What are you talking about?
I wonder how many
Word on the
parties
street.
you went to.
I
wonder
heard
how
she'll
many
blow the whole party.
parties you went to.
She'll
Oh,
bring
did you-
she'll get all the McDonald's food for you.
Did you see the
Yeah,
video
right.
I posted in the chat?
The what?
Video I posted in the chat?
Which one?
It's
About the riots?
No, it's right below that.
Yeah, I don't like two-faced people either. I'm still just sitting over there overwhelmed that Trump won.
Yeah,
Can't get over it.
we knew it was gonna happen though.
Not really. Yes, but no.
Damn, HBR.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Ah, I'm afraid to show this. But this is my throwaway channel, so I don't care.
Well, if it's HBR, he'll definitely get your channel taken. Trust me, I know.
This is my throwaway channel, so.
HBR jumps up on my channel all the time, just starts playing shit, and I'm like, "Will I get hit for this?" Yep.
All right, check this out, folks.
What did Kamala's husband just say?
Kamala did what Kamala always.
What the fuck?
What did Kamala's husband just say?
Why is it doing that?
I don't know. That's weird.
What did Kamala's husband just say?
Maybe because it's full screen?
Kamala did what Kamala always does. She just put her head down and she went to work.
What did Kamala's husband just say?
Kamala did what Kamala always does. She just put her head down and she went to work.
What did Kamala's husband?
That was great when it was being posted all over X. I was dying when I saw it.
Yeah,
I was like, I was like, did he just say that?
He did.
You know, he got in trouble.
Oh yeah. She didn't put her head down for him that night, that's for sure.
Yeah, but he probably didn't get in that much trouble because everyone knows, you know, you piss him off, he'll definitely give the chick a backhand.
Yeah.
Do not interfere with the police while they're making arrests. If you interfere with the police, you'll be arrested.
Is the riot started
We
yet?
encourage you to film.
Yeah,
We encourage
that's
you to film.
Seattle.
We just ask you that you give the officers some safe working space. So please move away from the officers while they are making arrests. We want you to
Please?
film. We just want
He
you to
forgot
give
to
them
say
some
please.
space for a safe working environment. Standing on top of the police is not a safe working environment. Please give them a little more space. We encourage you to film. We want you to film. But please give the officers space while they're doing their job. Our intent here is to get back to a normal First Amendment event without criminal activity.
Motherfuckers! Nobody likes you here! This fucking neighborhood would kill you if we had the chance! Get the fuck out of here, pigs! Go fucking and guess what? When you fucking
We just ask you to give the officers safe working space so that way they can do their job and make arrests for criminal acts without interfering with them doing their job. It was our intent to have a safe, peaceful First Amendment event. However, there are criminal acts that were committed within the crowd. We'd like to return to a First Amendment event without any criminal acts. So we ask that you don't interfere with the officers.
Get the fuck out of here, bitch! Nah, fuck you! Get out of here with your
Ridiculous.
Look, I'm all for daggone First Amendment and all that. But that shit right there, they should just roll up on them and beat the fuck out of every last one of them.
Yeah, that's not actually First Amendment.
Yeah, I think on my story, because I shared it to my story too. I'm like, let us patriots handle this shit.
That's not a protest. That's heading in a riot. That's not a protest. So that's actually not protected. So cops got to do what a cop's got to do.
Bust their ass! It's Seattle police. They ain't gonna really do much.
Yeah, my state sucks.
I mean, hell, they let them take over 6 city blocks before, so you know.
Yeah, they arrested a whole 5 people for that.
Yeah, Chad, wasn't it called? Chaz or Chad or some shit.
Chaz.
Yeah. Like that's like terrorism, taking over 6 city blocks, and nobody answered for it.
They took over the police precinct.
Yeah, they took it over. Yeah, 6 city blocks in a major city is not a little spot. That's a pretty good chunk of land you're taking.
Yeah, they took over a bunch of businesses and looted the businesses, and
Yeah, it was an act of terrorism, and nothing happened to them for it. People died. They murdered people.
yeah.
Yeah, of course, Trump couldn't do anything because he actually does follow the Constitution. He could have sent the military in, or not military, but National Guard. But a lot of times the state has to request it. So he didn't act, which he actually was following Constitution by doing that, you know. But they paint him as a dictator, but he actually was following the constitutional law, you know. He didn't just send them in. The state literally has to file a request for that kind of assistance.
Well, literally, Inslee just sat there and let it all happen. He is a no backbone. He's fucking piece of shit, and honestly, should be in cuffs too. He has ran the state into the ground.
But that's the thing is the people re-vote for it. I don't care how much I call myself a Republican or a conservative or whatever. If the person I chose to lead is doing that, yeah, I'm not re-voting for you.
Yeah.
That's not happening. You're not going to burn the place, allow the place to get burnt down and expect me to go in and re-vote for you. But they do.
Oh, shit. What did,
It really is like a hive mind, man, you know.
Holler Boy React say, or formerly
Party
Holler Boy
comes first.
Shit, what did he say earlier in my life? Something about the hoe. Fuck. I can't remember now.
I'm gonna say tonight is a good night.
It is.
And again, I'll say it for the 20th time. Shout out to Lord Trump for doing their job in the RNC. This wouldn't have happened without him. I'm telling you, the fraud and shit would have been insane if they weren't jumping on it.
Trump fixing to make a speech. Oh shit!
I can't stress that enough. How bad it would have been if they wouldn't have been doing their job and had a team together, ready to go.
That I mean, look at the team that Trump put together. I mean, that is an all-star cast right there.
I'm just speaking of more the attorney teams. I mean, she had an army of attorneys ready to rock and roll, and stuff still split by, but huge difference from 2020.
No, they did a great job.
They were jumping on it, getting that shit in court, getting their shit overturned. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we were getting victory after victory in the court.
You know the good thing about tonight? Donald Trump will be able to pardon every person who got arrested for January 6th.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And he said he'd do that, too. Those people's been in jail long enough.
Yeah. Some of them haven't even been in front of a judge yet.
Well,
yeah.
A lot of them haven't been.
And they should be allowed to sue the federal government and get paid for it.
Yeah, deprive them of their rights. I mean, you have a right to a speedy trial.
Granted, we the taxpayers will end up paying for it, but still.
Still sends a message.
They deserve some type of compensation.
Yeah, I agree.
And they should take it out of the daggone politicians who locked them up.
Yeah, that's going to have to be dealt with. The FBI and shit's definitely got to be dealt with.
Take out of their pay. Nancy Pelosi and all them. You
Yeah,
want
we
to lock
demand
them
these
up?
people to be held accountable.
Honestly,
Make them
like,
pay for it.
I think like people like Bill Gates, Pelosi, any of the real corrupt motherfuckers that we can prove how corrupt they are, I think they need to be stripped of their wealth and
How
thrown in
many-
prison
how
and
many
use that wealth
people-
to pay off the debt.
Hey, Dan, do you drink Coca-Cola?
What's that, Tim?
Do you drink Coca-Cola?
Do I drink Coca-Cola? No.
What about you, HBR?
Nope, I'm Pepsi.
Well, you might want to rethink about what I'm about to tell you then.
Hey, Tim, I have a question.
Amy, hold on. So Bill Gates just gave Pepsi and Coca-Cola $1.5 billion each to allow him to be part of their company, put nanobites in Coca-Cola and Pepsi.
Oh, hell no.
Yep.
I ain't drinking nothing but water that I go and fetch myself from now on.
Okay,
You don't know,
I
you
ask
don't
you a
know what the
question then?
nanobites are. That's the same shit that they were putting in the vaccination.
Yep.
Can I ask my question now?
You got $29.95?
So when you look at like
Do you
the
got
country
$29.95?
map,
Hold on,
how-
Amy. Do you got
Hmm?
$29.95? Do
You
you
got
got
money?
$29.95?
You got $49.95?
no, I just want to know why Nebraska can
Then
split
you
their.
can't answer no question then.
I just want to know why Nebraska can be split.
Because them and Maine are the same way. It's the way they're
That's
voting.
weird. I'm just wondering, like, why, how?
It's set up that way for their state vote and federal vote.
Huh.
So, do you think 4 years? Do you think Vance has what it takes to take over?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Since you were talking about, them putting that in beverages, do you think that still happened, though, with Kennedy now having control of that stuff?
I don't know.
Good
'Cause
question.
that sounds like something Kenny would jump on and be like, no.
That health stuff. What are they talking about? What about Coke?
How are they allowing Bill Gates to do anything when he's brought up on charges over in the Netherlands?
I have no idea.
I mean, they should be putting a stop to what this dude's doing. He should not be allowed anywhere near any kind of fucking company like that.
Technically, Trump could run another term.
Could he?
According to the Constitution, you're only allowed to. You cannot be president for 2 consecutive terms. He wasn't president for 2 consecutive terms.
That is true. Never thought about that.
So technically, he could run another election.
You think he's got another 4 in him after that, though? I mean, shit.
I mean, the guy, he's like the Energizer Bunny. That dude keeps going and going and going.
I didn't realize that he has never drank and he has never smoked a day in his life. I didn't know that.
He won the popular vote and the electoral vote, Dan.
You got them both?
Yep.
Fuck you libtards. We own both. Good dick.
Hey, you better watch saying that.
I don't give a fuck. We just, we got Trump in the White House. I'll say whatever I want now.
No, I'm telling people to eat a D.
Oh.
It's very sensitive for some people.
Yeah. You'll be told you're not real. And next thing you know, they'll do videos on you.
I'm so looking forward to tomorrow. I'm gonna be all over X tomorrow.
Oh man, it's a great day.
Might be doing some trolling. Just saying.
That's normally what I do when I get on X.
I'm usually pushing,
You might want to rephrase that. That's what I
Yeah.
normally do when I get on X. Like ecstasy, huh?
Yeah.
I will not behave.
Damn you, Elon.
After the shit they had put us through for 4 years, I'll be damned if I'm going to behave. This is open season.
Oh yeah.
Fuck the libtards.
Fucking let's get our country back on track.
Hey, lying.
Well, I'm sure the globalists are like losing their shit right now.
Oh, dude.
Stock market's going to go crazy tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to jump up. It's going to take off. Like it did the last time.
Oh, bullshit, Lori. You said he wasn't going to win. You were scared he wasn't going to win, and I told you he was going to win. Don't come in here and acting like you fucking a boss now.
You just say
goofy ass down, woman.
Did you just say you're gonna hide your laptop tomorrow, Dan?
I don't have a laptop.
Yeah.
I'm two-phone Dan. Remember this.
So is that what happened? You hid your laptop, huh? Oh, okay. I feel an investigation
Don't know
coming
about
on.
that. The only thing I know about is my son does have sex with alligators.
That's disturbing.
Yeah, didn't you see the documentary I posted?
I did not.
You have to go watch it. It's a crime story. Real tragic.
Oh man. Yeah, he's that was definitely a short.
Yeah, no shit. Damn, didn't even get to the verse.
Who the fuck taught you how to do a fucking short? That shit sucked.
Well, you know, saying friends is just a step too far.
No spam in the chat, Lori.
I don't fucking understand why you would do something that shitty.
Wasn't Trump supposed to speak?
Yeah, we're waiting.
Oh, okay, still waiting?
Yeah.
I didn't know if he did or not.
No, he's probably in the back. Him and Melania having a quickie.
I would laugh my ass off if he came out playing fucking Burns at Kamala.
Come out just like fucking coming for all you motherfuckers. You better run.
I'll be telling Melania right now, I told you, bitch, I'll be 47 again.
Yes, no more president that gets bodied by a teleprompter. Ha ha.
Oh, the epic interviews with the press is gonna be awesome.
All the battles between him and
Yes. He doesn't even need a press secretary. Let's let Trump go out there every day and just fucking battle them bastards. What do you want, fuck nuts? Set your punk ass down, bitch.
You know, that one time him arguing with Picasso, I swear, it looked like he was about ready to walk around the booze and put his hands on him.
I know, right?
Yeah. So okay. So I take it everybody watched the Rogan interview with him, right?
Oh, that shit was epic.
Yeah, it was. Took a little bit to get going, really, but it was really good. But the JD Vance one, dude, after watching that, I'm a huge fan. I really like him.
Yeah, I like JD.
I just don't like what he said back in 2016. That's my only Larry about it.
Everybody makes a mistake, you know what I mean? You can make up for that mistake. It was stupid to say some shit like that. I agree.
So I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that Trump's gonna finish out with 299 or 303. I mean, he's gonna finish out with 303.
It really is 2016 all over again.
Yeah.
I think 2020 was 2016, but we don't have to get into it because we all know.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's the next question. Does what was his campaign manager, the blonde lady?
Which one? 2016 or now?
2016.
Oh shit! What was her name?
This chick right here. Let me pull it up.
The one that has a husband that hates Trump? Yeah.
Her. Does she go back and work for him? Kelly
No,
Conway.
that ain't happening. Her husband was a big involvement of the criminal cases that was brought against Trump in New York, as a matter of fact. Yeah, you
Kelly
don't let that
Conway.
back in.
Why? They're supposed to be getting a divorce.
I still don't trust her. She's done some
And
shady things during this election that question to bring her back whatsoever.
what's awesome though is that they already started picking people over the
Now,
past
does he
month.
bring back old boy that was Secretary of State when he was president? He was actually
Hell to the
good.
no.
He was actually good though.
Pompeo?
Yeah, Pompeo was actually
Yeah.
good.
Dude tried to assassinate Julian Assange. That was a news reporter.
Fuck
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah, it matters to me.
Why? He's not
Yeah,
American.
he did some fucked up shit to Assange.
That dude's not American.
Yeah, but
He's an American hero though.
I mean, but Julian Assange is also one of the reasons why we know the stuff about, emails and shit.
Yeah.
But do we? Do we really know everything? No, we don't.
Yeah, but we wouldn't know it.
No, I don't think he should choose really anybody except for the ones that you know were loyal in the first time around.
That's just my personal opinion. You know what I'm saying? We could have differences of opinion on it.
I think Mike Pompeo would be good for Secretary of State again. Because he did keep the Middle East in check. And he did keep Russia at bay. Same with North Korea.
Well, apparently Trump may consider it, regardless of my opinion on it, because Mike Pompeo was campaigning the other day at his rally. So
Yeah.
Just saying. I think it'd be a good.
at the end of the day, it's Trump's judgment on it. Me personally, I wouldn't, but that's just me. I don't trust. I don't know. There's just some. I can't trust CIA people.
It's an uphill battle, and the fact that it looks like it won't be just a squeaker. There might be,
Especially with everything that's been done to Trump.
The Senate is testament to that.
Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Havdi in Wisconsin? Standing by.
Where's Bill?
There's Newt Gingrich and Callista Gingrich waiting there.
Where's Bill Hammer?
There's Mike Waltz and his wife there, all expected to be.
Dude, I got some serious hate comments on that fucking little video I put up yesterday.
The former president had hats made with 45-47.
He better not make fucking Newt Gingrich part of his cabinet.
Oh my God, no.
Sucks.
He will win the popular vote. He's likely going to win the electoral vote.
Yeah.
Now he's jumped 800 points in futures this evening.
Yeah, I want a bunch of the old guard back in there.
You know who if I was him, who
Me
I'd be?
And
I would make director of the CIA.
Who?
Fucking what was the guy who was
I'd put General Flynn.
No, who was the Secret Service?
Dan Bongino?
Yes, Dan Bongino.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably that. Dan to come back and deal with the Secret Service because holy shit.
Or in charge of the Secret Service. That's what I'm saying. Either that or
Yeah.
CIA.
I feel like Gerald Flynn needs to be in the cabinet, especially after what was done to him in 2016 was outrageous, and he was a big part of Trump's campaign. As soon as they took office, the FBI set him up and dragged him through criminal court. Do most of that, and
There
to
he
fight
is.
for his freedom.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
J. Trump.
Mute my mic.
Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York.
Damn, fucking bear is like a fucking.
Oh, dude, he's tall.
Like
Yeah, he's like
6'9".
6'9" or something. Oh, that's so sweet of you. I know. Two middle fingers for me. I know we're number one. It's okay, buddy.
Do what?
I was comment on this video I dropped yesterday. These motherfuckers are assholes. But I'm a bigger one.
We mute that before we get clipped. Who gave you a middle finger?
Some dude in my comments for the video I posted yesterday. There's some hateful motherfuckers.
All right, here we go.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. And we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp.
Yeah.
And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
The only vice president I've ever seen dropping F-bombs.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice baby, we call her the ice baby. Want to say something? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This was unexpected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Is that Joe Rogan I just seen on stage?
Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. No, he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me, just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy.
Okay.
So Dana started UFC, and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 900,
Holy crap.
901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Donald J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president of the United States, in West Palm Beach at the convention center there. He said he's going to make America great again for all Americans. Said God spared his life for a reason in those 2 assassination attempts. He said promises made, promises kept, and he has a big agenda ahead. He thanked a lot of people on that stage and said success will bring us together, trying to bring the country together after what is a bruising, damaging, very vitriolic campaign that comes to an end with this massive win. He praised a lot of people, including Elon Musk, who he called a new star, up-and-comer, that guy.
Have you met him? Have you heard
I think
about
he's
him?
an up-and-comer.
He went on about the rocket for a while.
He did. But he did the dismount, and now he goes on to be president-elect of the United States once again.
It's an extraordinary story, an absolutely phenomenal political comeback for Donald J. Trump, who will be the 47th president of the United States when he is inaugurated on January the 20th. And he said that God spared him from those assassination attempts in order to lead the country. He said success will bring us together. And he said it was an honor and he thanked everyone involved and thanked the American people for tonight's outcome.
We have no indication that Vice President Harris has made a phone call. We're trying to get confirmation that there has been any concession. We don't have any word that that has happened. We were told by her campaign that she's going to wait till tomorrow to do something and to respond to all of this, but no phone call, as we can tell right now. We're going to wrap up with our panel: Harold Ford Jr., Katie Pavlich, Mark Thiessen, Kellyanne Conway, Kayleigh McEnany, and Trey Gowdy. It's almost 3 a.m. Just come on. You're fine.
What a hell of a night.
What's that, Dan?
So what a hell of a night, man.
Yes, yes, yes. And fight, fight, fight.
We got a lot more to do now.
Well, I told everybody Trump would win tonight. I told you all we would know the results tonight. I hope from now on people believe when I say something. I'm good at predicting stuff. Your prediction
Come on, Tim. You know I ain't gonna listen to you.
has come true, especially when it comes to artists in the industry. I predicted a lot of them would be successful, and they have. So
I don't say that, Tim. I'm gonna be on X, and the libtards gonna be running around saying, "Yeah, this TripleT guy's only nothing but drama."
Yeah, I know. Even though I'm not real. Not real.
I'll admit it'd be pretty funny.
I'm just fanboying, clout chasing.
Yeah, you're a Trump clout chaser, man.
Yeah. Yep. That's why I tag him in everything I do. Unlike some people.
All I gotta ask Trump is, when can we start arresting the chomos?
Oh, that's gonna
That's
happen
what I
soon.
want to know.
That's gonna happen real soon.
Well, last time he came in, he signed like 3 executive orders off the bat going after the child trafficking. So,
yep.
I hope to get back to that, and then, yeah, a serious investigation needs to happen. I think I even wrote to Marsha Blackburn about that. That we need to do an investigation to find out what happened to these 300,000 children that's went missing, that they supposedly lost.
First thing they need to do, first executive order, is reopen the Keystone Pipeline. That's the first thing. Second
Yeah,
thing,
the border's got to get locked down too.
shut the border down. And then the third thing, there's 3 major executive orders that should be done on day one. Keystone Pipeline, shut down the border, and stop all this child trafficking.
Yep, yeah, I want him to get focused back onto that.
That should be the 3 things.
And fourth thing is go ahead and help pack the bags of the Hollywood stars who said they're all moving out of the country if Trump won. So we need to hurry that process along. Tell them to get the fuck out of here.
And then the fifth thing, sign an executive order that if you live in a camper, you cannot go on YouTube screaming into a mic.
I don't have to agree with that.
Huh?
Yeah, that's definitely something Trump needs to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should probably be number 1, to be honest, but can't be picky.
Exactly. But at least it needs to be in the top 5.
HBR fell asleep.
Oh, of course. Ain't that
That's what
right?
HBR does.
HBR.
The 6th executive order should be, if HBR falls asleep on panel again, then he gets sent to Guantanamo Bay. That should be order number 6 for Trump.
throw this up there real quick so y'all can see. Make America Great Again. Trump 2024. You can actually find this in the merch store on the Triple T channel. It's made into a t-shirt. If you want to go get yourself one, you can. You can also get this one in the merch store as well. Have a shirt like that as well. Then we have this one. That's HBR's Trump
Mugshot.
logo. Oh, he finally speaks.
Yeah, only when you start talking about it.
Yeah, I had to go to the bathroom. I put it in the chat. I know you guys don't read that.
Oh,
No,
he
no, we
said
don't.
he had to go pee-pee.
Hell
go
yeah.
pee-pee?
Yeah, I had to go drain the main vein.
I also got to get, hold on real quick. I got to give a shout out to Peanut, for Peanut helping Trump get elected. He sacrificed his life to help Trump.
Rest in peace, Peanut.
Yeah, rest in peace, Peanut. Like, for real.
Who the fuck is Peanut?
You didn't hear about that?
The what?
They sent in the FBI and another agency and took this dude's squirrel and killed it.
Yeah, it was like famous. It had like 3 million followers. The squirrel did everything. This guy had a pet with a raccoon that they rescued.
Yeah.
Had it for 7 years. Some girl got mad because they had more IG followers, so they called the New York government. New York government came in with like 12 police officers, did a full raid on their house, took the pets, and then had them put down.
Yeah.
It was a big deal. I mean, it was all over X. It went like worldwide that the government had the time to go put down a squirrel and a raccoon when
Why did they
there's
put it
crime
down?
out the ass in New York.
Why did they put it down?
It supposedly attacked them.
Yeah, they come up with some bullshit.
I'd sue the fuck out of them.
Yeah.
But it is a huge story days ago. It really pissed people off.
Yeah, it
That
did.
they did that to this squirrel. Like I said, the squirrel was kind of famous. There was like charities named after it.
That's crazy.
But they had the time to go do that. All the resources they wanted to focus on the squirrel. They shredded this guy's house too. Treated them like criminals. I mean, it was bad, dude. Government overreach. Yeah, we won't forget about Fred the raccoon either. They got him too.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I
Rest in
appreciate
peace,
y'all
Peanut.
coming out. Still feel like shit. I'm going to bed. Dan, I appreciate you coming up. HBR, I appreciate you coming up. Appreciate Menace coming up earlier. Everybody in the chat, I appreciate y'all coming hanging out with us for the 7 hours and 49 minutes that we've been live. God does answer prayers. Just know that Trump 2024, he is the 47th president of the United States of America. Now it's time to roll our sleeves up and get to work and get our country back on track. Thank God for tonight. Dan, you got anything you want to say?
I'm still excited, overwhelmed. But everybody have a good night. Like I said, the work continues. The election was won, but the fight still continues, though.
Oh, yeah.
HBR?
America, motherfuckers.
America. Exactly. All right, folks. Y'all have a good night. We'll see you on the next one. Y'all have a blessed one.
Have a good night. And I was just going to come and say hi.